at the Spa. Big crowd on hand, enthusiastic crowd on hand. That big red spring, part of what makes Saratoga so special. And the fans, more than 1 million of them here last year. Maybe not that many today, but it'll be a packed house. As always, our coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Always such a pleasure to say this for a first time. Welcome to Saratoga, just outside the Paddock. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There are certain days on the North American racing calendar that just feel different, and this is one of them. Opening day from Saratoga, the start of the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. Over the next 40 race days, we're going to be right here, and so glad that you could join us on Saratoga Live. Over the next few hours, 10 live races highlighted by a pair of stakes races, and the opening week highlights brought to you by Run Happy. Traditional opening day feature today's Schuylerville highly anticipated Wilton Stakes from the brand new Wilson chute. More on that in a moment. Tomorrow, grade stakes on grass, Forbidden Apple, loaded field. Blockbuster opening weekend, first of 17 grade 1 flat races, the Diana. And on Sunday, quick call, 5 furlong turf sprint. It's a blur, blink, and you'll miss it. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Gentlemen, a very happy opening day to both of you. Andy, 47, 48 of these that you've attended, correct?
Wow, that sounds about right. Yeah, actually, I think
I keep track of
75
these
was
things.
my first opening day, and I've missed a couple when I actually had to work for a living. It's really a dark period of my life I don't like to think about, and I think a lot of people watching at home can understand this feeling. It's always great that Saratoga opens, but you want to be here for opening day.
Opening day, Richie, you spent 25 summers riding here at Saratoga. For those riders in the jocks room that'll take part in the entire meet in today's festivities, what does opening day mean to a rider?
The energy level's incredible. You're walking in and people from all of the Saratogians and all the people that are congregating here for the racing greet you. You're quasi-celebrity here, and you just want to get off to a good start because it sets the tone for the entire meet.
There's celebrity everywhere.
No, up here's different.
It's the MIG. the best of the best. That's what Saratoga's all about. Jockeys, trainers, horses, and, of course, an incredibly passionate fan base. As we welcome in the fourth member of our broadcast team, Acacia Clement, standing by. Acacia, very happy opening day to you and to all of your friends.
Absolutely, Luffy, and I'm standing here in the backyard. This is prime real estate out here by the picnic tables. This morning, early on, we saw people staking out outside the front gates, waiting for the opportunity to come in, and then it's like the running of the bulls. Coming in, having the opportunity to claim your picnic table and claim your spot where you'll be able to camp out with your friends and family and enjoy the beautiful day of racing that we do have coming up here today. It's so wonderful to see all of the fans out here with their snacks, with their great parties, and being able to celebrate. Looking forward to catching up with some of the fans throughout the day, and we're just so appreciative that we get to bring racing to all of the people here at Saratoga today and throughout the meet, Lafitte. It's going to be a fun one.
Over 1 million fans attending last summer. Acacia, thanks so much. Off to a good start today. Of course, another part of the opening day tradition. It is the Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies. Will go as race 9. This evening, biggest race of the day, 3/4 mile sprint. They're all undefeated, 1 for 1. And while number 1, Just Cindy, is the 5-2 morning line favorite, we'll start with the filly at the bottom. Number 9, Summer Promise, trained by Dwayne Lukas. Of course, it wouldn't be a summer at Saratoga without Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie at the coach's barn earlier today.
All seems right in the world up here at the Spa with those WL placards on the 16 stalls behind me here in barn 83. That's right. Dwayne Lukas, the legend, the Hall of Famer, the coach, is back here at Saratoga. And after 36 consecutive years, he was forced to take a 2-year hiatus due to COVID-19, as well as not having stopped competitive enough to play up here at the Spa. But this year, a lot has changed. He brought his star 3-year-old filly, Secret Oath, up here to Saratoga, as well as a promising 2-year-old filly by the name Summer Promise, who headlines our featured Schuylerville today. And you know the coach, he's always shot for the stars, as he is already dreaming of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies with this impressive maiden breaker first time out at Churchill. And he has been quoted as saying, treat them all like champions until they disappoint you. And with 26 individual champions to his credit, I'd say that's a recipe for success.
Doing it at the highest level for decades, Maggie. And for those fans, that story to follow on opening day, D. Wayne Lukas. It's really been one of the biggest stories in racing this year, guys. At the age of 86, capturing a record 5th Kentucky Oaks, and today trying for a record-shattering 7th win in the Schuylerville.
Hey, he is a legend. And you think about the trainers that he's turned out that, you know, now Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, and so many good horsemen out of his, basically their alumni, right?
It really hit me when he was running Secret Oath in the Preakness, and I was looking back over his record in the Preakness and realizing he won his first Preakness in 1980, and he's back with the second or third choice in the Preakness 42 years later. If that isn't longevity, I don't know what is.
Always blows my mind because you mentioned the Preakness, Maryland, first name that comes to mind in terms of an athlete, Cal Ripken Jr., and the fact that D. Wayne Lukas won his first Preakness before Ripken made his major league debut, right? And here we are in 2022. Lukas still going strong. I think Cal Ripken Jr., baseball's Iron Man, has been retired for a couple of decades. So that's one of the bigger stories this afternoon. D. Wayne Lukas trying for a 7th Schuylerville. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First race just after the top of the hour, race 7. Lots of anticipation for that Wilton Stakes. First race out of the brand new Wilson chute. More on that in a moment. Schuylerville, race 9. Post time 5:39 Eastern. Haven't signed up just yet. We even started the show early to give you more time. Join us at Naira Bet. Sign up using that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. When we come back, the first of 10 from Saratoga in front of this enthusiastic crowd. Godolphin Colors, the canoe from last year's Travers winner, Essential Quality, who will take down this year's Run Happy Travers. Plenty of time for that. First things first, opening day from Saratoga. Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual unusually well. Something very unusual happened at Saratoga today. A 1-mile dirt race will take place. For the first time since 1992, runners are going to start from there. Reconstructed Wilson chute, reconstructed because the old one was dismantled in 1972. 50 years later, it's back. Acacia Clement has more.
Standing here at the brand new Wilson chute, which, like anything new, will be a bit of an adjustment for the handicappers, the horsemen, and for the riders. But on Tuesday this week, around 10:15 a.m., after training had concluded on the Saratoga main track, 6 jockeys were able to break horses from the gate from this brand new Wilson chute in a sort of trial run. John Velasquez, who will ride Goddess of Fire from the inside post in today's Wilson Stakes, volunteered to break from post position 1 in the morning on Tuesday so he could get a feel of what it would be like. Jockeys have been in communication with track management, and they've been able to find the situations that work best for everyone, such as limiting the field size to 10 runners and keeping the innermost gate empty to allow a little bit more space along the rail coming out of the chute as they break onto the Saratoga main track and into that first clubhouse turn, allowing these one-turn mile races to be run, Lafitte.
What's old is new again at Saratoga, Acacia. The reconstructed Wilson chute debuts today. Wilton Stakes. Andy, how did this come together? Why was this Wilson chute reconstructed?
Well, I mean, it's another option, right? At Saratoga, you couldn't go beyond 7 on the dirt unless you went a mile and 1/8. So it wasn't in existence. And at Saratoga, we add things. We don't take away. And we're adding something, and we'll see how it works out. And hopefully it'll work out well. Hopefully everybody will be happy with it, because you make the racing better the more options you give the horses, and frankly, the more options you give the handicappers.
Richie, there was somewhat of a test drive a couple of mornings ago here at Saratoga. What was some of the feedback from the riders?
Got very positive feedback from all the riders, and I was just talking with Irad and Jose Ortiz about it, who participated in that trial, and they said that it's actually a gentler run to the actual turn before they straighten down the backside than it is, let's say, the mile and 1/8 at Aqueduct, because it's a shorter run to that first turn. So you have to make a decision. Are you going to get up in there? Are you going to get out of there? You don't have ownership of a spot unless you're all the way up in there. They said they feel like they have plenty of room, plenty of time to make those decisions.
I think the comment that stuck was Javier Castellano saying, everything went fine. He goes, but that was practice. It's very different in the afternoons when you're talking about a real race, real competition.
Well, yeah, in the mornings when you work horses with another guy, you're not trying to shut him off or take advantage of him. You're working together, not working against each other. I think it'll be a little bit of a learning curve, and I do think that guys are just going to have to be a little bit thoughtful the first couple of races over it and take care of each other.
You ever remember him shutting anybody off?
No.
Never did that.
Let me tell you something. There was no better actor, though, than the MiG. If somebody might have gotten shut off and it was the MiG and he finished second and you bet him wanted a DQ, he was your guy.
Multi-talented. Lots of intrigue surrounding this one, the Wilton Stakes from the Wilson chute. That's race 7 on this opening day program. Now, you remember last year in the chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. It was somewhat historic in that someone named Ortiz did not win for the first time since 2014. WinStar jockey standings. Luis Saez, the leading rider last summer, 64 wins. The Travers among them. What a meet, Richie. Can he do it again? Luis Saez coming in to defend his title.
Well, he definitely can do it again. I think it's going to be a tall order. It feels to me like the momentum that Irad Ortiz Jr. brought in from the Belmont meeting where he caught Dylan Davis on the final day of the meet, he's going to be pretty tough. But any one of these guys is so capable and they're so good. I think it's just going to be a really fun, competitive jockey race.
Deep Colony got that much deeper, Randy, with the presence of Flavien Prat spending his first full summer here at Saratoga.
And Flavien Prat is going to take more horses probably away from Irad than he's going to take away from Luis Saez, because he's riding a lot for Chad Brown. And that's going to cost Irad some wins. So it does make his job much tougher. Irad's up to the task. There are other guys in the room as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens. With Luis Saez, he got off to a juggernaut. I mean, he basically wired the field. He was very, very strong early, and he never looked back.
He won 3 races opening day, did Saez. He won the Schuylerville. He won 3 races day 2, and the Forbidden Apple, essentially wire to wire, never looked back.
Wasn't he kind of like a baseball team that does really well the last 30 games of the season, and you don't notice it because they're far behind, because he started out missing the first 2 weeks of 2020. And so he was actually riding extremely well at the end of Saratoga. He just continued it last year.
Well, and, one thing we talked about at the Open, how important it is to get off to a good start, and no jockey does that well in a meeting without their agent firing on all cylinders. He's got former trainer Kieran McLaughlin as his agent.
Which, again, a huge bump in his stock, and part of the reason Saez has been so successful. Is it possible for riders to press early on in the meet, try to be too perfect, and knowing and having that subconsciously lingering there that, look, I need to come out firing right off the bat?
Oh, every year you see it, and you see the guys that are a little bit maybe too aggressive and use the horse a little too much. I remember doing it, not so much when I had the bug, but the year after, because I was trying to prove I belonged here without the apprentice allowance.
Well, I think it's true of everybody participating here. There is pressure in Saratoga for everybody, for the trainers, for the riders, even somewhat for the owners, for us up here handicapping the races. There's a microscope on us in Saratoga, which is great. I mean, it's wonderful that we're in this situation. But people are paying attention in Saratoga in a way they don't at other places. So your every move, good or bad, is going to get examined.
I was actually paying attention to your pregame show. I do watch on occasion. And you brought up that Irad Ortiz, specifically here, gets overbet. From a handicapping perspective, is that something for us to watch for?
Well, absolutely, because it's not about picking winners. It's finding value. Some sort of sense of value, or more importantly, not betting horses that are dramatic underlays. And the reality is, as a horse player, I have to look to beat Irad Ortiz. His agent, Steve Rushing, does a remarkable job. He is on horses in virtually every race that you feel like they can win. But, you know, you don't want to bet horses that are supposed to be 4-1 at 5-2 and 3-1. And Saratoga is one place he gets overbet. Now, obviously, if Flavien Prat, Joel Rosario jump out to a lead, you're going to start seeing it go to them, but not like it. The last jockey, and I think Richie will agree, and I saw get overbet like Irad, was Ramon Dominguez.
This is
Ramon
so cool.
Dominguez, yeah. And then before that, Angel Cordero, especially up here.
Wow, he was
especially.
he was a
Saratoga.
star like nobody was.
The king of Saratoga, and this is so cool. Look, right behind us, you can sense the excitement from the fans. The horses are arriving in the paddock for the very first race. What's it like walking into the paddock for the first time, the first race of a brand new summer?
You love playing to a packed house. And, you know, there's so many race days at Aqueduct or Belmont where we don't have a lot of people there. Every single day, you're excited to perform and show people what you can do.
Sometimes racing feels like having a girlfriend that nobody likes, and you get to Saratoga and everybody loves her.
My immediate reaction, I had to censor that one and just say absolutely nothing. They will be filing into that starting gate for the first race. Is, by the way, some rainfall here on opening day. We're going to get a little bit of everything. Rain falling here at Saratoga.
Very brief
Fans
shower.
scattering. Just a little shower. Passing shower. Shouldn't affect things. Fast track, of course, is firm. Race 1, just a $20,000 claimer. Field of 9. Kershaw, named after the greatest modern-day pitcher. 9-5, currently the favorite. The distance, really part of the tradition here, Andy, in that it's 1 1/8 miles. This race will start right in front of the fans.
And Richie can obviously talk about this much more than I can. Having an inside post, if you have speed, is an enormous advantage. Having an outside post, now Kershaw's a closer, and there's plenty of speed.
Sure.
But coming to that turn pretty quickly, you better be very aggressive if you can clear outside of other speed horses.
You have to be completely committed to that idea. You can't hedge at all, and it's still very tough to clear.
Some of the horses in this race, you'll notice several first after the claim. That's how important it is to win at Saratoga, Andy. Several owners around the country claiming horses specifically for a $20,000 event that will take place several weeks later, opening day at the spot.
Make no mistake, I saw Jay Provenzano's Flying P has parsimony in here, and everybody's on the bit, and there's nothing better than being leading trainer, leading owner, or leading jockey after the first race.
Which brings up another handicapping point, that you have to treat class droppers different as well at Saratoga.
Well, sure, people are going to be aggressive. That claiming box is extremely aggressive. People will lose horses for sure dropping. You look at the purses, you look at why they want to win, but I don't think you want to ignore class droppers, especially at short prices, and that's going to come up in the third race today, because the question in racing is often not why can this horse win, but I think with short-priced horses, you're asking why do I want to bet against this horse?
Raining on our parade, and I blame him.
He's on fire. I mean, I don't even know how to follow you up right now.
You'll do just fine.
Just getting started. There's Kershaw, the current favorite, with the rain falling here at Saratoga. 9-5 when we last checked. Why is he the favorite, Andy?
It's not because people like Clayton Kershaw. We don't
I've
like
seen
him
like
in New
50
York
Clayton Kershaw
just because you
jerseys
flew
here.
in from California. Because he's dropping, and he's run against much better horses. I mean, two back, he finished fifth behind Highly Motivated, who ran the Kentucky Derby in 2021 for Chad Brown in a very tough field last time. Also, it's a race laden with speed, and he's a closer that could take advantage of it. But I'm going to tell you right now, he is the first example of a horse being overbet because Irad Ortiz is riding him. This horse should not be 9-5. 5. The barn has been very cold. They're a barn that is extremely streaky. They win in bunches. They lose in bunches. They have been losing in bunches.
Maggie, you staying dry? How about Parsimony drawn inside, currently 7-1?
Yeah, Lafitte, 7-1 is a big price, but I think people are seeing a lot of what Andy just said in here is that there's a lot of speed in this field, and Parsimony is one of those speed types, as he does draw, though, favorably to the inside for that somewhat short run to that first turn. As the rain is coming down heavier, got my good old friend tree number 6 here to keep me somewhat dry. Parsimony, he's sharp as he has been in the past from what I've seen from him. I like what I'm seeing physically, but again, this race doesn't really play into his favor with the presence of another speed horse such as number 6 Bear Alley, shipping in here off a 2-race win streak off the Bill Morey claim. He's very relaxed. So some of the other speed horses such as Smooth Operation and Parsimony are very sharp, whereas he's pretty chillaxed despite the rain coming down here. He looks great physically. We'll see. He's going to have to take a little bit of a possible step forward, stepping up to the 20 here at Saratoga. Horse who really caught my eye is a closer, number 8 Royal Tryst. And I mean, he has 3 wet track races looking at you. One of them he was eased, the other 2 he won, and they're his best races as of late. So any moisture he gets in the track here might help him a bit. He looks sensational, Lafitte. I love what I'm seeing from this horse, but which Royal Tryst is going to show up?
Well, if the Royal Tryst shows up that prefers a wet track, he's going to be just fine. The hard stuff's not coming down for a while, Richie. 2 for 3 on a wet track, and very quickly we might have to recalibrate our handicapping a little bit for this first race as hard as it is raining.
Yeah, I mean, it really opened up now, this rain.
It's crazy.
There was none in the forecast.
Well, there had to be none on the radar. If there was any on the radar, the track would have been sealed. So clearly this caught everybody by surprise. There was none on the radar, and that's one of the wonderful or awful things about Saratoga. We had a day here, we canceled midday a few years ago when there was 0 chance of rain on the radar.
One of the joys of being by the foothills of the Adirondacks.
Expect the unexpected. When we return, the opener. Brand new season of racing, the 154th from a very wet Saratoga racecourse. You're watching Saratoga Live. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Opening day from Saratoga. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Andy, Richie, and myself flying blind. We have lost our monitor. Flying blind, flying wet. But I'm told our audience is seeing Kershaw with Arad Ortiz. And Kershaw for Ortiz, who is riding Richie in every race this afternoon. Some live mounts, including the Schuylerville favorite drawn towards the inside.
Yeah, he really is loaded with live mounts today, and like Andy said, he's probably going to get overbet in some spots, which I think is the case here. I just don't like the post for this horse, and I don't still think he's in particularly good form.
Yeah, I think that you can go to this race and you can actually make a reasonable case for many of the horses in this race, and that's going to be the case at Saratoga a lot. But I don't think the case for him is so strong that he's supposed to be 2-1. The morning line was 4-1. There isn't a better morning line maker in the game than David Aragona, and he's obviously very surprised to see this kind of money, and he's even factoring in the IRAD factor.
So, Andy, the track is open. I know that, generally speaking, you don't pivot too much when it comes to a wet racetrack. Should we wind up with a sloppy or a muddy racetrack come post time for the opener? Are you changing anything?
No, I don't do that. I think that if you look through horses' PPs, a lot of times people see a horse that wins in the wet or loses in the wet, thinks they like or don't like it. But if you look at the speed figures, they're really the same as they are. They're just in the right race that day. And Richie, you've ridden here so much. I don't think we got enough rain to make this track sloppy yet. It seems to be abating a bit too.
Not yet, and the fact that, though, that it was open, more rain, obviously water will soak into it. Right? It won't be, it's not sealed, it's not going to roll off of it. But I don't think we've gotten that much, and it is starting to really slow down now.
Yes.
So.
Looking at the 7-2 shot, Bear Alley. Flavien Prat's first mount of the meet. 8 minutes out, they're showing going to be a little bit longer than that.
Well, let me ask Richie a little about Bear Alley with Flavien Prat.
Let's get to Acacia, standing by with last year's Angel Cordero riding title champ, Luis Saez. Acacia.
And providing him a little bit of a coverage under an umbrella, too, Luffy. Luis Saez joining me. Louis, champion jockey at Saratoga last year. What's the mindset coming into this year?
Well, yeah, we feel pretty happy, to come back here. It's a beautiful place, and, of course, everybody, love to be here. And, yes, come here is a bless for us, too.
Given everything you overcame 2 years ago with COVID and then winning the riding title last year, how special was that for you?
Yeah, it was pretty special. It was hard work, but it was magnificent, so we're so glad to be back.
You'll be a royal tryst here in the opener. What's the game plan with this closer?
Well, just break pretty, clear, and I hope we come running in the end, and hopefully we get on time.
Best of luck, Louis. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez looking to get back-to-back riding titles here at Saratoga, Lafitte.
I mean, he did graduate from the Lafitte Pinkai Training Academy, Richie.
Well,
I hope the teacher was your dad, not you.
Panamanian phenom Luis Saez rides 7 today, including Summer Promise for D. Wayne Lukas in the Schuylerville.
You talked about how much hard work it takes to be leading rider here. And that was the thing that always kind of would get me when I'd be up here riding. People come to visit you, they're on vacation. They want to go out to dinner. They want to go out, and have a good time. You're here to work, and you're so hyper-focused. It's not a vacation. It is work time.
Really? I don't know. I find it to be a vacation.
I saw you start to do your PPs as soon as they came out.
I agree. I mean, Saratoga is an incredible, you walk home, you walk downtown, and you find ways to enjoy yourself, but don't kid yourself. Everybody up here is working extremely hard.
Looking at Royal Tryst contender. 7-1, originally purchased for $525,000. Luis Saez to ride. This was Royal Tryst's last win. 2 starts back in the mud. That helps, maybe. Belmont, Andy, a Royal Tryst under a drive, but steadily advancing.
He's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde, and he's the worst one, not the good one most of the time. I obviously didn't pick him thinking about a wet track because he's also run lousy races on wet tracks as well. He handles it. We'll see how much moisture is in the track anyway. One of the reasons I picked him, first of all, I thought he'd be a big price, and I think this race has enough speed that we could help some closers. So I was looking for a closer. But also, as a lot of people may remember, Mike Maker started out the meet last year like a house on fire. He was leading rider. I made the maybe the first 3 weeks
Like
of the meet.
almost a month
Almost
in.
a halfway in the meet. So I'm thinking Mike Maker came here in 2021 cranked up to go, and I can't imagine he's not looking to do it again. Now, wanting to do it and doing it are two different things.
Are two different things. And also a little bit of a function that Chad Brown had so many seconds early in the meet last year before they turned around and really started winning and his barn got rolling.
Yeah, no question about it. But Maker was winning. Even if Chad had been winning a lot of races, Mike Maker was winning races too, and I'm hoping he starts off on fire. And this was the price.
And there's Bear Alley, Flavien Prat, Bill Morey, Midwest shipper, New York debut, like several claimed for this race. This was his latest. Last month, Churchill, heavy favorite, Andy. Not exactly a push-button type, though.
No, and he's a horse that can stalk a little bit, but he needs to be in control of races. And, Richie, I want to ask you, this is Flavien Prat's first time riding a mile and 1/8, I think, on the dirt. I think in Saratoga. There's 4 potential speeds inside of him. Do you think he's going to be surprised at how difficult it may be to clear and get over?
The turn comes up to you very quickly, Lafitte, and guys are aggressive here to begin with, and especially the first race of this new meet, they're a little bit charged up. I don't see him clearing from that position.
I don't either. And as you say, if you don't clear and 2 or 3 are inside of you, you end up losing a lot of valuable ground.
Originally purchased for $525,000, Bear Alley, first start for owner-trainer Bill Morey. Maybe you didn't crack the form. Maybe you didn't crunch the numbers. Maybe you just go with names, right? How about Dark Storm, number 4 at a price, currently 9-1. Acacia standing by with his trainer, Mertan Cantamasi. Acacia.
Bit of a hunch bet too, Luffy. Mertcan Darkstorm blinkers coming off today. What was the thought process in the equipment change?
In the morning, we tried him with the blinkers, and he was more calm and giving better. But in the race, we tried last race once. He didn't give what we expect afternoon. So I don't want to change how he won before. So that's why we are going back to blinkers off.
Tell me about pointing horses to Saratoga. What horses did you decide come and fit in these races up here?
I believe any horse we are trying to run, if in the right spot, I'm going to enter probably. And we are going to be lucky with them.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for holding the umbrella for me, too.
You're welcome.
Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. You also saw our new buglers, father and son, 10 Most Wanted. That's the band name, 10 Most Wanted. Had a Travers winner, 10 Most Wanted. We are going to miss Sam, the bugler, one part of Saratoga that'll feel a little bit different in terms of his absence.
Yeah, and our heartfelt well wishes to Sam. I know he's
a
battling
popular
some health
figure
issues
here for sure. So I know a lot of people, they'll miss him more than they would miss us. So he was
There's a popular figure, Parsimony Fitting. It's Kendrick Carmouche, who leads the post parade after missing all of last summer with a broken ankle.
Yeah, they're going to try to gun from the inside with this one, and maybe they'll be successful with Kendrick. There is a lot of other speed, though.
Number 2, Warrior in Chief, Circle B Racing, Junior Alvarado rides.
Yeah, drops in class and sprinted last time, maybe a little bit sharper this time. Looks on his toes.
18-1 outsider, long shot side by side. Number 3, Auburn Hills. Eric Cancel struck on a $25 horse opening day last year.
And Randy Brassode actually has very good numbers off the claim. Another horse who can be forward.
Dark Storm, first summer at Saratoga for jockey Trevor McCarthy, represented by Mig's son Joseph.
I give this horse a puncher's chance. He's a closer in a race laden with speed. He's done well around 2 turns, and he's run well in Saratoga.
Cantamasi Bar has been firing all cylinders.
Yes.
And he held the umbrella for Acacia.
He's a nice
Extra
man.
credit. Smooth operation. Dylan Davis coming off a big meet at Belmont.
You got to think Dylan's looking to be aggressive with this one. He could be the speed of the speed, and that's what could help heat this pace up.
Bear Alley could be a fast start to the meet for Flavien Prat.
Yeah, and Bill Morey, terrific trainer, welcome addition to the New York scene. This horse has been very popular at the claim box, adds more speed to this affair.
Number 7, Geo Care, 3-time Saratoga champion jockey Jose Ortiz.
He's one who could take advantage of any pace here off the claim for the Nodas, and if you're within 10 miles of Saratoga and this guy is winning late, you'll be able to tell.
You're going to hear about it. You're going to hear about it. Royal Tryst, 6-1, Andy's top selection, Richie, and defending Saratoga champion jockey Luis Saez.
Well, I think Andy made a great point that Mike Maker got up to such a hot start last year in the trainer standings, as did Luis Saez, obviously in the jockey standings. Let's see if they can do it again.
Kershaw. I swear, Andy, I've seen like 50 Clayton Kershaw jerseys here at Saratoga today. I swear.
I don't think there have been 50 Clayton Kershaw jerseys in Saratoga in the history of the racetrack. And if there were, they probably all got beaten up.
Field for the first of 10. Start of the early pick 5. Post time in a minute might be a little bit longer than that. This $20,000 claimer, they break right in front of the fans. The fans have had to scatter with the rain falling, but whoever is listening to the show and you want to start off the meet with a price, Andy's top selection, there he is, Royal Tryst, winding up with Louis Size at 6-1.
Not so bad having Louis Saez looking to get off quickly, and it'll be interesting to see how this race is run because there is speed. And last year, we saw these mile and eighth dirt races dominated by forwardly placed horses. I don't think it was a situation of a speed track. I think something Richie talks about that I don't believe in as much as Richie, just a difference of a million, that kickback may have been an issue. And I think the kickback may have been inhibiting closers last year. So it was sort of a speed favoring track, not because the track favored speed, but because the closers were inhibited, if that makes sense.
It's very true, though. You know, kickback can be so hard that horses won't run through it, and then you've got to lose ground, so you're at a big disadvantage.
We're checking with Maggie.
I'm jealous of you guys. As we are taking a look at the gate moving into place, as the track is open, the track is harrowed. It is continuing to come down here quite heavily, so it's playing nicely into the hands of the horse I can continue to like in number 8, Royal Tryst. But let's talk a little bit about your current 5-2 favorite. That's Kershaw. He was moving really, really well in the warm-up and otherwise looks great. You know, the thing with him, though, is watching his replays. He's the horse that tends to run with his head in the air. So indicating to me that there might be, you know, some compromised airways. He doesn't warm up like that, but when at full speed, he's a horse that puts his head up in the air. So I just noticed that recently about him, but certainly has the class to prevail here. A horse that I continuously have liked is number 6, Bear Alley, in addition to Royal Tryst, though he showed that he can sit off of it in his last effort when he was in the barn of Norm Cassie's, and he was very heavily favored that day, so he was supposed to win. So maybe it was a product of that. But Bill Morey is a high percentage trainer whose horses tend to look that way. They tend to look better than the rest. And that is what I observed from Bear Alley coming in here from Churchill Downs, as looks as though things are in line, Lafitte. The horses are heading to the gate for the first race here at Saratoga.
Rain or shine, it's about to go down. The opener of a brand new summer of racing at the Spa. Steamy, feels like the Spa. What a moment for jockey Kendrick Carmouche, Richie. Last summer, ankle was in a cast. Watching with the rest of us, missed the entire meet. Spent some time on the desk with us covering the races. Back at Saratoga, ready to go and riding in this opener aboard Parsimony.
It means so much to get back here and then to be able to compete after being sidelined. You eat your heart out. You're on the outside rail watching, and you're supposed to be out there. I remember one year I missed the whole meet when I had broken my arm, and I won the first race the next year, opening day.
The worst part for Richie broke his arm is he had to hang out with me for most of the meet.
Probably wanted to break his other arm.
He gave me actually a winner. We bet on successful appeal when he won the Amsterdam. Would have been nicer, though, if you were riding him.
Would have been a lot nicer. Robbie Davis was the beneficiary of.
Edgar Prado got Edgar Prado's career got off in New York because of your injury. Not that he wasn't a rider well worthy of it.
Terrific rider.
About that time, John Ambrial, the voice of New York racing, with the call, the opener on opening day from Saratoga.
And they're off at Saratoga. Auburn Hills in from the inside. Parsimony, those two going out for the lead with Auburn Hills going on with it and taking the lead into the clubhouse turn. It is Auburn Hills in front. Then the gray. Parsimony racing in second. Warrior in Chief is in between horses in third. Bear Alley's on the outside in fourth. And Kershaw is fifth at this point. Then Dark Storm racing in sixth, followed by Smooth Operation in seventh. At the back of the pack are Royal Tryst and Jockey. The field is on the backstretch now after an opening quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And the leader here is Auburn Hills. It is Auburn Hills in front by a little more than a length, with Warrior in Chief giving chase in second. And then it is Bear Alley next in third, followed by Parsimony in fourth. A break of 2 back to Kershaw, who remains in fifth, about a half dozen lengths from the lead. And then we come to Dark Storm, followed next by Royal Tryst. The trailers are Jockey and Smooth Operation. Half mile in 47 and 3/5 seconds, and it is still Auburn Hills on top here. but they are getting closer. Auburn Hills is the leader. Now Bear Alley bearing down on the outside. Kershaw follows the move of Bear Alley. Parsimony is back running in fourth, and Royal Tryst is on the move. And then comes Dark Storm. They are at the head of the stretch here at Saratoga. Auburn Hills closest to the rail. Parsimony looking to advance down on the inside. And then it is Kershaw. On the outside is Royal Tryst as they pass the 8th pole. Parsimony looking to squeeze through. Auburn Hills is there, along with Kershaw and Royal Tryst on the outside. It's Royal Tryst and Kershaw, and it's Royal Tryst in front, and it's Royal Tryst and Luis Saez to take the opener in 2022.
He won 3 races opening day last year. Defending Saratoga champion Jockey, Luis Saez strikes with Royal Tryst. Andy and Maggie on target in the opener. Royal Tryst for Mike Maker. Mike Maker off to a fast start once again.
Well, you know, Richie commented very early in the race to me it's a fast first quarter, and if you're betting on closers, you want to see the pace come together, and that's quick for Saratoga. And you can see how the race was run. It was definitely favorable towards the closers, but Mike Maker, Luis Saez, they feel like it's 2021 all over again.
Got off to that fast start, and look at Royal Tryst covered in that mud. So difficult for riders having to deal with their goggles and vision, but you could see him winding up around the far turn, Andy. You picked him up about the 3/8 pole. You knew he was going to be tough. He lost ground, but he got comfortable out of the kickback.
Not gonna lie, was pulling for Kendrick Carmouche on the rail a little bit with Parsimony. He came up short late. Kershaw was right there. He fired, but in the end, too much Royal Tryst.
Well, I think it's also a question should be asked. It's one race, and one race doesn't make anything. And very much this race favored the closers. The one, Parsimony's a horse that races where it's the lead, but the running in this race was done towards the outside down the stretch.
No question. Royal Tryst, Luis Saez, Mike Maker, and Richie, we touched on it during the course of the pregame show, just how important that is. Saez is a top jockey. He's going to ride a lot of good horses, but still, just to get that knock down that first one right away has to be a great feeling.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of that nervous energy opening day, and just to get, not just to get a ride, but get a win right away, it kind of almost lets you relax a little bit. You've gotten off to a good start, and these guys are pros. They're all good riders.
So there's one relaxed rider in the room now, and the rest of them are a little bit edgy.
No, they get a little of that nervous energy out of them.
You know, and Irad, though, when Luis Saez went by him, he must have thought, not this again.
And I thought, look, I mean, Ortiz had won 2 of the last 3 first races on opening day. Looked like it was going to be 3 of 4 for a few strides with Kershaw, but Luis Saez was having none of it as Royal Tryst, Maggie and Andy's top selection at a price. What price was he at post time? We can't see.
I think about 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Well done. Well done. Results, reaction when we come back. Also, for anyone who thought he might ride off into the sunset after that 5th Kentucky Oaks win, not happening. D. Wayne Lukas seeking a 7th Schuylerville today, 36 years after his first. That's next.
Idle perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race after race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
These folks, they aren't the unsung heroes, they are the heroes of our industry, and it's great to be part of an event that recognizes them for all they do for our game. Without them, we really wouldn't have the sport or the industry that we have.
So many of these people that are receiving these awards today have worked so hard, and you know, I think they should all be very pleased to even be a nominee to this thing because they're chosen by their peers.
A sports writer once described the commute from Manhattan to a racetrack upstate by riding. From New York City, you drive north for about 175 miles, turn left on Union Avenue, and go back 100 years. Legendary Red Smith's directions to Saratoga still ring true today. Maybe you've heard them before. But take a walk around this place. It's true. There is something about Saratoga that is, well, timeless. Is it the history? Maybe it's the people. Or could it just be the horses, legends of the sport who've graced these grounds over the last century and a half?
Domestic's the winner by 20 lengths.
Easy goer, New York's Horse of the Year has the lead in the Travers Stakes.
Essential Quality has won the Run Happy Travers.
Hard to say. What we do know is this. Every year, mid-July, a day of racing takes place that means as much to this town, these people, these horsemen, than just about any other every summer. And today is that day. So welcome back to Saratoga, the 154th season of racing at the Spa.
Horses training at sunrise, stunning sight, no matter how many times you've seen it. What you don't see very often is this. Fans at sunrise, hundreds of them lined up at the entrance of a racetrack, all waiting for this moment. And just like the horses, when the gates open, you better break running if you want good seats. Because it's showtime, the opening act of the greatest show on turf. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Opening day, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today, just outside the Paddock, alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Andy's already in a great mood because he's already pegged like a $13, $14 winner to start the day. Richie, again, we touched on this at the top of the show, the 25 summers you spent here at Saratoga. For our viewers watching that have never experienced opening day at the Spa, what's it all about?
The atmosphere. Everybody's so excited. It's like Christmas morning. You know, you're always looking forward to it. And there's a camaraderie amongst the fans, the spectators, the horse players. Everybody shares a passion for our game, and it's all on full display here.
Yeah, Saratoga's a family reunion every year. It's 40 days of reunions. I mean, people don't come to the racetracks the way they did in the past. They can bet online. They can watch the race online, preferably through Naira Bets, by the way. They don't need to come to the track the way they used to. There's more people following racing now, watching our show, than used to follow it back when we had bigger crowds because of the accessibility. But everybody comes to Saratoga, and everybody's happy to be in Saratoga.
Shameless plug, nothing wrong with that, especially when you hand out a 5-to-1 shot to kick off the day. Royal Tryst for Mike Maker. Maker's horses could not lose the first 3 weeks, opening week, the first 3 weeks of Saratoga last summer. Luis Saez, last year's champion jockey, boots home Royal Tryst. Gorgeous day in Saratoga Springs. After that monsoon that lasted about 10, 12, 15 minutes, we pick up the action rounding the far turn. Richie, Royal Tryst has found his best stride.
I think you used the proper terminology there. Luis Saez booting home Royal Tryst. He had to give this horse a ride. Lost ground after getting to save some ground early in the turn, but got out of that kickback, and he finished strong, getting a fast pace to close into, but a good, strong ride by Luis Saez.
No question about it. And listen, the best laid plans go to waste, especially at Saratoga. Everybody comes here with great expectations and great hopes. But Mike Maker, who started the meet off incredibly well last year, has started this meet off well. And I think for players, just pay a little extra attention to his horses. Don't bet them all blindly, but if you think one of his horses is a player, maybe move it up, especially early in the meet.
Winner, 3 wins opening day last year. Strikes in the opener, does Luis Saez. Royal Tryst, what'd you get, Andy? What'd you get? 13-20 to kick off the meet. Well done.
I'm going to have a lot of offers, so I appreciate all the love, but don't worry. I won't be delivering like that every day. I'll do my best, too, though.
You broke running, though. You got your position going forward. I'm proud of you. And
Problem
Set
is
the
I'm
tone.
old now, so I don't know if I have the stamina that I once had. That's the question, Richie.
We will find out. We will find out. Turn the page. This is what we're talking about. First 2-year-old race of the season. The future. 2-year-old fillies. Several first-time starters. Maiden special weight. As expected, Chocolate Gelato. Favored at 7-5. But this isn't the only race for 2-year-old fillies today. Later, the featured Schuylerville.
Sakawista on the outside now, puts ahead in front. Natural 8 on the rail, second by 2 Collins in third, then Famous Colony, and on the outside is our Little Margie as they pass the 8th pole. Sakawista draws clear by about 3 lengths. Our Little Margie on the outside now moves into second, and Collins is third, but Sakawista has the lead.
Sakawista, Chris McCarron, D. Wayne Lukas in the 86 Schuylerville.
And Sakawista actually went on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff a couple of years.
As a 3-year-old filly.
Yeah, the next year at Hollywood Park. I mean, what can you say about Wayne Lukas? A lot of people may remember and some don't. This is a man who dominated this game for a long time, Richie.
Absolutely, and Sakawista, my memory of her is I got taken down on her in the Bell Dame.
And never rode for him again.
No, I actually, Robbie Davis didn't ride for him again because he claimed foul against me, and he was on a horse trained by him.
I think that happened with P.G. Johnson once with another rider, as we may recall.
My memory, my old man got beat on her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies as the favorite, 1986. But as Andy mentioned, the following year, captured the Breeders' Cup Distaff at Hollywood Park. As for D. Wayne Lukas, he was just getting started in the Schuylerville. First of 6 wins, overall Golden Attraction, 2-year-old filly champions. Classic Elegance, most recent, 2004. Today, Lukas will try for a 7th Schuylerville, 36 years after his first. Guys, what were you both doing back in 1986? What are you guys up to?
I was riding.
I was in Saratoga.
Running around here?
I was in Saratoga baying the horses.
Because
having fun.
It's a thing, like,
enjoying my life.
A lot changes in 36 years. Like, a lot changes in 36 years. You want to see how much things have changed in 36 years? This is Andy Serling. No, they're really making us stretch out drama for this one. Andy Serling, Richie Migliori, and myself, just to lend perspective to how long it has been since D. Wayne Lukas won his first Schuylerville here. It with Sakawista, as we just saw. Still waiting for it.
I had to go back a long ways to find a picture of me with hair.
I like that picture. I thought it was pretty good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are we ever going to see it?
We won't see it because we don't have a TV.
We promise.
But let us know when it comes up.
All right.
There it is. Who the hell are those 3?
I'm on a bench on Broadway in Saratoga, actually, that picture. That's true.
Richie and Andy look like they're going on an audition for Bosom Buddies. And like I peaked in 3rd grade, what can I say?
Richie looks like a teen idol in that picture.
I mean, Tiger
look at
Beat
you.
magazine.
You're looking. You got a little the chest going on there with the buttons down. You're looking strong.
Oh man, we'll get
I'm
the
just
band
getting
back
ready to
together.
lose all my hair at that point.
Was that? Do you think you lost your hair because you started betting horses, or?
No, I was doomed. No, believe me, I've stayed young because I bet the horses. All right, because of betting the horses, I feel a lot younger than I am.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. So much has changed for better and worse since D. Wayne Lukas won his first Schuylerville, 36 years since his first. And today, D. Wayne Lukas trying to smash the record for most wins in the Schuylerville. Would be a 7th. Here is the field. 2-year-old filly sprinting 3/4 of a mile. Number 1, Just Cindy, 5-2 morning line favorite. Number 9, Summer Promise for Lukas, 3-1. Second choice. This is a big reason why, Andy. Summer Promise's debut 3 weeks ago at Churchill Downs.
No, she was terrific. The second place finisher, Danse Macabre, came back and won the turf at Colonial Downs yesterday. Now, does it flatter the race? It's not bad, but it was the turf. Wayne brings her back in just 19 days. And one thing, Richie, we know about Wayne Lukas, he is not afraid to come back on short rest.
No, and she won going 5 furlongs from the inside post. Had to be hustled a little bit. But once David Cohen, who rode her that day, and you get Luis Saez today, was able to settle on her and kind of put the bit into her mouth, her stride really leveled off, and that makes me feel good about her going 6 furlongs. I think she's a filly with her stride, and certainly being by Uncle Mo is going to appreciate as the distances continue to lengthen.
Because none of them have gone 6 furlongs in this race. Some of them have gone 4.5 in the first start.
Gary Stevens told us before the race how, quote, excited Lukas was about the filly. Summer Promise, what do you think how much of an advantage is it for her to be drawn towards the outside Summer Promise.
I think it is an advantage. She's quick enough that she's not going to be that far behind, but she's not forced into the race. And it's so important for a 2-year-old to get a little bit of confidence, get their legs under them. And she has an opportunity today to stalk instead of being forced to go to the lead.
No question about it. I don't think the rail compromises the one as badly because she's not a speed. And I'm going to be surprised, Richie, when after the race we're saying she lost because Irad got in trouble. It just doesn't happen that often.
A perfect segue. The Schuylerville favorite, Just Cindy, drawn inside, Andy. The key was proving she could stalk and pounce in her debut. That's key.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you would rather draw the outside post with her, and it makes your trip that much easier. But she showed that she could rate in her debut, and that's always the big question with these 2-year-olds, because so many 2-year-olds break their maidens on the lead first time out, but they're not necessarily speed horses.
But the difference today, though, Andy, is she's going to have to take kickback, which she didn't, even though she rated and came from just
like
off
she
the
drew
pace.
Inside. She's going to have
drawing
to take
inside,
Yep.
and some, especially young horses, sometimes react negatively to it.
How early on can you tell?
Almost immediately, and you'll see, like we can see it. A horse will be climbing, going more up and down instead of lengthening, going forward.
My question for you, though, is you're riding a horse like her, and you start taking the kickback and she's not happy. They can run through it sometimes, though. It doesn't mean they're automatically going to lose if you can get them out of it.
Well, that's when a jockey has to be the pilot, and you're flying through turbulence, right? And you've got to get control
all about that.
of the plane and make them kind of drop their head and go forward. And sometimes after the initial shock of it, they will settle and finish.
So jockeys aren't like me. I cry during turbulence. I can't speak for the others.
Would be a first Schuylerville first, our jockey, Irad Ortiz, and this series for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga. It's significant. It starts today with the Schuylerville. That is the first step. Next step, Grade 3 Adirondack, August 7th. And finally, Saratoga's marquee event for 2-year-old fillies, Grade 1 Spinaway, closing weekend, which ties this all together because last summer we were introduced to a filly by the name of Echo Zulu. She debuted opening day in a race just like the one we're going to see in a few moments, race 2 at Saratoga. She debuted opening day. She was 5-1, by the way, third choice. She won the Spinaway. She won the Frizette. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, a champion, and it all started here opening day last summer.
Well, as the late, great Harvey Pack used to say in these 2-year-old races, the fastest horse in the world. Well, right now, the first-time star, Chocolate Gelato, is the fastest horse in the world. This Todd Fletcher, Mike Rapoli horse is getting bet off the board. Will she deliver to her odds?
That's one of the beauties of Saratoga, though, the horses that you might get to see, the potential champions. And speaking of champion Echo Zulu, I communicated with her trainer, Steve Asmussen, earlier today. She got a clean bill of health from Dr. Bramblage. She is in Saratoga. She is on the grounds training.
Any chance we'll see her in the test?
He didn't commit to anything. He just said she's back in training
great.
And she's here on the ground.
It's great to hear. She's such a tremendous racehorse. She was just unbeatable last year and easily.
That was her last year, Echo Zulu. Again, $10, $11 if you liked her. And just circling back to Richie, what you were just discussing, we were expecting to see her in the Grade 1 Acorn against Madureira on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes. She was a vet scratch. She scratched at the starting gate. For that reason, has not raced since, but it sounds like she is on the improve, and we look forward to seeing her before long.
She was shipped to Kentucky for a full physical examination and make sure she was okay, and got a clean bill of health now.
Who will emerge from this second race? Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Race 2 Paddock report. Maggie, where we lean on you most, 5 of the 6 first-time starters. What are you seeing?
We'll start with number 6 in here, Chocolate Gelato, as she sold for $475,000 at the Tipton Gulfstream sale. And honestly, she's taking the most money here, and she is a bit of a physical standout. She's incredibly well balanced. She's very athletic looking. She has her mind on business, and maybe she should. Now, while I didn't necessarily love her workout of 10 flat, what I liked is her last workout coming in here, where she worked with an older filly, a 3-year-old filly, who we'll see in the Wilton Stakes a bit later, Goddess of Fire. She's multiple greatest stakes place. She was leading her from the inside. She was fairly headstrong, so she's indicating often that they will show speed in their debuts, but she worked head and head from there on out, and if anything was going better than her older stablemate, so that bodes well for her here. And really, sometimes, Lafitte, it's all relative to who they're facing, and for me, looking at this group physically, she's a bit of a standout.
Great stuff, Maggie. Thanks so much. 2-year-old fillies maiden special weight, $105,000 purse, 3 to 5 Chocolate Gelato, as expected.
Yeah, I don't know if we expected 3 to 5. She worked a very impressive 10 flat at the 2-year-old sale at Gulfstream Park back in March. A lot of money, especially when you look at the pedigree. I mean, Practical Joke, second year as a sire, got off to an incredibly first start. A horse who broke his maiden at Saratoga before winning the Hopeful and the Champagne as well, and the Allen Jerkins. You got to imagine she's a runner. There was a time when if Todd had a first-time start, it was odds on. They never lost.
Yeah. And listen, she's got 2 slow gate works, but just to get her lessons, then a strong work, off the pole, when they gallop into a work. I like that pattern, particularly for Todd's horses. And Practical Joke, 20% with his 2-year-old first-time starters.
No, he's a son of Into Mischief, and he is really picking up for Into Mischief as well. If you can't get to Into Mischief, try to get to him.
Post-parade, half a chance. First ride of the meet for Saratoga's all-time leading jockey, John Velasquez.
This horse ran well on the turf first time out, and you would think that as a daughter of Flatter, she'd be easily as good, if not better, on the dirt.
You'll hear from Wesley Ward shortly. Number 2 is Spelterini, Godolphin homebred debuting filly.
Yeah, first fall out of this mare keeps her cool, but the Grand Am Composure was a Grade 1 winner.
Number 3 will be Famous, Florida-bred first-time starter for our Sugar Bear stable.
She's my wise guy price horse in this race. Worked a very impressive 20 4/5 at the Ocala sale. She has more of a turfy pedigree in the dam side, but I think she's interesting.
Number 4, 30 Thou Kelvin, SJB stable debuting filly.
By Bolt de Oro, who's 8 for 22 with his first-time starters from his first crop. The mare was stakes placed on the turf, though. Maybe that's where this horse will wind up eventually.
2-minute drill, not owned by Bill Parcells, NBS stable first-time starter.
And this is a horse after some nice runners, including Big Gray Rocket. And it's nice to see Jason Barkley in Saratoga for the first time, I believe.
Yep. 17 to 1 outsider, Chocolate Gelato, Belmont winning team, Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli.
Strong human connections is out of a mare that just has had 3 foals, has not produced as of yet, but maybe Chocolate Gelato will get her off the mark.
2-year-old fillies, first 2-year-old event of the brand new Saratoga meet. 6 of them, 5.5 furlong sprint. Only 1 has experience. There she is. Half a chance with John Velasquez, trained by Wesley Ward, standing by with Acacia.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Wesley. And Wesley, half a chance. We saw her run first time out, but she was a little bit tough in the paddock prior to that race. What have you seen from her since then, and how did she act today?
She was really good today. She walked right in like a professional and saddled up, and all good.
She goes on to the main track today. What was the thought process in the surface switch?
She's sort of one of these fillies that's a dual surface, and from her race we brought her back to our home base at Keeneland, and Julio Garcia, who's my main work rider, breezed her twice on the dirt, and I gave him the option, what do you think is best, because there's a grass race coming up. And he goes, no, Wesley, he says, I say switch over to the dirt, so we did.
As she is the only one in this field with experience, and we know you're so proficient with the 2-year-olds, no matter what status or state they're in, but given the fact that she's facing a bunch of first-time starters, does that give you some more confidence, given that she knows what to expect?
Yeah, I'd say, she ran such a credible race her first time, and certainly the rain that we just had will help her. She's... a lot of it's going to be the first jump. If she gets away from there as quick as she did the first time, sometimes they can, from the one hole, they can be a little antsy in there. But if she gets away from there, it's a big advantage today, I think, having the 1 start. Albeit the favorite of Todd's is on the outside, so he won't have anyone outside him if he breaks slow or whatever to make up some ground. So that's a plus in his or a feather in his cap as well. But this filly's going to run good.
We can't wait to see her. Thanks for your time, Wesley.
Thank you very much.
Trainer Wesley Ward, so proficient with the 2-year-olds. As we know, Lafitte, and half a chance, has that experience edge.
And the vote of confidence, Acacia. She's going to run well, says Wesley Ward. Half a chance, Richie. And she ran well in her debut, flashing her speed only to be nailed late. Of course, that was on grass.
On grass, but a pedigree that makes you feel that she should be very, very comfortable. You can see her bobbling a bit on the turf there, and she's just fast. So maybe she's actually going to even improve. And the fact that she has experience, going 5.5, she should be on the lead. That's where I landed.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, listen, she's a generous price around 3 to 1 right now. Listen, maybe Todd Pletcher's horse is the fastest horse in the world, and Chocolate Gelato will win this race, but half a chance ran well on the turf, and her pedigree says she's supposed to handle dirt. I don't see anything wrong with her.
Maggie, what do you think? Half a chance.
And Lafitte, half a chance, yes, as you heard Acacia in that interview, cite the fact that she was obstreperous, to say the least, in the paddock and pre-race. Now, she thought about it when Wesley went to throw the tack on her back, but she settled in quite nicely thereafter, including out here on the racetrack. If anything, she's more tucked up, fitter looking than that debut race, and I was skeptical about her handling the turf, so I like this surface switch back to the dirt. She really is the best alternative, I feel, to the favorite in here. I can see both of them obviously being forwardly placed, plus half a chance has the experience, and last time she was narrowly beaten by a horse that had experience in Carey. Number 2, Spelterini. Interesting pedigree with this one. The second dam is Composure. It was a multiple Grade 1 winner, including winning the Las Virgenes, the Santa Anita Oaks, and makes the dam half to Centering, as well as Penwith, who won the Royal Delta, and both of them, or I should say, Centering by AP Indy and Penwith by Bernardini, and this filly by Bernardini. So I like when they do that cross. Godolphin, they produce some of the best bred horses in the world. She was asleep in the paddock, and then when she got out on track and Junior Alvarado took her away from the pony, she woke up, and boy, did I like the way she moved. She strikes me, as her pedigree would suggest, that she probably wants a bit further than this, but watch this filly. I have some interest in her, as we'll take a look at number 4, 30 Thou Kelvin, daughter of Bolt d'Oro. She's just gotten off to such an auspicious start as a sire, 8 for 22 with his 2-year-old first-time starters. It's more pedigree for the turf, as the guys were saying, and she looks it. 30 Thou Kelvin looks like a turf horse, moved like a turf horse. Danny Gargan can be dangerous, but I'll take the wait-and-see approach with running on the dirt first time out. Then the other horse that looked as though she fits these conditions well is the longest shot on the board in number 5, and here at 19 to 1, 2-minute drill. And on the bottom side, it's a fairly precocious pedigree. The dam won first time out. She went on to win the Grade 1 Princess Rooney, and all 3 of the other foals have won early in their careers. She looks like a precocious 2-year-old. She's got a lot of substance to her. She's strong behind the saddle. She's handled herself with the utmost professionalism. She is wearing blinkers first time out, which I don't love, but I wouldn't be surprised if this filly has a bit of early speed. I just think lower profile connections who haven't necessarily been as successful with debuting 2-year-olds are leading to that inflated price, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. 2-minute drill, 19 to 1, Richie.
Yeah, I just like Maggie talking about the precocity in the family. In the mare's 6 foals, 4 winners, 1 debut winner. She won on debut herself, like Maggie was talking about, and at a big price. I mean, I like when you see that run in the family. Horses win early.
Be interesting to see how Jason Barkley does. I always root for trainers that come here for the first time, bring their horses here. And, you know, as Graham Motion said to me once year, he said, you know, you come to Saratoga and you try and you think maybe you brought the right horses, and then you come up here and get your butt kicked. And sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But I'm wishing Jason the best of luck with this horse. I'm interested in Will Be Famous as a little bit of a price in here. I really like this horse's 2-year-old sales work, a 20 4/5, and Bruce Brown's going to fly a little under the radar. He's a good trainer, and I thought this horse might be interesting, maybe an underneath. If you think the 6 is going to win, a 6-3 exacta or something like that.
Will Be Famous, Jose Ortiz, 3-time Saratoga champion jockey. You were just looking at 2-minute drill with Ricardo Santana, and Santana back in New York. Amazing how quickly things can change, where Santana last year was big win after big win for trainer Steve Asmussen, the record breaker, as Asmussen became North America's all-time leading trainer. I believe 5 Grade 1 wins together. I know Santana, 5 Grade 1 wins last summer at Saratoga, and good to see him back in the spot. Interesting to see who he's riding for, what kind of success he has this summer.
Well, you know, it's tough to lose the main support of an outfit like Steve Asmussen. It's irreplaceable. But he and his agent now, Matt Musiker, have done a good job of getting their foot into other barn doors and making the most of their opportunities.
Matt is a tremendous agent. He also has Tyler Gaffleone. They work together. And Ricardo is such a good rider. He doesn't just win up here because he's riding for Steve Asmussen. Obviously, it helps. And it's helped Steve as well because he's a terrific rider.
He's just a good rider.
But he's a rider who's ridden big-priced horses for other outfits that have won, and he's going to do just fine.
Maybe the ride of the meet last summer, Maracuja, in the Coaching Club American Oaks, defeating an eventual champion.
No, very, very, very fair point.
Made so many key moves that helped contribute to that victory. And that's what it's horse racing at the end of the day. The only thing a rider can do is get the most out of their horses and put them in a position to win from it. I was interested. I was by the jockey room earlier today, and they were having the pre-meet meeting, the stewards, and what they expect from the riders. And now with the new riding crop rules, you're going to see a lot more thoughtful riding because they have to use it much more sparingly. You're going to see better horsemanship prevail.
What are the new rules?
You can't use it more than 6 times. You have to give a horse an opportunity to respond to what you're asking them to do. It's a very fine line between using the crop as an aid and overusing it. It becomes a punishment. I think you're going to see a lot more thoughtful riding and it used properly as an aid.
Something to watch for, especially when the real running starts in the stretch of these races at Saratoga. Andy, how good is Chocolate Gelato supposed to be, big picture?
Well, I don't know. One thing I try to stay away from as much as possible is information. Saratoga information will kill you. It really will. Everybody wants it. Remember something. Everybody comes up here loving their horses, and they want to win. Now, when Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli have a horse that costs us so much money, that gets bet like this, the chances this horse is good are pretty good. How good? Good news, we're going to find out.
Best performance by a 2-year-old you've ever seen here?
Debuter, I would say Unbridled Song. Incredible hype and amazing performance.
Unreal.
Devil's back.
For Woody Stevens.
Woody Stevens.
Back
Phil
in 84.
Cleves was, the former trainer was galloping him. Eddie Maple aboard.
What will we see here? First 2-year-old event of the summer. Maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies. All eyes on Chocolate Gelato on the outside. Johnny I standing by race 2, live Saratoga.
Set for the second race here at the Spa. And they're off. It is half a chance from that inside post going out for the early lead. 30 Thou Kelvin is running in second, and the favorite Chocolate Gelato is in third. And then it's a break of 2 back to 2-minute drill, who runs in fourth. Spelterini in fifth. The trailer Will Be Famous in sixth. Half a chance takes the field into the far turn. Half a chance leads here by a length as Chocolate Gelato, the favored firster, draws closer in second. 30 Thou Kelvin is next in third. On the move on the outside is 2-minute drill. 2-minute drill now up to third. 30 Thou Kelvin down on the inside in fourth. Farther back it is Spelterini and Will Be Famous. They are at the head of the stretch. The quarter went in 22-2. It is half a chance who is holding on to the lead here. Chocolate Gelato all out in second. 30 Thou Kelvin is next in third as they move for the 16th pole. It is half a chance who leads here by a length and a half. Putting in a big run on the outside is Spelterini coming on late, but half a chance holds on. Half a chance over Spelterini. Chocolate Gelato, the favorite, was third.
Saratoga's all-time leading jockey strikes in his first ride of the summer. Johnny Velasquez, half a chance, holds off a late charging Spelterini in the second.
That race under her belt certainly helped, especially that last 16th of a mile from a fitness perspective, but from a professional standpoint, she broke running, got very comfortable, and I love when Johnny Velasquez is on the lead and he's sitting so quietly around the turn. You know he's got horse, and he had enough left to hold off Spelterini after fighting off Chocolate Gelato.
And there's just no substitute for experience, and you're going to see it in Saratoga. You will see horses that will go on to win major races lose their debuts to horses that may end up in claiming races, but they have the experience. We've seen it before, and we'll see it again. And how weird is it to say that John Velasquez just won when Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli had a heavy favorite first-time star in the race?
In a 2-year-old event. You can see the Rapoli colors, the orange with Chocolate Gelato trying to cut into half a chance's lead. John Velasquez having none of it. Spelterini closing with giant strides. The Wesley Ward, Bill Mott, Todd Pletcher trifecta. Richie, any excuses for the odds-on favorite Chocolate Gelato?
She broke a half a step slow. She had to be used from the outside to clear a little bit, but she had every chance from the quarter pole to the wire.
They have to be disappointed in this effort by her. And listen, as you say, it's a first-time starter. But Todd Pletcher wins with his first-time stars when they're supposed to win, so I imagine they are disappointed.
Wesley Ward said she's going to run well. She did. She graduates. John Velasquez, Wesley Ward, CJ Thoroughbreds, half a chance. Breaks through in her second career start. Experience proving key. Results, reaction when we return. And later, the first mile dirt race at Saratoga in 30 years. The Wilton Stakes and the Wilton Chute. 3-year-old fillies in the first of 2 stakes races on opening day. You're watching Saratoga Live.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire and the best son of Curlin at stud to date. Physically impressive and dominant on the track. Winner of the Grade 1 Cigar Mile and the Grade 2 Pennsylvania Derby, where he defeated Gunrunner, Nyquist, and Exaggerator. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection. Connect, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What downpour before the first race. Gorgeous day in Saratoga Springs. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Entering the winner's circle. He's done it so many times, Richie. Johnny Velasquez, half a chance at race number 2.
Johnny Velasquez has been riding so well in such good form. And when riders start to get older, you see some of their skills start to deteriorate. I don't see any of that with Johnny. His legs are just as strong, rock solid, and he still rides as smart and enthusiastic a race as when he was younger.
I never saw your skills deteriorate, Richie.
I didn't get to go that far. I 44, I was finished.
Richie's going to show Andy his quads. Meantime, we go to Acacia in the winner's circle with Johnny V.
Pleased to be joined by winning jockey John Velasquez, who's well accustomed to finding the winner's circle. Johnny, good way to start off the meet. I know you've been up here a lot of times, but getting here to this winner's circle on opening day, that has to feel really good.
It doesn't get old. It doesn't matter how long I've been coming up here. It's a lot of fun. Tell us, when you get a horse on the interview, you expect them to do something and go and run the races that you think that they can run, and she showed up really well. Although she kind of outbreak herself out of the gate. She stumbled out of there, trying to come out of there a little too fast, but she recuperated right away, so very, very pleased with that.
She was the only one in the field with experience, and that really seemed to show today. She was a lot more professional this afternoon.
No, absolutely, and like I said, she was a little too fast out of the gate. After that, she actually settled much better, actually, even for the first time on the grass. She was a little aggressive. Even today, she was in the lead, and I put my hands down, and she relaxed, and I was very comfortable with what she was doing.
Now, I wanted to ask you later in the stake in the Wilton, you'll be on the rail on Goddess of Fire. I know you had a chance to break from the chute Tuesday morning. What were your impressions of it, as I know you volunteered to go to the rail?
Yeah, I did volunteer. I guess I'm the oldest, so I have a little more experience. I get it, so let me take the rail. No, I thought it was really well, though. So we had to see how it's going to play out during the race. Obviously, different strategies. Everybody's had different ways to run the race, and see how we take care of one another. I think we have plenty of room. It's just about doing the right thing for the horses and stay safe.
And how important is that break from the chute?
To tell you the truth, with my horse, I don't have a lot of speed, so it's not that much of concern for me. I'm just going to come out running to try to get a position. So it's not much of a concern and trying to get in a position that I want to. I just want to get a position that she'll be comfortable with.
Always appreciate your insight, and congratulations on the nice winner opening day, Johnny.
Thank you very much.
Hall of Famer John Velasquez, one of the greatest guys, as he is well accustomed to finding this winner's circle.
He's like, really? I got to deal with the rail again? The first time out of that Wilson chute, Johnny Velasquez. And I go back to something Javier Castellano said. We touched on this at the top of the show. And that test drive went very well from the Wilson chute. But Javier's like, you know how different it is in the afternoon when there's actual race riding going on in a real race? He's like, that was practice.
It's completely different. In situations like that, you're working together. You have a common goal. In the afternoons, you're working against each other. You're trying to beat the other guy. And a jockey's job is to compromise his competition as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
No question about it. And I think that also goes along with what we were talking about with experience with 2-year-olds. There's no substitute with experience. Working out in the morning, you may work with another horse. It's so much different than being out there in the afternoon. And I don't think it'll be interesting to see the first race being run today. As time goes on, the riders and the horses, but the riders especially have to learn to get used to what works, what doesn't work.
Exactly. Horses not yet in the paddock behind us, so we have a few more moments to dive deeper into the Wilton Stakes later this afternoon out of the Wilson chute. Here's the field. We've discussed the chute, why it was reconstructed, and now the 3-year-old filly's actually running in the Wilton Stakes. Number 7, Tarabi, 5-2 morning line favorite. This was her latest 3-year-old debut. Churchill under the lights, Andy. Tarabi just ran second to a really nice filly that night.
She did. On the 1s and 2s, a former stakes winner for Norm Cassie, I believe, and also famed to his third is a half to last year's 3-year-old champion, Essential Quality. She's been very, very good. We've talked about how dominant Echo Zulu was last year. Well, nobody knows better than Cherie DeVoe and Tarabi because she kept beating her by open lengths. If it wasn't for Echo Zulu, she would have won the Grade 1 Spinaway, and she ran very well without a perfect trip that day. I tried the old tried and true handicapping angle of taking the best horse in the race, and I picked Tarabi because I think she's the best horse in here.
The deep analytic approach
yes,
for Andy coming up with his winner in the Wilson Stakes. Javier Castellano, outside post, favorable, we think. What does he try to do early on?
Well, she's going to be forwardly placed. He's going to come out and run and get his position going forward. And you can actually make the case she would have won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly as well. She finished third there because she was chasing Echo Zulu, and it's very debilitating for a horse to chase a superior horse, and when they run away from you, kind of pulls the heart out of you.
And also remember, she didn't have a race between the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and the Spinaway. She missed her prep race, which put her even more behind the 8 ball. I was excited to see her back. I texted Cherie DeVoe about it when she ran her first race because she's a very, very promising filly. Angitude is probably the speed, but she should be stalking.
Has never raced in a stakes. This will be her stakes debut. Angitude never raced beyond 3/4 of a mile. Let's revisit her latest. Allowance Company last month. Churchill, Andy. Angitude dishing heat, taking heat, and prevailing late.
And it was a solid field. I don't think there's anything wrong with the horses she ran against. The biggest question I think will be on people's minds is, okay, she won at 5.5 furlongs. Now she's got to stretch it out to a mile, and that is a big ask. Trainer Brad Cox, for what it's worth, at Naira, he's 4 for 7, stretching from a sprint to a route. They were short-priced horses, though, much shorter than Angitude is going to be.
She's got to carry her speed 550 more yards than she did last time. That's a big ask.
We'll see how she handles the added distance. 1 mile, the Wilson chute, Wilton Stakes. First mile dirt race at Saratoga in 30 years. Historic. Later, first Grade 1 of the meet on Saturday. The Diana Chad Brown, 6-time winner, unleashes a pair. Bleecker Street, undefeated. All she does is win. And technical analysis, perfect on this course. 2-time Grade 2 winner at Saratoga. That's next.
Lady Eli on her outside, and they both storm for home together. They're into the stretch. Kedor in front. Here's Lady Eli charging on the far outside. Antono sneaks through an opening at the fence. Kedora's fighting hard. Lady Eli comes at her from the outside. Antono comes at her from the rail. The three of them battle it out to the wire in the Diana. Here's the finish. It is the dauntless Lady Eli.
Not many more popular in recent years. Lady Eli, Andy, so many layers to her story.
No, it's an incredible story of so many things. An amazing talent. Overcame an injury that we lose a lot of horses
She
when they
almost
have it.
died.
And to come back and still be able to race, because that was post-injury, in her Grade 1 form, it's a remarkable tale.
It's practically unheard of. I mean, what she did was historic, and what Chad Brown, was able to accomplish with her after, her battles, for her health, phenomenal.
She literally stepped on a nail to say, 15 minutes after she won the Belmont Oaks invitation.
She had laminitis. A lot of horses aren't able to come over. Chad Brown, Cherie DeVoe, who worked for him at the time, they basically spent their lives with her for a period of time as she was getting back to health and thinking we just want to save her. Never thinking she's going to even be able to race again. I mean, that's a dream you wouldn't have. You're just trying to save her. And to come back, and I remember she came back and returned to Boston Spa. She lost. It didn't matter. The fact that she was able to come back and even race competitively was remarkable.
Truly adored. What a mare, Lady Eli. As for her trainer, Chad Brown, he's owned the Diana of late. Just look at those names. Lady Eli, Sister Charlie, Rushing Fall, 6-time winner. Had a 5-year streak, ended last summer. It might be time to start another. Cue the animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. And it is the Diana. First of 17 Grade 1 flat races this summer. Older mares, numbers 1, 3, 4, 6. Trained by Chad Brown, 2/3 of the field. I like his chances, Richie. We start with Bleecker Street, the filly that you said doesn't know how to lose, and your top moment of the Belmont meet.
I just have fallen in love with Bleecker Street because she quietly just keeps answering every challenge put in front of her, steps her game up, and does what's required. And that's what champions do. They do what's required. I'm a big fan.
If she's going to be the champion, she's going to have to beat out another horse in Chad Brown's barn, and Regal Glory, who has the upper hand now. But she did something in New York Handicap that distinguishes good horses from the best horses. She won despite the fact that there was absolutely no pace in the race whatsoever. She was dead last early. They wanted to use the excuse the favor Rogier didn't win because there was no pace. She was behind Rogier, and she still won the race, and that is the mark of the really good ones. They win big races when things are against them.
52 opponents faced, 52 opponents defeated. Ortiz enjoying that one, Andy. How far has Bleecker Street exceeded expectations?
I mean, she won her first race at Monmouth and her second race at the Meadowlands in their meet. To be perfectly honest, in most situations, those horses end up running in claiming races. She was running buyer figures in the 60s. And I think it's horses like Bleecker Street that show the brilliance of Chad Brown. To be fair, he gets a lot of very good horse and expensive horses. But a horse like that, she could have been lost in obscurity, running in claiming races, claimed, never to be heard from. And to build to what she is now?
Yeah, and allowing horses to improve and blossom and having owners that are patient enough to allow you to get them to that point. She's, to me, I even like the way she looks. She's like that plain brown wrapper, very kind eye on her. And then on the race course, she becomes a
Tiger.
Killer. Yeah.
Tiger. Again, she's just all she does is win. Bleecker Street, but she's never raced here at Saratoga. This filly has technical analysis, guys. In fact, she has thrived at Saratoga, and she can win elsewhere, Richie, as seen in the Gallery at Maryland Preakness weekend.
Yeah, and just adding to bench strength, if you will. Just, another horse that has turn of foot, maybe a bit more tactical than Bleecker Street.
She is. I mean, she is a horse that can stalk a little bit. She can run in the front end. We'll see how it develops. And it was this win in the Gallery that gave Chad Brown the confidence to take a shot in the Diana. Because before that, he was thinking more of mile races, getting her to races like the First Lady and the Matriarch, races she may still be pointing for. But he thinks she can stretch to 1 1/8 because her last race in the Gallery was flat out brilliant.
Brownout brewing in the Diana. Technical analysis, Bleecker Street, Rogier, and in Italian. Andy, how has Chad Brown managed this stranglehold on the East Coast filly mare turf division for so many years.
Well, one of the things is that people are afraid to run against him, to be honest with you. And, you know, you hear these criticisms, which I don't understand. Shad Brown has 4 in the Diana. Okay, but he's the one running his horses. The horses that aren't facing aren't running. Now, Al Stall's going to try him, and, of course, Charlie Appleby's going to try him in here as well. But he's been a great trainer, but his success with fillies and mares on the turf has really been incredible.
Remember what happened last year in this race? Godolphin ran 1-2. Charlie Appleby ran 1-2. Athika Summer Romance. Defending champs are back for more, Andy. They're here with Creative Flair. How good is she?
Well, that's the question, because we haven't seen her since she made one run over in the Middle East. Last year, they came in with a 1-2 finish in the Justa game, and they ran very well. The credentials were stronger. Her credentials are just sort of okay. So if you like her, you're banking on her having taken a big step forward, Richie.
Well, and also that Charlie Appleby has just got such a good handle on what horses will excel in North American racing. You know, there's a specific type. The races are run different here than maybe the way they would race on foreign soil, right?
And he had such an incredible year last year with his shippers that anything short of utter perfection basically is a disappointment. He ran second in both the big races at Belmont last weekend. His career could be over.
8 Grade 1 victories in North America for Charlie Appleby, looking to go back-to-back in the Diana. 84th running. We'll have live coverage right here on Saratoga Live. Meantime, our opening day coverage continues. Sun's out, fans are out. Big day at the Spa, kicking off the 154th meet at one of the oldest active sporting venues in North America. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Cold Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again. Wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always race medication free, making little Run Happies at Claiborne Farm. Gearing up for the third at Saratoga. $40,000 claimer, mile and a 16th. Our first look at grass racing this afternoon, 3-year-olds and older. There's number 9, Grand Journey. Andy, the class dropper is a big factor in terms of the handicapping for this one.
Well, sure, because the favorite High Tide, who is absolutely way the horse to beat over any of his last 3 efforts, 2 wins and a 4th. But it's the opening day of the meet, and they're running him $40,000. Listen, they claimed him for $35,000. They've made plenty of money. They'll collect almost $40,000 with a win here. He's definitely getting claimed. So it's not a money-losing proposition. But this horse has run better than $40,000 in his last 3 starts. I'm a little bit suspect. I picked him second, though.
2 races back. This is actually Grand Journey and Takafumi. While Grand Journey finishes in front of Takafumi, Andy, I know you like Takafumi the one to exit this race in terms of today's third race?
Yeah, I think it's crazy right now that Grand Journey's 7-2 and Takafumi is 6-1. Now, they both may be overmatched. This is a tough spot. But Grand Journey had a fairly soft trip. Didn't run badly, didn't have a perfect trip, but a soft trip. Takafumi had nothing but trouble in this race, forced out coming in the stretch, and had a much, much worse trip. And Takafumi's claimed by Mike Maker, who does very well off the claim in the turf, also for owner Mike Dubb, perennially one of the leading owners in New York at every meeting, coming off a Belmont Park leading owner meeting. While his Grand Journey was claimed by Rudy Rodriguez, who is 4 for 49 over the last 5 years off the claim on turf, with an ROI where you got back to about 27 cents for every dollar you bet.
You'll hear from Mike Dubb shortly. Richie, how much different are these mile and a 16th grass races than the mile and a 16th grass races we watched at Belmont the last 2+ months?
Much different. You know, you're running into a first turn where at Belmont it's, you know, a chute and a gradual, especially the Widener turf. So getting good position, being able to hold position in the first turn, to me is critical.
No question about it. I agree. And getting an inside post with Takafumi and high tide helps them. Certainly doesn't hurt.
The rare premature move, Richie, on grass that pays off high tide.
Yeah, he showed that he was able to middle move and continue. And I think that's what makes him doubly dangerous. Obviously the drop, but that he's versatile. If they go very slow, he can pick up the running and make an elongated run. If they go very fast, he can come from off the pace. It feels to me that they're looking to win early, get the meet off to a right start.
I get it. But I still wonder a little bit because this guy has been running races that make him worth a lot more.
Post-parade, Takafumi, first ride of the meet for Tyler Gaffleone, married in Saratoga on Tuesday.
I'm riding this Mike Maker train along. I picked this one on top off the trip last time, but he will have to run the best race of his life to win this race.
One win and it's a train. High tide, handicapper is very polarized on the class drop.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it two ways. Is it a suspicious drop? You know, or maybe the horse isn't doing as well as he did. I think it's a well-placed horse to win.
Street Copper, Maryland bred, Maryland Invader.
I think this is a price horse that has a chance to outrun his odds. He was on top of a pace last time that totally fell apart. His race last time, off a layoff, better than it looks.
Number 6, Attentive. First after the claim, Joe Sharp. Irad Ortiz takes over.
A claim from Mike Maker. From a good horseman for 50, drops for 40.
He's a former boss.
Former boss,
Tiberius Mercurius. Recent grass form isn't pretty, but drops in class. Louis is looking for a second win.
The other runner for Mike Maker, this one for Three Diamonds Farm. Don't fall asleep on this guy. He can be perhaps a little forward, and he's met tougher horses recently.
Grand Journey on the outside, 7-year-old. First after the claim, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, he's in terrific form. I can't knock him, but Rudy's numbers off the claim on turf are weak, and this is a tougher spot. I much prefer the horse he beat last time, Takafumi.
Third race, Saratoga. First grass race here on opening day. Another look at Takafumi. Over, under, where would you set the number of claims for high tide in this third race? Over, under, how many?
16.
I think that's a actually good line. And for people that don't know how it works, there'll be more if there's more than one claim in for a horse. They assign everybody a number, and they shake a pill bottle, and the number that comes out, that now it's your horse.
Just to reiterate for new viewers, a lot of viewers that might not follow the sport, watching on a big day like opening day Saratoga, claiming race, all of these horses are for sale.
Right, and the claiming races were instituted to give people an opportunity to run horses with abilitied horses, right? If you're going to drop a horse in, let's say, like a high tide, if he's so much better, well, you're going to lose him. So you don't want to give a horse away.
Set the line at 16 claims. We'll see who winds up with high tide after this one. You were looking at Takafumi, owned by Mike Dubb. Dubb standing by with Acacia.
And somebody who knows quite well how to win and be up in the game for those owners' title at Saratoga. Mike Takafumi, you claimed. Did you claim this horse with Saratoga in mind?
I did, yes. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about picking horses and claiming and wanting to bring them up to be successful at the Spa.
Well, I look at consistency. I look at, what I think is their heart. Obviously, we look a little at the numbers. I look at the trips, and I go with my gut. So here we are. It's opening day. we claimed the horse. We're in the race. The next step is hopefully get to the winner's circle.
Got to be in it to win it. And wanted to ask you quickly in the Schuylerville later today, too. You do actually have, excuse us, you do actually have a filly in there, Music Man Sandy, broker maiden at Delaware. Can you tell us a little bit about what we can expect from her?
Well, for starters, named after my good friend Sandy Goldfarb, who is a music junkie. He always looking for great music. But it's an accelerate filly, and what doesn't show up in the PPs is the horse threw a complete fit before the race. And I really thought they were going to scratch the horse. The horse was bucking and took 7 or 8 minutes to get in the gate. And so I kind of felt like, well, maybe this horse expended enough energy that it would not run very well. But it still ran well despite expending that energy. So, you know, I'm hoping not to have a repeat of that and excess energy to use in the race.
Some terrific insight and impressive performance despite that. Best of luck later and here too, Mike.
Thank you so much.
Always appreciate catching up with Michael Dubb and claiming horses to go for that owner's title here, Lafitte.
So much success over the years. One of the biggest builders on Long Island, Mike Dubb, Richie, and someone who's given so much to the people of the Backstretch community here in New York.
Incredible what Michael Dubb has done for the lives of the people in the Backstretch, people that have young children, to create Anna House and have the housing and then the new dormitories. I mean, it's just such a great thing to have people that work so hard have a comfortable place to live.
Like a daycare. It's the Anna House.
Anna
one
House,
here
yeah.
at Saratoga as well.
The Anna House is an incredible project, and Mike is obviously instrumental in that as well. But to be able to provide that care and the teaching as well to the children and the people on the Backstretch, it's something that Naira can be very proud of. And there really is nothing going on in the Backstretch that's to the benefit of the people in the Backstretch that Michael Dubb doesn't have a hand in. I mean, whether it's the chaplaincy in their new building, whatever's going on back there, Michael's involved.
What Tyler Gaffleone is going to have a hand in, Richie, is trying to keep Takafumi running straight.
Yeah, but I think the rail really benefits Takafumi, obviously from the ground saving standpoint, but also this is a horse that has a bit of a propensity to want to lug in or drift in towards the rail. He doesn't have to worry about holding him off other horses, Andy.
Yeah, no, we talk about that with lug-in horses. Right? Horses, lug-in horses, it's bad to draw the outside because they're not comfortable. They got to get to the rail. Drawing the inside with a rail runner just makes them comfortable immediately. Yep. The question is, can they get outside and make that close? Because some horses like Street Sense. Street Sense is one of the most talented sort of rail runners I can remember.
Yeah, and then a horse has to be brave. Brave enough to go through the spot.
2007 Derby winner Street Sense Takafumi, Tyler Gaffleone. He'll have his hands full. High Tide, versatile, gelding, dangerous. Suspect class dropper. Do they just want to win a race here at Saratoga? The current 7-5 favorite was 5-2 on the morning line. And we have a lot of viewers watching, Andy, that play a lot of sports, right? And you look at our odds, and as far as odds when you're playing baseball games in the afternoon, High Tide there, plus 140, the equivalent of 7-5 odds.
Exactly. Let me also say something else. The second choice was the 2B here in that scratch. David would have made this horse 8-5 without that horse in the race. But yeah, that's the way it is if you want to compare it to odds. Obviously, the 5-1, 13-1, straightforward. 7-5 is like taking the underdog in a baseball game and getting 7-5.
Plus 140, High Tide 7-5. With Jose Lezcano, Richie at 6-5. Because again, we mentioned he is versatile. He's run from far back. He's been closer to the pace. That move in the middle of the race of his most recent victory. What do you expect Lezcano to do early on?
I think he's going to be forward. I don't see a tremendous amount of pace in here the way I looked at the race, Andy. And I think the pace could come from the 5 Street Copper. And he's going to be right in behind him, don't you think?
You know, it's an interesting call. And it's very hard to predict paces. I use the Timeform Pace Projector, which uses their pace figures, but other factors as well. And they have High Tide and the 9 Grand Journey as the 2 speeds in this race with the 2, 3, and 5 behind. But as you know, Richie, so much is dependent on how the riders ride.
First grass race of the meet. Final thoughts here, Acacia.
I like the number 3, Takafumi. I'd actually liked him last time as he is much more of a turf horse, and he looks even fitter today. Super athletic, as we heard from Mike Dubb. He and Mike Maker are so sharp claiming these horses and pointing them to these types of races up at Saratoga. The number 4, High Tide, I thought last time out in that race, he actually, and it doesn't show in the short comment, leapt up a little bit at the break. He was really awkward out of the gate and then was a little bit flat. Keep your eyes on how Jose Lezcano breaks him. He's a quirky horse. It sometimes can be a little bit tough to keep focused. The 5 Street Copper, this is the horse I've always had a bit of an affinity for. This is the right spot for him. He has the speed. The question is, can he sustain it versus these? But he looks a picture and stacks up nicely as he is coming out of Restricted Stakes Company, Lafitte.
First summer at Saratoga, jockey Trevor McCarthy, Acacia, and something to watch, Richie, right from the start with High Tide and how he gets out of the blocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Position critical on these turf courses.
Another look at number 7 there, Tiberius Mercurius. Saez and Maker looking to strike for a second time on opening day. Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. From the outside, it is Grand Journey who's trying for that early lead. Tiberius Mercurius is right there. And then comes Street Copper. Down on the inside is Takafumi. Then comes Attentive, and the early trailer will be the favorite High Tide in 6th as the field races around the clubhouse turn. And the Grand Journey has the lead here. It is Grand Journey in front and getting clear by 2.5 lengths. Tiberius Mercurius runs in 2nd, and down on the inside is Takafumi next in 3rd. It's a 1.5 lengths to Attentive, who's running in 4th. On his inside is Street Copper as High Tide remains the trailer in 6th. High Tide has dropped 8 lengths or so from the lead. The quarter 1 in 24 and 3, and the leader is Grand Journey. Grand Journey in front here by 2.5 lengths. Then it is Tiberius Mercurius running in 2nd. Takafumi on the inside next in 3rd, followed by Attentive. And then comes Street Copper and High Tide at the back as the field starts the run around the far turn. Tiberius Mercurius making a run now on the outside of Grand Journey. It's Grand Journey and Tiberius Mercurius. They are right together. Attentive has moved up into 3rd, and now High Tide makes his move on the extreme outside as they come for the head of the stretch. Grand Journey, Tiberius Mercurius, they are right together. Attentive is looking for a way through. Then comes Street Copper. High Tide is out in the middle of the course, and there's less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Grand Journey. Here is High Tide on the outside, and High Tide takes the lead in deep stretch, and High Tide gets the job done as the 6-5 favorite.
6-5 favorite delivers in this 3rd race at Saratoga. High Tide from far back with Jose Lezcano.
Just the best horse. Bumbled the brake a little, didn't have any speed in the first turn, circled up wide. He was just better than this group in our first 3 races run here in Saratoga. Irad Ortiz Jr. has 3 second-place finishes.
Wow. It's over for him. He may have to go somewhere else. You know, this horse I think is a lot more the best than it may appear because this race didn't fall apart. It's not as though it was a fast pace and it came back because he was well back early. He ran, the others ran okay. But let me ask you a question, Richie. You win the shake for him. Are you happy? Or do you think maybe he ran well enough to win for 40, but I'm not going to be able to raise him up and win?
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely questions. And I got to apologize to Irad Ortiz. It's actually his brother Jose was 2nd here. They look alike on a horse.
You're trying to give him a 2nd place finish. You're trying to promote him.
High Tide. We'll see where he's headed, how many claims submitted. Sharp having won 3 of his last 4. Victory for trainer Carlos Martin here on opening day, and Jose Lezcano. High Tide at 6-5. Results, reaction when we come back, and later this evening, the first installment of Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk. Tom Amoss, Al Stall, forced to share a dorm together at LSU, college roommates, now forced to share a cart with JK. That's coming up this evening, the first edition of Cart Talk from Saratoga.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
The excitement of a brand new summer of racing at Saratoga. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Hopefully you locked in on high tide, wondering about the class drop, and even as you mentioned, the win. But it would be understandable if that was the thought process. Should we have dropped him in today?
Yeah, no, I think that the Connections will be very happy with the result. They got the win. They're going to get claimed, and the way he ran, he wasn't winning for 62.5, and he wasn't winning a non-winners of 2 allowance race, and that's what he's eligible for.
That versatility for him key today, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. He did bumble the brake a little bit and really didn't have any early speed whatsoever. Jose Lezcano, I thought, put together a really good Belmont meeting quietly. I thought was riding very well and continued his good riding here with getting his first win of the meet.
Couldn't you almost argue that Jose Lezcano typifies how terrific this colony is? You almost don't even notice it, and the guy is one of the best riders in the country.
That deep.
Yep.
That deep. And trainer Carlos Martin, very good trainer. Standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle. Acacia.
As high tide, impressive winner today, claimed and on to his next home, Carlos, but has to be really exciting to see him get back to the winner's circle. I know he's been a little bit of a quirky horse from time to time.
Such a nice horse, hard trying horse. You know, everybody wants to win at Saratoga. We kind of had an idea for 40, we may lose him, but he's been good to us. The M&A Guy era, they're great partners. They want to win races, and you know, you have to sometimes put them where they belong to win. And Saratoga's a tough place. Everybody's shooting top, so I'm happy with the win.
Did have that drop in class, and talk to me about the trip today. Got out of the gate cleaner this afternoon as well.
It's so funny. We were talking about some old friends and clients about instructions. With a jockey like Jose Lezcano, what instructions are you going to give him? Everybody said no speed, go to the lead. I have all the Monday morning quarterbacks telling me how to train my horses. I have a great family, thank God. I have opinions, and he took the horse back to last. He knows the horse, and the horse responds to him.
Such a strong riding colony. And you mentioned wanting to win at Saratoga. You think back to a horse that you had like Come Dancing, who won the Ballerina here. I mean, how special is it getting those big wins at this racetrack?
It means everything. I mean, we work all year. Everybody wants to win at Belmont and Aqueduct, and the Naira does a great job with this meet. But this is the premier meet, I think, in the world. And my boss and good friend and client, Mark Holliday, is the new chairman of Naira. So it's all good, very positive.
Well, congratulations on starting it off well.
Thank you.
A nice winner for the team, and Jose Lezcano doing what he does best, and that's ride winners, Lafitte.
Everyone knows best, especially when they're related, right? You have a lot of that, Mig, you know, cousins, aunts, uncles. Like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that in the race?
My whole career. Brothers, guy I got my coffee from,
I never questioned
everybody.
you, though, ever.
Never?
Never questioned you. I knew that you were the expert.
Just be glad you were riding like before Twitter.
Oh,
in the
man.
and
I have thin skin anyway.
And before you could get on Twitter and respond to people as well.
Yeah, right.
We turn the page. More grass racing. Fourth race here on opening day. Maiden special weight event, mile and 3/8. Here at Saratoga. 3 turns, 3-year-olds and older. Field of 8, Andy. 2-1 favorite. Remote. What'd you come up with here?
I think this is a stand position race to take a stand against Remote, who I think is an absolutely dreadful favorite. He's had his chances in softer spots.
Who's the dreadful favorite?
The 3 Remote,
Oh.
who's 2-1
Okay.
right now. I think he's a major bet against in this race. Now, who's going to win? I don't know. I think the 7 Afghan is dangerous in the front end, but I picked the 6 Snows Island, who did not get a good trip last time, and I'm hoping it gets a better one today. I've used the 6 and 7 in some doubles, box from the exacta, but bet the 6 Snows Island to win.
The trip. 3 turns, mile and 3/8 on grass here at Saratoga.
Imperative to save ground on at least 2 of those 3 turns. You don't want to be caught wide the entire trip, especially on the inner turn.
Keep in mind, they're different than they run at Belmont. At Belmont, we could run 1 and 3/8 around 2 turns, and that's what Remote did last time, and now it's 3 turns. Very, very different races.
Suspect favorite, says Andy Serling, and that's what we love. Opening day, a little bit of everything so far, right? It's a $20,000 claimer, mile and 1/8 on dirt. We had a 2-year-old filly sprint on dirt. Now a couple of grass races. We'll see how this next one unfolds. 3 turns, mile and 3/8 with the fans here at the Spa. Coverage continues opening day from Saratoga, the 154th season. We'll be right back.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf, going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Scat Daddy trying to reel him in as they come down to that last furlong. And Warwolf comes on now, third on the outside. It is still Teufelsberg. Teufelsberg at the 16th pole. Scat Daddy chasing him home. Down to the wire. Teufelsberg, Scat Daddy. Scat Daddy nipped him. Nipped him right at the wire.
Thriller in that Sanford. Scat Daddy, very good colt in his own right. Also his sire to Triple Crown winner Justify in 2018. And we lost him way too soon.
Yeah, it turned out to be a terrific sire, and it was a shame we didn't get to see more of his progeny. But how did he ever get there? He had no chance to get there.
Impossible.
I must have bet Tufflesburg.
Beautifully
have
timed.
to bet him there. It's amazing when you think about the number of stallions that Todd Pletcher trained. You look at almost any race, and there's just multiple horses that were trained by Todd Pletcher. It's sort of amazing. Looking at today's hero race, the first time I've ever seen a race up here where Todd didn't train any of the sires.
You see Pletcher, Velasquez, they're one Derby together with Always Dreaming and the damage, Richie, they've done 6 Sanford victories together in one of the most important races for 2-year-old of the summer.
Just an incredible trajectory. Their career was on like the same path, and they both had such a hand in each other's Hall of Fame resumes.
And 2 of them, Scat Daddy and More Than Ready, have been incredible sires. We lost Scat Daddy, as you said, too soon, but he left quite a mark. And More Than Ready continues to be one of the best sires in the game.
I don't know where this wind came from. I'll tell you where Major Dude came from, debuting at Monmouth. How impressed were you, Richie? Major Dude bound for the Sanford this weekend.
I was very impressed because of the professionalism he showed. To find a seam, split horses the way he did so resolutely. Some young horses will be shy about that. They've never confronted situations like this. Only so much schooling you can do in the morning. And there again, all of Johnny Velasquez's Hall of Fame skills on display, not taking the married man's route around, cutting corners and finding spots.
He's going to have to get a lot better to win this Sanford. But I'll say one thing about Todd Pletcher's horses. Over the years, he has brought a number of 2-year-olds that broke their maiden at Monmouth in seemingly slow races against mediocre horses that have improved substantially in stake races at Saratoga.
Something to file away when preparing to handicap this wide open Sanford. And Todd Pletcher, also represented by number 4, Forte, Richie, runaway winner in his debut at Belmont Park.
And let me correct, he's not 12 to 1 on the line. He's probably the morning line favorite of the second choice.
Forte?
That is not accurate, yes.
His debut, Richie.
Very impressive. And honestly, 5 furlongs, he looked like he wasn't as comfortable having to be hustled along. I think he'll appreciate stretching out to the 6 furlongs, but to put this kind of separation on a field of horses as quickly as he did and then to win as easily as he did, he was impressive.
And because it was Rapoli stable, I started looking back to Witt last year, who won impressively debut. I thought this horse was much more professional than Witt was. And actually had said it in the show, and I texted Todd Pletcher about it, and he said he agreed. I was very impressed by what I saw from Forte. Now, the Coing's going to get deeper, and it's a very competitive field, but he's not 12 to 1. He's maybe 3 to 1 or 5 to 2 morning line, and he should be.
Number 9, Andiamo a Firenze, Ron Lombardi's homebred. Firenze Friar's brother, means let's go to Florence. Andiamo on Firenze, striking in his debut in wire-to-wire fashion at Belmont Park.
Another nice debut. Very professional. He was, facing New York breds, but he ran fast.
No, he's got a big pedigree, obviously, and he was highly touted, and he lived up to it on a wet track. I'm a little bit suspect. He raced down the inside, which was very much the place to be. Speed was dominant all day that day at Belmont Park. So I kind of want to see it on a fast track in a more competitive situation. So he's probably one that'll be a shorter price, if not the favorite, that I may try to beat it here. But there's no knocking the race he ran. He did run well.
Really, we've seen a lot of stakes races with small fields as somewhat of a trend. Really exciting, wide open edition of the Sanford.
Oh, I agree. I can't remember this big a field for the Sanford.
12-horse field, and you're going to learn a lot more. A lot of these horses have ability. You're going to learn a lot more about their character now.
Their character, their ability, and all part of that very prestigious 2-year-old series. It all gets started on Saturday. Undercard of the Grade 1, Diana. Sanford Grade 3, 6 furlongs. Saratoga Special, mid-August. And finally, the most prestigious race for the boys, the 2-year-olds in the Grade 1 hopeful closing weekend, right here at the Spa. So many exciting races for the freshmen over the next 8 weeks. And those fans, they're waiting to see the field for the upcoming 4th race up close and personal. That's next on Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live opening day. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Some of those gorgeous homes here in Saratoga. Health, history, and horses in a town that just comes to life for these couple of months, and the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. Horses in the paddock for race number 4. Maidens, mile and 3/8 on the inner turf course, 3 turns, $105,000 purse. Field of 8 remote at 9-5. A favorite, which Andy is saying caution.
You know, if I still had the dunce cap with me, I'd make the 3 a dunce cap horse. But, you know, I pick him 4th. I'm not going to fall out of my chair if he wins, because there's nobody that's running grass that's set the world on fire. But he really hasn't run particularly well, and I just think it's sort of a lazy Christophe Clement type pick in here. He is no better, if better than anybody on paper in this race.
But that begs the question, where is the dunce cap?
I've worn it so many times I wore it out.
I know you wore it last Saturday.
Yeah, I did. I had things in my office at Belmont, but I just think that he is a horrendous choice in this race. And I'm not saying it's an easy race. I'm trying Snow's Island. I used the 6 and 7, as I said earlier. I mean, I know Timo's taking to him money, and 11 furlongs first-time starter on the turf is a tough thing to do, but I wouldn't discount anybody in here.
By terrific stallion, Warfront, Claiborne Stallion, remote there at 9-5. Richie Afjan towards the outside, you thought had a shot at pulling off a mild upset at 7-1.
Well, one of the tools we use when we're handicapping races and a horse is trying a surface they haven't tried before is we lean on pedigree and, you know, researching this horse's pedigree. The horse's dam, Scarlet Strike, was a stakes winner on turf, so she obviously handled it. Uncle Mo's, the sire, they usually handle it. He's a half brother to a 4-time winner on the turf that earned $150,000.
And I'd heard from his owner, Kirk Wyckoff, who Street Diamond Farm owns him, and he was saying that losing turf racing at Churchill Downs kind of screwed them up a bit because they had hoped to run him in the turf there. So he's running there, and I think they're confident he'll like the turf, but we'll see how it does. And he's supposed to be the controlling speed in this race for what it's worth. I mean, this horse is faster early than anyone in this field.
And we haven't forgotten, by the way, we're still waiting to gather that information in terms of how many claims were submitted for High Tide. We don't know just yet. Andy set the over-under at 16. We still don't have that information. As soon as we have it, we will pass that along and where High Tide is headed. After that, nice win moments ago.
He will be having dinner in someone else's barn this evening. Getting back to remote quickly, one of the things that stands out to me about the offspring of Warfront is how much he stamps them and how well balanced they are. He's a horse that just throws an extremely well-conformed, well-balanced individual.
Oh, he's a great sire, and his horses can do anything, long, short, turf, dirt. And he was a horse that never ran on the turf. He ran on the dirt and was a remarkably talented horse.
I rode him twice. He didn't run for me.
I probably bet him those times. He took tough beats with him. I think he lost Silver Train, I think, beat him by a nose in like the Tom Fool or one of those stakes.
No shame losing to Silver Train.
No.
Breeders' Cup sprint winner, correct?
Alan Jerkins
at Belmont
trained him.
05?
Joe Allen owned him. He was a very, very good horse. I mean, the fact that he had a couple losses with the MiG riding him, I mean, those almost got his win.
Riders up. They're playing your song. Call to post for this 4th race, Saratoga. Good maiden race. $105,000 purse, mile and 3/8. 3 turns on the inner turf course. Remote currently 9-5. All the celebration, the excitement for Saratoga extends to downtown. Downtown businesses, the association celebrating Saratoga Window Decorating Contest. Andy and the MiG will be doing the judging. Naira will recognize the winners of this annual contest, held in partnership with the Saratoga Springs Downtown Business Association. Racing-themed window displays can be viewed at more than a dozen storefronts. The winner will be honored at Saratoga Racecourse following the 6th race on Friday. You guys have some very difficult decisions to make.
Listen, Saratoga, what makes Saratoga special is not just a racetrack. It's the houses we're showing. It's
Absolutely.
the downtown area. It's the restaurants. It's the bar scene. There's so many things about Saratoga. SPAC, Saratoga Performing Arts Center out in the park. And, yeah, Saratoga comes alive during the race meet, but don't kid yourself. Saratoga never goes to sleep.
I love coming up here in the off season, and I love doing my Christmas shopping on Broadway because you've got such a Wilkers right there.
I can still buy Richie presents there. Most adults you can't, but
and I will
Richie
graciously accept them.
It's a great story.
Winner will be announced on Friday. Post parade for the 4th. Tis a Giant, second in his turf debut at Parks in Bensalem, PA.
He's trying to stretch out to the mile and 3/8 for the first time, and he needs to be a horse that will improve dramatically with distance to be competitive here.
Number 2, Timo, Augustin homebred, debut in gelding.
Debuting, going a mile and 3 furlongs. It's a big ask, but Jonathan Thomas, with his steeplechase background, would probably be able to get one fit.
You know, Angel Penna knew how to do that, didn't he, when he had those 5th sources?
Remote, Joel Rosario clad in the famed Claiborne orange.
I hate to talk disparagingly about a horse for Claiborne Farm, our great sponsor, but from a gambling standpoint, I think he's an underlay.
Number 4, Vintage Year, a Kentucky transplant for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, it was running on a turf course that eventually the turf racing was suspended, so maybe he can improve on a better turf course, and certainly Rusty Arnold, old school horseman, knows how to get one.
Last time either.
Number 5, Grand Key. Wouldn't be opening day without seeing the Phipps Black and Cherry Red.
I have no idea why he's a shorter price than the 6, who ran much better than he did with a tougher trip. Oh, Irad Ortiz is riding.
Oh, yeah, that. Snows Island, number 6, usually lingers towards the back of the pack.
Yeah, and a horse that should appreciate even getting further than the mile and a quarter last time, but Andy alluded to it, his tougher trip last time.
Number 7, Afghan, and trainer Mike Maker looking for a second opening day victory.
You're looking, if you like him, to see him on the front end of this race. He's got to try to wire the field. First time on the grass.
Far outside, number 8, Good Soldier. In from Kentucky, Tyler Gaffleone rides for the first time.
He's got a tough post. Quick run to the first turn. He's got to find someplace to, tuck in someplace, maybe find the gap. But Tyler Gaffleone coming off a tremendous meeting at Churchill Downs.
A landslide in terms of victories in the riding title at Churchill Downs at Tyler Gaffleone. What do you have, Andy?
14-way shake. So we were close.
Very close.
But it came on.
Good line, though. A very good line set by you. Well done. 14.
It's a losing opinion.
Where is he going? Do we know where High
believe
Tide
Rudy
is
Rodriguez.
going? Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy. High Tide headed to Rudy Rodriguez's stable. And a heads up, you can bet Saratoga with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today and tomorrow gets 6-time rewards points. 6 times on all wagers at Saratoga. Everyone gets bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Get your Naira account today at NairaBets.com. 6 times rewards points. Warming up for this 4th race at Saratoga, 5 minutes out. There's a look at the 6, Snows Island, Kendrick Carmouche. Part of the story that he missed all of last summer with a broken ankle. Back riding today, trying for a victory on Snows Island, and his most recent effort, May 20th at Belmont Park, in what eventually wound up a 3rd place finish. What happened at the start?
Well, Remote loses the rider, unfortunately. He's obviously fine, as is Trevor McCarthy. But you're going to see going the first turn, he'll kind of come up in the inside, and he's going to force Snows Island to go out even wider. It's sort of hard to believe right now. Snows Island is the gray in the 3 path right now, but he's going to go inside. The other riders have to sort of get away from him. And I think it didn't help a little bit. It kind of got a little bit intimidating. It forced him out a bit wider than he probably wanted to be in that turn. You see Remote up towards the front. Who says you need riders? And also, when you're closing like that, you can touch this more, Richie, you want to get to the outside and make that clear run. Through no fault of Kendrick's, he couldn't get outside, so he was sort of hampered inside of horses. I thought he ran the 2nd best race for anybody. The winner of this race has since come back and won an allowance race.
He actually came back and even ran better the next time.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't love him in here, but he's the one I went to. I used the 6 and 7, like I said. I bet the 6 to win. I bet some exactas, and I bet some doubles going forward with the 3 majority partner in race 5, who I like.
Warm-up continues until this 4th race. Maiden special weight, $105,000 purse. Remote still 9-5. What's the key for Rosario and Remote, Richie, to be successful today if he's to graduate in his 5th career try?
Well, just to stay relaxed. I mean, you can't go marathon distances if a horse pulls. They waste their energy fighting against the rider. If you can get a horse to just cooperate, put your hands down, and Remote seems to me to be a tractable type, and Joel, that's his forte, isn't it? Having horses run into his hands quietly.
Have you ever seen a rider that's more cool than Joel? Nothing flusters him. No. Maybe Ramon Dominguez was a lot like that.
Yeah.
But Joel is just the coolest customer.
You wouldn't know if Joel just got beat on a favorite or he won $1 million race. He's always the same demeanor.
How important is that even keel personality in a sport where there's no off season? You guys are doing this day in and day out. A lot more losing than there is winning, Richie. To be able to stay balanced, focused, not too high, not too low, how important is that for a rider mentally?
It's hugely important, but it's very hard to achieve. At least it was for me. One of the things Eddie Maple years ago, who was always kind of a mentor to me, would tell me, like, if I got beat on 5 favorites, I might be breaking something in the jockey's room. If I won on 5 favorites, I was, over the moon. And he asked me one day, what would you do tomorrow morning if you had won all those 5 favorites that got beat? I said, get up early, go to track, get on horses. He goes, okay, what are you going to do tomorrow morning that you got beat on 5 favorites? Get up early, go to track, get on horses. So why do you get so high or so low? Try to stay even.
Doesn't help being hangry. It does not help being hangry. Hold on to that, Andy. Second with Acacia.
And we'll start with your current favorite, Remote, and just love these progeny of Warfront. They tend to carry their condition really well from race to race, and that's the thing with Remote as well. He's not the biggest, bulkiest type, but he just carries himself really well from race to race. I thought it was interesting, too, that he was much more forward last time out. When he ran without a rider, he was very keen to be up on the lead, and it seemed Joel, who gave him a couple taps out of the gate last time out, was interested in getting him to be a little bit more forward. And he's been sharp on track as well. The first-time starter, Timo, he looks like he wants to go long on the turf. This is the perfect spot for him. He is by Temple City, and out of a mare who she never won on the turf. She only hit the board once on the grass, in fact, but looking at his last workout on the turf here at Saratoga, love that he had the opportunity to do that. And he worked in company with Will E. Sutton, who is a big distance type of horse as well, also for Jonathan Thomas. My concern was in that workout, he did get off slowly, and he is a very big horse, but he finished up well. So we'll see how Manny Franco, a strong gate rider, gets him out early on in the race. The 4 Vintage Year had trouble last time out in the race at Churchill. I don't think he is necessarily a world beater, but I think that he's fine against these in this particular spot. He's the horse that I always thought wants to go a distance of ground on the turf. Another one who's maybe not the biggest horse, but he has actually really filled out a lot since I first saw him in his debut down at Gulfstream, and those maiden optional claimings, those are for the condition for horses who had to run for a claiming tag if they were not a Florida bred, and a lot of those races were written, so you didn't have many opportunities as to where you could go if you had a horse that wanted a distance of ground. So I wouldn't hold that race against Vintage Year. Finally, the 7 Afghan, first time on the turf for this son of Uncle Mo. Of course, his progeny can handle it. The dam was 1 for 9 on the grass, but that only win was a grade 3 going 9 furlongs on the turf. So there is actually some pedigree there for it. Physically, I don't mind it. He is beautifully turned out today. So much size and substance to him, and we know the sons of Uncle Mo Lafitte can do just about anything.
So versatile. Acacia, so exciting. And when we saw him here at Saratoga as a 2-year-old and an eventual Breeders' Cup winner and a champion, Uncle Mo, Mig's top selection, Afghan. Andy circling back to Vintage Year at a price with Jose Lascano looking for back-to-back grass wins.
Right. Vintage Year was wide at least 2 or 3 of the turns, got shuffled a little bit, nothing major, but he didn't really get a comfortable trip. I don't know how strong that field was, but I don't disagree with Acacia. I think he's very usable at a price, and in my opinion, you're supposed to be looking to play against Remote. Maybe I'll have egg on my face after the race. It won't be the first or last time, but I think this horse at under 2-1 is massively overbet.
Like, we can get a bag. By the end of this race, we can get a bag.
How do you like your eggs?
Like my what?
How do you like your eggs?
So this morning, actually. I was the first customer in the Jocks Room Cafe of the year.
Timo, the first-time starter, all brand new for him, Richie, and he's reacting as he loads into the starting gate in the afternoon for the first time.
Yeah, so I'm take that step in and step back out. Gate crew here very patient and know these horses. Give them a chance to kind of take everything in.
I do love the Claiborne Silks. They bring back memories of
so
many
do
great
I.
horses, including
a
horse that won the Derby for your dad.
Swale in 1984. That's a 1.25 miles on dirt. This is a 1 3/8 on grass. Johnny Ambriel with the call. 4th race, opening day, Saratoga.
And they're off. 'Tis a Giant from the inside and passed quickly there by Vintage Year. So Vintage Year will be the pace setter here as they go into the far turn for the first time. It is Vintage Year in front. Afshan is moved up along with Good Soldier on the outside in 3rd. 'Tis a Giant is down at the rail, followed by Grand Key, who's racing in 5th. Grand Key had a steady there. Then comes the favorite Remote, who is racing in 6th. Followed by Snow's Island in 7th, and Timo is 8th. As they come past the stands for the first time, with the leader, Vintage Year. Vintage Year in front by a length. Afjan on the outside in second, and Tiz a Giant is down at the fence. The quarter went in 24-4 under the line. First time, Vintage Year shows the way. Afjan in second, Tiz a Giant is next in third, with a Good Soldier on the outside and Grand Key right alongside. Then comes Remote, who's in sixth, followed by Snows Island, and then the trail of the first-time starter, Timo. Opening half went in 49 4/5 seconds, and it is Vintage Year continuing to lead here. Vintage Year in front by almost a length, with Afjan remaining in second. Vintage Year, Afjan, they are 1-2, and then Tiz a Giant and Good Soldier right together, third and fourth. Grand Key is in fifth. Remote now moving up a bit down on the inside. And then comes Snows Island, and at the back is Timo. They continue up the back stretch, 3/4 up in 1:16-3. It is still Vintage Year and Afjan, 1-2 going into the far turn. Vintage Year half length. Afjan's on the outside in second. Then it's the trio of a Good Soldier, Grand Key, and now making a move on the outside. There goes Snows Island. Snows Island is moving up and moving up quickly. Snows Island is going up to challenge for the lead. Snows Island is going up to grab the lead as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Snows Island making that bold move, is right alongside of Afjan as Vintage Year continues to battle on. Remote is looking for a way through. Remote now trying to get out, but right alongside is Tiz a Giant. It is Snows Island who has the lead here. Snows Island in front by 2, then Tiz a Giant and Remote, and it will be Snows Island made that big move on the turn, holds off Tiz a Giant to win here with Remote the favorite in third.
I was looking forward to putting that bag on Andy's head. Not going to happen after this one. Snows Island, that big, aggressive move, rounding the far turn with Kendrick Carmouche. Graduates in his 5th career start. Well done, my friend.
Thanks. This is the kind of move, and well done by Kendrick Carmouche as well, the kind of move where you either look like a goat or a hero, because when he loses this race, I'm crying that Kendrick moved too soon, and I bet the best horse and lost. But he made that move. He said, I'm going to make the move when I want to make it. Pace wasn't that fast, and Kendrick gets it done. And by the way, a very nice ride aboard the one horse and finishing second for Trevor McCarthy. I'm a fan of Trevor's riding, and I'll tell you, he rode that horse to perfection to get the best chance he could have.
First season at Saratoga, Trevor McCarthy, Snows Island, Kendrick Carmouche. More on the winning move. As for the favorite, the other side of the story, what happened, Richie, with Remote?
Yeah, keep an eye on those iconic Claiborne Farm Silks. He's going to get squeezed going to the turn, and it hasn't happened yet. Horses are trying to get position. The outsiders come right there. Look, I mean, he just had to pull up out of the spot pretty abruptly there.
He didn't lose that much. I mean, he had a lot of good things happen from then on. He saved
ground. Didn't help.
Split. Well, of course, it doesn't help, but.
No, he did work out a decent trip at that, but it certainly cost him the position we talk about that's so critical. Riders have to make decisions. Kendrick's seeing a group that's very closely grouped, a clump of horses because they've gone slow. He said, I'm probably not going to get through that pack. I'm going to go now. He made the wide run, like Andy said. It doesn't work. He's the GOAT. It did work. Tiz a Giant, Trevor McCarthy, understanding how important saving ground is.
This is a great story, and Kendrick Carmouche missed all of last summer at Saratoga. He broke his ankle the last race of Belmont Stakes Day. He was watching the races with us, and how hard that must have been. And you can see how excited he is, guiding home Snows Island on opening day after missing all of last summer.
Hard for him. He was like the thing that wouldn't leave. He was gunning for Richie's job.
I was a little uncomfortable, all right? So.
You tried to tell a good story. Like you tried to tell a good story. Kendrick Carmouche, Snows Island in the 4th at Saratoga. You'll hear from him. Speaking of really good stories, this is one of the biggest stories in thoroughbred racing this year. Dwayne Lukas won a 5th Kentucky Oaks at the age of 86. Secret Oath, you'll see her later in the meet. And today, Dwayne Lukas looking for a 7th record-shattering win at the Schuylerville with that filly. Summer Promise, what will she do in the feature on opening day? Stay tuned.
Eclipse Champion Flame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Took Andy like 3 days to get those banners put up all over downtown Saratoga.
It was a Herculean job.
Player. Team player, man.
I'm tired out.
It's
shipping up
karma.
the poles, it was not easy.
It's the good karma. That's how you're dishing out 8-1 winners this afternoon.
That's the reason.
See?
Yeah.
Snow's Island. I was thinking, where's the fire, Richie? Like, what were you thinking when Carmouche made that early move?
Well, again, it could have blown up on him. If Snow's Island gets late or hangs, you say it was too soon. But I'll never fault the rider for making a decision. And if you're going to make a mistake, make an aggressive mistake.
I'm telling you what Richie was actually thinking. I don't want to hear from the idiot to my left when this horse gets beat at the wire.
No, he texted me that. He texted me that in the middle of the race. This I can't wait to hear. Kendrick Carmouche standing by with the case in the winner's circle.
The moment we've all been waiting for, Lippy. Kendrick, you missed all of Saratoga last year. I think you were more time on the set with Andy than anything. But first day, back to the winner's circle. How's it feel?
Been a long road back. I can say from being around my wife and kids and all my loved ones that support me through all the broken bones I've been through, and to get back here today after missing last year, to get the win out of the way right away, I mean, it means a lot. I mean, I'm just happy to be in Saratoga winning races and riding with the best in the country, and it brings out the best out of you.
And you're not done yet, that's for sure, right?
No, I'm never done yet. We from the mud, from Louisiana, so, we got to keep it going. All my people from Louisiana across the world is fighting for me today, and, we got to the winner's circle, got the one out the way so far.
Super special interview here at Lafitte. Kendrick Carmouche, back to the winner's circle.
That big smile, great story, the emotion. Kendrick Carmouche back in the winner's circle at Saratoga. Take a deep breath. New Network's joining us.
Wow.
Gorgeous Thursday afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York. Opening day at Saratoga Racecourse, the 154th season of racing at the Spa. Joining us just in time as we get set for the Pick 6 on opening day alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, who is on fire this afternoon. Maybe you didn't join us on time. He just gave out an 8-1 winner. Champion jockey Richie Migliore rode here at Saratoga for more than 25 years. Richie, for our viewers just joining us, if nobody's ever experienced this particular day at a racetrack, what does opening day at Saratoga? What's it all about?
It's the best of everything that racing has to offer. The enthusiasm of the fans, the atmosphere is electric when you're coming in, the anticipation leading up to it, and so far the racing's delivered, and you have delivered, my friend. 5-1 winner, followed up with an 8-1 winner.
Just remember that when I go over 3 days. Saratoga delivers. And that's the thing. I think sometimes we lose track of that. It's Saratoga. We think that we matter. Saratoga matters. We're just window dressing in the greatest place in the world.
Man, if we're window dressing, where do you go from there?
Well, we wouldn't win the contest.
I was going to say, we're not winning the contest.
Maybe at G. Willikers we could.
In case you're just joining us, here's what you've missed. The first race, it is a 1 1/8 miles. It always starts right in front of the fans, so they get a chance to see the break. All the action right in front of them. In race number 1, Royal Tryst, who Andy had, and last year's Saratoga champion jockey, Luis Saez. No, that's not an old tape. It was just pouring for about 20 minutes earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, for anybody who missed the first part of the show, this actually was today. You wouldn't know it to look at how beautiful it is now.
It's hard to believe. It was beautiful all morning, and then they're in the paddock getting ready for the first race, and it starts to rain. But that's Saratoga. You never know what's going to happen. But Luis Saez, he started off where he left off last year.
As for trainer Mike Maker as well, who came out guns blazing for the first few weeks last summer.
Yeah, they had terrific meets last year. Obviously, Louis led all the way to be the leading rider of the meet and started off where he left off.
A legend, Saratoga's all-time leading jockey, didn't waste much time. John Velasquez, Andy, with half a chance. She had the experience, the others did not.
Yeah, the experience really played a role, and John Velasquez, it's so odd to see John Velasquez winning and upsetting a Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli first-time starter, who was a bit disappointing in finishing third, but it's just the start of her career, but experience showed.
Remember the name of the runner-up moving forward.
Yeah, we better keep an eye on her. Spelterini, her Grand Dam composure, Grade 1 winner, and the way she finished, you got to think she's got a future.
Absolutely. Bill Mott, not a trainer known with winning his first-time starters, so the best could be yet to come.
Race 3, first grass race of the meet. High Tide thought he might be closer to the pace. Richie from off the pace, gathering momentum. High Tide, a third victory in his last 4 races.
Yeah, no speed on at all. Very well placed by trainer Carlos Martin. They got the money. He was also claimed in a 14-way shake. Very confident ride by Jose Lascano.
I'm being told a voided claim. 14-way shake was supposed to go to Rudy Rodriguez's barn. Voided claim. We don't know why. What does that mean?
It means that there was some issue when the horse was coming back, obviously, and the claim has been voided. It is something which I think is a very good rule. If horses have an issue being claimed going forward, I do wish that the public would be told what the reason the claim was voided.
We await. Going back to Carlos Martin's barn. High Tide, Andy. Snow's Island, your top selection. 8-1, storming home with Kendrick Carmouche. Missed all of last summer with a broken ankle. Strikes on opening day.
Kendrick Carmouche made that aggressive move around the 3/8 to 5/16 pole to try to seize control of the race, and it worked. So he's a hero. When it doesn't, he's a GOAT. But as it turns out, a terrific ride by him. And also, it shouldn't be lost what a good ride Trevor McCarthy, riding full-time at Saratoga the first time, gave the runner-up. And that is a horse that improved dramatically with distance. And as you know, Richie, distance can be the great equalizer in racing.
Well, absolutely. And these races, the marathon distances, 1.25 miles and beyond, I rely heavily on pedigree. I want to see in the family that they had the capability to go long.
And Tisnow, who won 2 Breeders' Cup Classic, knows how to do it. And we've seen horses, especially in the grass, that are decent allowance type horses at a mile 16th, 1.8 miles, and they become stake horses at a 1 3/8, 1.5 miles.
4 down, 6 to go with the biggest races still ahead as we check in and welcome in Greg Wolf to the broadcast. Front side, Greg, still have the bigger races, the stakes races to look forward to on this opening day afternoon.
Yeah, Lafitte, the best is yet to come. I guess I wish we could pull out. We got a brand new set to debut as well, which is gorgeous, that we'll have for our program. Looking forward to it. Schuylerville, always special because it marks the first graded stakes race of the meet. 2-year-old fillies traveling 6 furlongs. It will be 7 2-year-old fillies that line up, including Dwayne Lukas. As I know, Lafitte, you've mentioned this on the program already, trying to stand alone as the all-time winningest trainer in the history of the Schuylerville. Right now, he's tied for the most wins with his protege, Todd Pletcher. He's going to have to deal with just Cindy, though, for Eddie Keneally, who draws the rail. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. She impressed first time out under the Twin Spires in Louisville, Churchill Downs. Can she transfer that form here to upstate New York in start number 2? Who will take that next step forward? Also, for the first time since 1992 here at Saratoga, we are going to have 1 mile races at Saratoga with the debut of the Wilson chute. This is a restricted stakes race. It's probably going to be one of the most talked about stakes races we have all year long because of this new chute and all that it means for those inside posts, those outside posts. We'll get the take of Gary Stevens, Richard Migliori, to talk about who benefits, who's hurt from it coming up. Todd Pletcher's going to send out 3 in the Wilton, including Goddess of Fire. Very talented filly we saw last year as a 2-year-old run here. Tarabi will be the morning line favorite. And the first edition of what's getting to be a very crowded cart for JK. First edition of Cart Talk with the NOLA boys, Tom Amos and Al Stall, talking about how they got into this game and their success here at Saratoga. All that coming up as we continue with the second half of the program in just a little bit. Lafitte, back to you.
Those stories, the stories from the college roommates. Can't wait for that first installment of Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin and the 2 stakes races coming up here. The Wilton Stakes from that brand new chute and 2-year-old fillies in the Schuylerville. Dwayne Lukas trying to shatter that record, looking for a 7th overall win. Great, thanks so much. That's coming up later on Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the 5th race here at the Spa. Start of the Pick 6 is next. There they are. Much more coming up. Coverage continuing. Opening day from Saratoga.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Enthusiastic fans here bright and early this morning on Union Avenue, waiting for that gate to open. Once that gate does open, look at those fans. Once it does open, just like the horses, you better break sharp. The mad dash for that prime real estate in the backyard picnic area, because racing has returned to Saratoga Springs. There's nothing like it, Richie.
You better go along with the flow, otherwise you're going to get run over, right?
You're not kidding.
Get your position going forward.
First come, first serve.
Yeah, I'm not built for that, Richie. I need you to go there and help me do that.
We could sneak in earlier and secure our spot.
I like that.
Pick 6 time here at Saratoga with this New York bred $40,000 maiden claimer, 3/4 of a mile. We got to go with a hot hand. Andy, how'd you see this one? unfolding?
Well, I mean, I like the 3 majority partner. I think the race is primarily between the 2, 3, and 4. I do think the 7, the Institute, is a little bit interesting. But majority partner ran a race last time where the rail was the place to be. He prompted on the outside. I think it was a very, very strong field he was in. He's making that drop from maiden special to maiden claimer, much like the 2 is, much like the 4 is as well. It's not as big a drop with the New York breds as it is with the open companies, but it's still a significant drop.
And Tommy Gunn, who you're looking at, is the current favorite and the sentimental favorite, trained by George Weaver, whose wife, Cindy, was involved in a training accident here at Saratoga a couple of weeks ago. Acacia standing by. Acacia, what is the very latest regarding Cindy Weaver and her condition?
Oh, Lafitte, our thoughts and prayers continue to be with Cindy and the entire Weaver family and the team. Cindy, the assistant and exercise rider who is galloping Vinditude, owned by her and her husband, George. And unfortunately, the filly suffered an apparent heart attack. And since then, we've seen Cindy in the hospital with an induced coma. Unfortunately, she has yet to open her eyes. But the good news is that she has been responsive to voice commands. And we hope that that brain injury will continue to heal and we'll be able to see her back at the racetrack soon. So thoughts and prayers continuing to be with the entire Weaver family and the team, of course, with Cindy Hutter as well, who's always on the racetrack in the morning on the Oklahoma with a smile, ready to make fun of my husband and just somebody that I admire so greatly. So certainly rooting for the team as well with their horse here, who looks sensational in the paddock. Taking that drop in class is Tommy Gunn, putting the blinkers on as well, plus has been gelded. The gelding has really helped to lighten up the son of Union Jackson. He was a horse that just carried so much condition, and he's looks so much more fit now. Does wear that shadow roll as most of the Weaver horses do. I also thought that the race he comes out of was one of the stronger New York bred maiden special weights. I love what I see from Tommy Gunn right now. The 3 majority partner, another one who's really progressed as far as his fitness too. When I saw him in his debut 2 starts back, he was getting really hot. He was carrying a lot of excess weight. He looks so much more tucked up, and though it has gotten pretty warm and steamy out here after that rainstorm, he's really looking like he's at the peak fitness now, having a couple of races under his belt. I like the progression that I've been seeing from majority partner, who also showed improved speed last time out as well. The 2 Catching Cupid, yet another class dropper. He's one who came off of that last race last time out, accompanied by the Outrider pony. He's been really professional today, though. He's the one that has actually needed to put on weight, and he's done just that. Also dropping in class, he really puffed up quite a bit once they put the tack on, like they flipped a switch, and he just knew it was game time. Lafitte?
They're athletes, they know, Acacia. Game time approaching. Call to post. Make sure join Naira Bets today. Play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match. Sign up with promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. How cool is that, Richie, for the jockeys and going through that gauntlet, Champions Way, and those fans, 5, 6, 7 stacked deep, watching the superstars of our sport, the horses and jockeys.
It's so cool. I mean, and you just love the way the people embrace our game. And the jockeys are, looked up to here, and you feel good about it, unless you've gotten beat on a favorite, and then you really don't like riding down that path 6 or 7 deep.
But admit it, you miss the Jamaicans at some point, don't you? Our most loyal fans.
My people.
Our most loyal fans.
My people.
Bob Baffert, Triple Crown winning trainer, tells that story. The Jamaicans, the fans at Belmont Park, they would tell, not today, Bob. Not today. The first 3 times he bid on a Triple Crown. When American Pharaoh came around, okay, Bob, today.
They're
today
the best.
is the day.
They're the best.
Post-parade, race 5, Saratoga. We start with Klingman, the Windy Lee Farm homebred, blinkers on for the second start.
Took some money first time out and didn't run that badly, but this is a tougher spot.
Number 2, Catching Cupid, class drop after 3 spins for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, Joel Rosario stays put. Good combination, Charlie Baker and Rosario.
We'll see Catching Cupid eventually. There's a majority partner, another class dropper, training fast in the morning.
Yeah, he's a horse that took no money first time out at Gulfstream. Ran okay last time, and I think he's the one to beat, and the public somewhat agreeing.
The sentimental favorite and current favorite, number 4, Tommy Gunn.
4, Tommy Gunn.
5, Wesley Ward. 6, Sanford Stakes. 7, Appleby. 8,
Yeah, full makeover here. Horse returns as a gelding, blinkers on, and you get Irad Ortiz. Is he moving the board there, or is that legit?
Yeah, he's going to be one of the favorites, but the horse is too low once again because of Irad. It's happening race after race.
Now we'll see Catching Cupid, Richie. There he is, 5-1.
Yeah, again, Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario, good combination. A horse that's been flashing good speed, and Joel Rosario stays put.
Number 5, Sensible Conclusion, the $40,000 New York claimer. A little tougher than the one he exits.
He's not untalented and impossible to get a piece, but he's had 8 chances, and maidens we like to go towards horses that have had less chances.
Cold Walker, Kendrick Carmouche looking for back-to-back wins for John Service of Smarty Jones fame.
Was well beaten second for maiden 40. That was at Parks against Open Company. This is against Restricted Company, New York breds.
The Institute, first time in for a claiming tag.
Yeah, this is a horse, and maybe we can talk more of the post-parade, whose form is not as bad as it may look running as a new gelding off a layoff.
Number 8, Hereby, for trainer Christophe Clement, currently 12-1.
Yeah, was favored last time in the same condition, was well beaten. Didn't really have a lot of excuse, did he, Andy?
No, I don't like him here.
Josie's Thunder out. Warlow is in. My Purple Haze own debut in gelding.
Yeah, first time starter out of a mare that's had 6 foals, all winners and 1 debut winner.
But an odd choice of sire to go to War Dancer, who has success as a turf sire, but not as dirt. But you got some nice horses there, including Busted, who I believe ran for our friend Roddy Valenti.
Yeah, by Bustin' Stones, and they all possess speed.
Cold on the board for the first-time starter. Klingman winding up 14-1 with Louis Saez. Saez looking for a second win this afternoon. Klingman trained by Mark Hennig, standing by with Acacia.
Pleased to be joined with Mark Klingman. First time out, Mark. A little bit tough to get him to switch over to his leads there. Was that a big thought process in adding the blinkers?
It was. He was pretty green throughout, and he's always been a little bit slow leaving the gate. He got left that day. I wanted to run him in a mile race today. Race didn't fill, so I kind of wound up in here. But he came back and trained sharply with the blinkers, so I'm hoping he learned a lot in that race. It seems like he did.
Louis Saez stays aboard here for his second start. Does that give you some confidence, too, as he knows what to expect?
Definitely. He wanted to ride the horse back. He felt like he, showed him enough during the race that he would improve off of it. It's just being green, and hopefully we've got him back on track.
Now you've got the stable up here ready for Saratoga. Tell me a little bit about deciding which horses to run up here and trying to get them in the best spot up here at the spa.
Well, you go into it thinking you're in the best spot, but then the overnight comes out and everybody else is dropping and doing the same thing you are. So it's kind of the way that Saratoga goes. You come in and you think, well, this one's going to be live, and then you look up and the race isn't so live after all. There's 5 others doing the same thing.
Well, we appreciate your insight. Wish you the best of luck here.
Thank you very much.
Klingman breaking from the rail, and yeah, Lafitte, everybody trying to find the best spot to get to the winner's circle.
Who he didn't win at Belmont. He had a tough meet. He was extraordinarily unlucky. And when you're unlucky, things have a way of evening out to some degree. In racing, they never even out.
Sure.
But Mark probably ran literally 5 or 6 horses that should have won. And every single one of them was really a subject of the vagaries of racing and lost. So I'm not going to be surprised when he picks up a couple of wins in this meet. A few, in fact, at decent prices.
Yeah, it's maybe with a rider that has a bad meet or a slump, you can judge it a little bit more. But with trainers, I think you judge it more by how many horses hit the board. I mean, he had like 9 seconds.
No, he was very unlucky to me. He really was.
Mark Hennig, we'll see what Klingman does in this 5th race, currently 13-1. And majority partner, Andy, now why such a heavy favorite at 8-5?
I didn't expect him to be this price. If you look at the Buyer's speed figures, he doesn't have a real advantage over the 2 and 4. Timeform US figures, which are pace-based, have him with a much, much better figure. Now, he did get involved in the pace of the horse that won the race, but that horse was on the rail, and he was not in the rail, so he was not in the best part of the racetrack. I thought he was the one to beat for Jeremiah Engelhart in here. Now, I'm alive in the double with him. I wouldn't bet him at 8-5. I did not think he'd be this short, Richie.
Yeah, and I tried not to pick him because Andy picked him.
I don't blame you. Believe me, a lot of people feel that way.
No, I'm teasing with you. But honestly, he really won me over in the warm-up. I just loved everything I saw from him on the racetrack.
Lots to like, 8-5, except the price. Majority partner, Andy, the Institute pictured with three-time Saratoga champion jockey Jose Ortiz.
His debut, a 55 buyer at Saratoga as a 2-year-old, easily transfers to later in his career to be fast enough to win a race like this. So you say, well, he kind of stunk in his next 3 start. Well, okay. They ran him up the Finger Lakes in a stake race where he had a wide trip. Then he got involved in a wicked fast pace going 7 furlong that completely fell apart, and he was virtually eased. He also had some trouble at the start in that race. Then he got a sloppy track, and he didn't run badly. Hasn't run now in 6 months, comes back as a gelding. For a trainer, Horacio de Paz is one for people to keep an eye on. He is a very, very good and sharp trainer, and he's dropping as well. So I think he's a little bit interesting. We know he can run well fresh, Richie, because he ran his best race in his debut.
Acacia, the Institute, what are you seeing?
To echo what Andy said, I agree with all of that. This is a horse that I'm actually laying eyes on for the first time, and so I don't have anything to go back on to know how that gelding could have potentially changed him. But coming in off the layoff, he does look strong, which is what you like to see more than anything, especially given the fact that he hasn't run since January. It was part of that really quick pace. And I can see, as he does have a little bit of size to him, why they tried him going a little bit longer. But I think given his running style, given what I saw from him out in the warm-up, that this 6 furlongs actually suits him quite well. And especially, too, after his good debut, he went right into stakes company and then ran poorly. Sometimes horses, especially young horses, as 2-year-olds, they can kind of lose confidence and maybe not be able to bounce back after some poor efforts when they've kind of been beat up on a little bit on the racetrack by some tougher foes. Going back to basics, maybe gelding, maybe it's helping him with a little bit more focus. I think that this could be the right spot for him. I really like that they gave him some time after he was not showing up on the racetrack, Lafitte.
Time to reset. Drop in class, softer company. The Institute with Jose Ortiz. Some positive angles working in his corner.
Yeah, absolutely. A half to Shalimar Gardens, Buy Into Mischief, who's tremendous sire. The makeover being gelding. And not that it means anything, but owner breeder Barry Schwartz is here on site today. Watch this horse run.
Might get his picture taken. If the Institute steps up and graduates in his 5th career start, Andy, race shape, what are we looking for early? Whose figures to be in front when the field hits the far turn?
I have to think that Javier Castellano looked to be in front with majority partner, but I don't think Irad Ortiz and Tommy Gunn will be that far off of them. On paper, they are the 2 speeds, perhaps with the 8 here by stalking. And, you know, I mentioned on Javier Castellano, he's coming into this meet off of riding as well as I've seen him ride since he was winning those 4 straight Eclipse Awards when we ran at Belmont.
And he has done remarkable things over the years here at Saratoga. Javier Castellano, 6-time Travers winning jockey at Saratoga. Amazing.
That is truly amazing. Just seemed to have a complete handle on the 1.25 miles here in Saratoga.
He had that year when he upset American Pharoah in 15, where I think he won 6 of the 7 Saturdays or something. Won a big stake.
Hall of Famer, star jockey, looking for a first win on opening day. Majority partner, 8-5 at post time. Start for the pick 6. John Embrial with the remainder of the load and call. It is post time, race 5, live Saratoga.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 10, Warlow. Set now for race 5. And they're off. There is a Catching Cupid who's going out for the lead along with Tommy Gunn. Tommy Gunn is in front here. The Institute on the outside, and down on the inside is Catching Cupid, who's a close-up 3rd as Cold Walker splits horses now and gains from 4th. Then comes Majority Partner, who's racing in 5th. On the outside is Hereby next in 6th, followed by Klingman down at the rail in 7th. As they go around the far turn. Up front, it is a 3-way battle here. The Institute is right there. The quarter went in 22 and 4. Down at the rail is Tommy Gunn. The Institute on the outside, and in between horses, it is a Cold Walker. On the far outside is Majority Partner. The field comes into the stretch with Tommy Gunn, the leader. Majority Partner now moves up on the outside. And then comes Cold Walker, who is back running in 3rd, followed by Catching Cupid. as they come down for the 16th pole. And here is Majority Partner now to take over. Majority Partner in front as they come for the finish. Tommy Gunn's in second. Majority Partner is the winner. Then Tommy Gunn, followed by Catching Cupid, and Sensible Conclusion in fourth.
Right on cue. Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, Majority Partner, good as advertised, the favorite, graduates in this fifth race at Saratoga.
This horse was much the best, and I think this is an example, Richie, and you can talk even more about it, of how well Javier's riding. This horse got left. He completely blew the brake. He's supposed to be in front, and Javier never panicked. The horse got a little rank because he wasn't where he wanted to be, but Javier eased him into a perfect spot and worked out an excellent trip.
Yeah, and there was something subtle going on there, too. He got up close enough behind the leaders the right way that the kickback was hitting him in the chest, and that's when he got so comfortable, as opposed to being back a length further, kickback hitting him in the face, eased out. He was best, but there was a lot of good things that Javier did here.
And I'm always happy to see owner Harold Lerner win a race. Such a good guy to know Harold is like him, and he's somebody who, like a lot of people in racing, is extremely generous, and so nice to see him get a win. And Jeremiah as well, who's had some good meetings up here. We'll see if this is another one.
See, good example. You can see that the dirt was all on his chest, nothing in his face.
Helps. Majority Partner. You both had him, right?
We both smoked out an 8-5 shot.
8 to 5.
2 geniuses up here.
A win is a win. Majority Partner in this fifth race, Saratoga. Have you, 3 dirt races, have you noticed any trends one way or the other our viewers should look for moving forward?
I think very fair. We saw the 2-year-old wire the field. I don't think Speed did badly in this race. The best horse won. It hasn't been impossible, though, to make moves on the outside.
Yeah, looks like a very fair track to me.
Really looking forward to that. Schuylerville 2-year-old fillies is always an opening day tradition here at Saratoga, and the opportunity for Dwayne Lukas to win a 7th 36 years after his first.
Incredible.
And I can't think of a better way to start my meet than to have spent the first few hours
Pleasure.
of the meet with you two gentlemen.
Pleasure,
it's been a lot of fun. But the best is yet to come. You're getting rid of us.
That's good. For Andy Serling, the MIG, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Thanks so much for joining us. Still so much coming your way. Opening day on Saratoga Live. Greg Wolf on the other side. Gary Stevens, Tom Amos, Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin, brand new cart talk. It's all coming your way. Opening day coverage continues from the Spa.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The day all horse racing fans yearn for has finally arrived. Opening day at the mecca of the sport, Saratoga. Perhaps no one is more excited than Hall of Famer Dwayne Lukas, who will have a major presence here for the first time since 2019, including a top contender in the opening day feature with his filly Summer Promise, who lived up to her name in her debut. Dwayne looking for a record-setting 7th win in the Schuylerville. Irad Ortiz Jr. is coming off a furious finish to come away with the Belmont riding title. He's one of the favorites to bring home a 4th Saratoga crown this season. Among his opening day mounts, the favorite in the Schuylerville, Just Cindy, who was dominant in her debut at Churchill Downs. Hello, everyone, and welcome to live opening day coverage from Saratoga Racecourse, brought to you in part by America's Day at the Races. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you for one of the truly special days in our sport. Every summer, racing fans eagerly anticipate those gates opening at these historic hallowed grounds. Last summer, 6 eventual champions competed and won here. 3 of those champions will be back for more this summer. That's just par for the course at the most competitive meet in the country. Let's take a look at what's on tap just for the opening weekend here at the Spa. Today's feature, again, 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 3 Schuylerville. The Wilton Stakes, which is going to be one of the most talked about non-graded stakes all year long. That's the debut of that new Wilson chute that allows 1-mile races to be run at Saratoga for the first time since 1992. We have the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple and Coronation Cup tomorrow on Friday, and the first Grade 1 of the meet, the Diana, coming up on Saturday. With me, 2 of the very best in the business, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, who won a couple of Travers, 3 Whitneys in his career, one of the top trainers in the country, and a Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga. Tom Amoss. Guys, it is great to be back.
It is great to be back, and the thing I'm most excited about is to see the future champions. We're liable to see one this afternoon in the Schuylerville, but we will see some future champions throughout this meet.
Look, not just champions, but we're going to see the best racing anywhere in the nation for the next month and a half to 2 months. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Well, we know this is the best of the best. It is that way with the jockey colony as well. I don't even think there's an argument. It got even deeper now with the addition of Flavien Prat coming from the West Coast. What makes him so good as a rider?
He can do everything. He has it all. He's got great hands. He can beat finishes with anybody in the game. And his hands, when I talk about his hands, a horse that gets ranked, he can saddle him, put him to sleep, save everything for the finish, but he can adapt to any sort of situation. And the water did get deeper when Flavien Prat came into town.
He made an immediate impact at Belmont meet, 33 wins, 4th in the standings, and 2nd best among riders in graded stakes victories as well with 6. We talked about in the Open, Tom, Dwayne Lukas, the coach, legendary. Back, not just back at Saratoga, but back with a major presence, including one of the fillies to beat in our feature today.
Oh, yeah. Look, he is the most influential trainer on our industry of all time. Back when I had my first job on the racetrack, Gary, 1977, I was a hot walker working for Jack Van Berg, also a Hall of Famer. And Van Berg told me, he said, son, it's a country boy's game. And back then it was. But Dwayne Lukas came along, and he made it big business, and he changed how everybody does their jobs on the racetrack. He was one of the first to have horses on different coasts and manage those horses well. Now it's the norm for everyone. But Dwayne Lukas, I'm honored to know him as a friend.
Well, he will send out Summer Promise. Luis Saez will be aboard, and of course we're going to see one of the top 3-year-old fillies in the country, Secret Oath, from that very same barn a little bit later in the meet as well. I get to welcome in for the first time this summer Jonathan Kinchin and Paul LaDuca over in our Paddock set. Guys, how you doing?
We're doing well down here in the Paddock set, and it's great to be back here at Saratoga with all the fans. JK already getting hit up for numerous amount of shirt orders already. But JK, listen, the Schuylerville is an interesting race because Dwayne Lukas has been public about Summer Promise, that she is promising, and she won first time out, and she beat a Brad Cox horse that was very, very well meant that time at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and she was super impressive that day. But the other thing I like about her is look at her pedigree.
Yeah.
Right? She's a half to Destin, Vexatious, Creative Cause. you got to think she's going to appreciate this added furlong she's going to get today. I love the draw for her, drawn towards the outside. She's a tactical horse, drawn towards the outside. She'll be in the clear. She won't have to stop and start, most likely. I think she's going to be tough in here today, but I think Mark Casse might have a little bit to say about that, but I do think Summer Promise is definitely the horse to beat.
Well, I got to agree with you with Summer Promise. You know, she broke actually sharply from the rail that day, and David Cohen didn't really rush her. She sort of sat there. She was able to rate, and she went on with it, and she was ultra impressive that day. Filly by Uncle Mo. You talk about the bottom side of the pedigree. You get Luis Saez aboard today, so I don't think there's going to be tactics, any kind of change of tactics. I think they just play from the break and see how they go. Now the filly on the inside, Just Cindy, for Eddie Keneally. This horse was very good first time out and did get better. Filly by Justify, and she rewarded the betters, JK.
She'd be a little bit more interesting to me if she was drawn where Summer Promise is, right? Towards the outside. These are young horses, still trying to figure the whole gate thing out. And she's down on the inside, and she's going to have a monster lap to her outside in Summer Promise. I think the draw is a little bit of a negative for Just Cindy, but I wouldn't be shocked if she won.
Well, Greg, you know these fillies, they could change overnight, but it looks like those are the two fillies to beat, and maybe one of the Casse fillies.
Yeah, so far, those two fillies for Mark Casse, who won this race back in 2018, getting on dirt for the first time. He's not even sure what he's going to find out from them this afternoon, but he said so far they've taken to the dirt in their morning workout. So that is coming up, race 9 on the card today. Let's go back to race 5. It kicked off the pick 6. Majority Partner, one of several that was dropping down in class, trained by Jeremiah Engelhardt. Javier Castellano rides in the winner's circle.
And a great ride from Javier. You saw it earlier, got left at the starting gate. He was very patient, saved all the ground, gets to the outside, and just rides a tremendous race. And whenever you're riding at a big meet like Saratoga, the Saratoga meet, and you get off the mark on opening day, it takes a load of pressure off of you, you get settled in, and you just feel like you belong.
Yeah, nice effort by Majority Partner. Recently gelded and maybe showed his hand in practice. His most recent workout on July the 6th at Saratoga was the fastest of 21 that worked out at that distance that day. Here in for the maiden claim in a drop in class, as you said, Greg, and a victory for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
$5.30 for the victory. The early pick 5 ends there. Returns over $2,300. We have the beginning of the late pick 5, one of our favorite wagers, beginning in race 6, and it's going to begin in this race right here. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. This is on the Mellon turf course. The rail's out 12 feet, and our current favorite right now, the 9 King Moon Racer for trainer George Weaver. We'll talk more about this field when we come back from a short time out. Part of the late pick 5 sequence, the new Wilson chute, allowing 1 mile races here at the spot for the first time in 30 years. We'll also take a look at what's new around the track. Some brilliant, beautiful new additions. We'll be back right after this.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again. Matole's a monster. Matole wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matole.
We are back with live opening day coverage from Saratoga and a look at the beautiful new paddock bar named The Post. Put you up high overlooking that paddock. That is going to be a popular spot all summer long, as Saratoga, unlike any other racetrack, embraces the past but also has an eye to the future. And that is a beautiful brand new addition for this summer. Looking forward to this late pick 5 coming up in just a little bit. Another one of the new additions here at Saratoga this summer, the Wilson chute, allowing 1 mile races for a few reasons. It's going to be a little bit of a trial and error in here. There's going to be 11 of these races running this first condition book that runs through July 31st.
Yeah, and they haven't really even decided how many horses they're going to be able to run. Our Wilton Stakes this afternoon has a total of 9 runners, I believe, in there, and they want to see how they handle going into this bend. That is a great chute there. It's a race that I would look forward to riding. I think tactics are going to be very important. I think that saving ground going into that bend is going to be very important. I think patience is going to be important.
Yeah, look, I like what you're saying there, because oftentimes in these kind of races, if you have speed to the inside in a race like this, you're able to get to the front, you're going to leave that temporary rail that's set up in the chute, and you're going to go to an open area where you meet the main track. And for a guy that can make the lead to the inside, he can dictate what everyone does outside of him by holding his position way, way outside and then angling over down towards the end. And all of a sudden, you're going to see a horse that you think is a length in front. You're going to blink your eyes when they're on the main track. He's going to be 3 in front. So I think there's a chance for a real advantage in tactical speed, specifically inside speed, if you can make the lead here to control what everyone else does. No one wants to be 10 wide going into the turn, so they got to make a decision. Do I stay wide with this horse, or do I back up behind him? I think it gives an advantage to the speed.
A little less than 1/8 of a mile to get into that first turn. That's longer what they had back when mile races were here back in 1992.
I'm going to go for a horse in there, Goddess of Fire, for a different reason. The different reason, she doesn't have speed, and I think that she's going to sit. There's plenty of speed in the race. I think she's going to sit, save ground, and be able to do whatever John Velasquez, Hall of Famer John Velasquez, wants to do.
I think it's a good pick. Look, Goddess of Fire is not going to be hurt by a horse that makes the lead. She's going to be outside the horse. She's on the rail, and she can just save ground directly on the rail. She will benefit from that one hole.
And I like that everyone's keeping an open mind right now. We'll find out. It's going to be our first look at it in the 7th. But Todd Pletcher, initially, he was not a huge fan of this. He's got 3 fillies entered in the race.
It's a big experiment.
We'll see it for the first time, that new Wilson chute. Race 7, part of this late pick 5 sequence, as we get a look at Dwayne Lukas. Could be a big meet for the coach, and he's going to send out the 7 in this first leg of this late pick 5. 4-year-old son of Frosted named Cold as Hell, who is getting back on the grass after being 0 for 2 in the money and the turf to this point.
And Cold as Hell is extremely fast, has great gate speed. There's plenty of speed in this race. Whether he can make the lead under Johnny Velasquez, yet to be seen.
Double-digit odds right now at 12-1. Let's get a Paddock report right now as we check in with Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start with the horse currently taking the money on the board as Wesley Ward looks for a second winner today. Just Say When. Love the cutback in distance for this horse. He does have some good size to him, but a horse that's really, really sharp, energetic, demeanor-wise, looks like a horse that wants to go shorter. I thought the race 2 starts back was actually very strong down in Florida, and he's a horse that's really come along. When I saw him 2 back, I said he really just didn't stack up to the competition. Today, he's a standout. So I love to see that progression for this gelding by Not This Time, saddled outside of the stall, and while he's really sharp, he's been a professional as well. The number 9, King Moon Racer, is another one that's really come along quite well. It took him a while to break his maiden, and then when he did, we saw him kind of knocking at the door at this level. I thought last time out he ran a huge race. I've always preferred him a touch shorter, so the turn back from the 7 furlongs to the 5.5, I actually think will suit him quite well. As I mentioned, he's a horse that I think has really progressed. He's dappled out from head to toe. he's actually grown a little bit too, to my eye, seeing him in his second start of his 4-year-old season, but he's sharp and on the muscle here. I think that this is a spot that he's really going to take to quite well. The 11 Me and Sap is a huge price, but this is a horse, I think he wants a little bit more ground than this. Physically, he stacks up in here with these. I thought the last race was strong off of the layoff, getting back on his preferred surface. He's going to need to get a bit faster in here, but a big price underneath. I thought that he was one who caught my eye in the paddock, who could potentially outrun his odds and use underneath at a price. But some guys who knows all about getting the price will head back over to Paul and Jonathan.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, and listen, the pick 5 pool right now up to 600,000 JK. The early pick 5 starting in race number 1 got over $1 million. So I would think this is going to get up to about 1.5 million, somewhere in that area. It's a tough sequence. What's your thoughts?
No, it's a really tough sequence. But like we've talked about before, the pick 5 are one of my favorite wagers here at Saratoga. Low takeout and an approachable minimum with the 50-cent minimum. I wanted to spread in this leg, but it got too expensive. I'm just going to use, before we talk about the ticket, this is new. We're going to do right here, Paulie, right, with the money line odds next for those sports bettors out there. Looking for, the -110 is what you're probably used to seeing.
Yeah, right.
But, look at the 4, for instance. Just say win. 2-1, very similar to exactly the same as +200 in a money line.
Exactly. So I'm going to put this in perspective for you. The Yankees the other night were -340. The Reds were +340, scored 4 runs in the ninth. So they were 3.5 to 1. That's as big as odds that you'll get in baseball. So that's why we love playing horses, because you see a lot of horses over 3.5 to 1.
Exactly, and we love playing pick 5s because those can get really big with the odds. I'm going to use 3 horses in this first leg, 4, 5, and 9. The 4, Winter's Son. The 5, Fast and Furious. The 9, King Moon Racer. In the second leg, I'm going to use 3 as well. The 1, Goddess of Fire. You heard Gary talk about it a little bit. The 6, Favor. The 7, Tarabi. Into the third leg, 1, 3, and 6. I thought the Christophe Clement runners, the 1 and the 3, kind of had this thing over a barrel, but I wanted to make sure I had Chad in there, the 6 customer list. In the Schuylerville, I'm going to use the 6 and the 9. The 6, Me and My Shadow, is the Cassie that I'm going to side with, and the 9, Summer Promise for Dwayne Lukas. And then to wrap it up, the 5 and the 6, the 5, Fast Corey, and the 6, Abuse of Power.
Well, we can definitely hit this together. We got a couple different sideways going here. Now, I'm going to go a little bit deeper in this race. I thought this race was confusing. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 9. I'm surprised the 5 is 8 to 1 in here. I think that's the horse to catch in here. The blinkers on. Get a nice little price. Race number 7, I'm going to go 4-7 in the hook race. I think Angitude for Brad Cox could get loose on the front end. I do think Tarabi is the filly to beat in there. I've always loved her. On the 1s and 2s, very unfortunate for Norm Cassie that she's on the shelf. But after that race, he had told me that she was the best filly he had in his barn. Race number 8, I'm with you. I thought the 6 was the interesting horse in their customer list. 4 deep, 1-9. I'm going to use Just Cindy, and I'm going to try to get to the last race. I really like the horse in the last race, Abuse of Power. Gray mare, Greg, but she needs to get out of the gate. She has trouble getting out of the gate. If she can break well, she's the one to beat in the last.
All right, Paulie, that's for Phil Antonacci. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride Abuse of Power in that nightcap. You can play all the action today while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Promo code is USAWTOGA200 and get that $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Post parade begins with Starry Night for trainer John Kimmel.
Yeah, Starry Night broke his maiden last time out, winning his first race, obviously, for $40,000. He's got good tactical speed, should be part of things early on, set a good trip.
Dirt speed with dark timber, will it translate to grass?
Yeah, and that's a problem because there's a lot of other speed in this race for Dark Timber, but he's going to try to show the way early here.
27 to 1 on Winter's Son Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, and shortening up in distance, going from the 7 furlongs to 5.5 today. It was a big price last time. Big price again today. Be a surprise.
Current favorite Wesley Ward. He's already won on today's program. Has Irad Ortiz Jr. with a horse cutting back in distance.
Yeah, Just Say When, the 4 horse, is a horse that's coming off a route race, returning to a distance that I think this horse will prefer in sprinting.
One of several speeds in the race, and he has legit turf speed, Fast and Furious.
Yeah, he does. He was claimed last time out by Bruce Brown off of trainer Rob Atras. Blinkers going on, should show even more speed today.
20 to 1 on a horse who actually had a pretty good effort at Belmont back in October on the grass, U.S. Steel.
And he had a good effort at Thistle Downs in his last start, but this ain't Thistle Downs.
No, this is the big leagues. Very different circuits indeed, and that was on dirt. this is on turf. He's yet to win on turf. Cold as hell, the Dwayne Lukas runner.
He's tried turf before with no luck on that. I like the shortening up in distance to 5.5 furlongs. He's going to be part of that speed brigade.
Yet another speedster. Here is Stanhope for Bonnie Lukas.
You got it right, and this is a one-dimensional speed horse. Doesn't make the lead, goes out the back door, makes the lead easy, can win this kind of race.
And our first
and
look
a tip
there.
of the hat to Thistle Downs. I've won the Derby there twice, and I like that track.
Thank you. A little respect there, Tom. King Moon Racer was early on favored. Right now, second choice, 3-1.
Yeah, and he's going to be my pick in here, King Moon Racer. He's got the ability to sit just off the pace. Javier Castellano, he hasn't lost his gift of riding. Just looking for back-to-back wins right now.
Jose Lezcano, he's already on the board this afternoon on opening day. He's on Propensity.
This is a horse that's going to be shortening up in distance, made the lead, kind of controlled the pace outside last time, but it was no finish from him. This is another horse that would like to turn back in distance.
And me and Sap on the outside, two-time winner on the grass, including last time out for trainer David Donk.
Yeah, taking a jump up in class, so he's protected today. This is a tougher race than he's coming out of. Of his non-winners of 2 lifetime. He has won the 2 races, but he's going to have to get the right trip and run faster than he's ever run before.
So 3 minutes to post. We see that pool for the late pick 5, our first of the season at Saratoga. Over $800,000. Tom, how'd you play it?
Well, I think there's a lot of speed in this first leg, our 6th race, and I'm going to look for horses that close here. King Moon Racer, the 9, is my top pick, but I use the 1, 4, 9, and 10. And then we're going to try to run a race out of the chute for the first time here at Saratoga. I think that's a wild card in itself. I think you've got to spread out there. Look, make no mistake, the 7-horse Tarabi is the best horse in the 7th race. But Trip could be everything for that horse, and it may be compromised by that outside post. I'm spread out there. I do narrow down in the 2-year-old filly stake. The best performance I saw at Churchill Downs from a filly was in our 1-horse that day, Just Cindy. I think she's going to come back to win, but do not leave Lukas out. Second time out the box, he is dangerous. They always improve dramatically, and he's coming off a win. And then I'm with Paul. I spread it out. I went and singled in the last to Abuse of Power. Doesn't run often, but when she runs well.
So that's Tom's late pick 5 ticket. There is Irad Ortiz Jr., one of the heavy favorites to win what would be a 4th riding title at Saratoga. He had a lot of ground to close to get the Belmont title. He won 16 races over the final 8 days that he was eligible to ride to overtake Dylan Davis. And this is Just Say When, who was going long last start for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, and I like the shortening up in distance for Wesley Ward. His horse has got good early speed, tactical speed. I don't think that he'll be on the lead. He's only a 3-year-old. This is only his 4th race of his life today, but coming off a very good effort last time out. That was claiming 75.
I think when you're handicapping, any Churchill Downs races on the turf from this past meet we just had, you can throw them out. That turf course was odd. They actually closed it down for the last 2 weeks of the meet. It just brought a really weird result. So maybe it's a chance for players to find poor results from a race, most recently at Churchill Downs, and look at past races and find some value there.
It's a great thing that we're going to be talking a lot about the legendary Dwayne Lukas at this Saratoga meeting. He's with Acacia right now.
And so kind to take some time here. The coach, Dwayne Lukas. Before I ask about your runners today, Wayne, first of all, how is it being back in Saratoga?
We love it. You know, it's always a great experience, and it really makes a lot of difference. So if you got a couple of horses that can run, you don't want to come up here with horses that probably can't run very much, but we're excited about ours.
You told me you brought just a small number, but quality. Summer Promise later today in the Schuylerville looks like she could be just that.
We think she's pretty special, but, you know, we'll test her today, I'm sure. That race is very competitive. They've all had an out, and I think that she'll show up. We're trying to find out just how good she is. I think she's pretty good.
She's from a terrific family as well. I mean, the pedigree certainly says she wants to go longer. How has she progressed out of that first race?
Very, very well. You know, she was an outstanding yearling when we bought her, and that family, you know, kind of made it a little easier to bid on her. And then once we got training her, I told John Bellinger and Brian Coelho, who own her, I said, I think in our first little bout together, we're going to be okay.
Now, you and I walked from the paddock out here front side together. So many people stopping for autographs, pictures. It has to be special being back here and ready for a big summer.
Well, I was telling my wife, I think our fan base has increased now that I'm old and and it seems like people think I maybe won't be around, so get a picture while you can. But it certainly, and Secret Oath has really brought the fan base up really a lot. It was a very popular Oaks, and the phone rang off the hook and the emails, so it's kind of fun. As long as we got runners, I think we'll be okay.
Well, we can't wait to watch them. Thank you, as always, for your time, Wayne.
Well, thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. As Paul and JK, these are the days when I get to interview someone like Wayne Lukas. So lucky we get to call this work.
Yeah, it is truly amazing. Wayne Lukas, one of my best quotes ever, JK, I've ever heard. After he won the Kentucky Oaks with Secret Oath, the press asked him, what is he going to do? He goes, I do what I always do. I take my grandson to Wendy's and we go get chicken nuggets and a shake.
Wow, chicken nuggets. I like a chicken nugget.
Let's get to this race. Okay, to get out of this race, you went 4, 5, 9. I went a little bit deeper. Let's start with the 9, King Moonracer, because when you look on paper, there is a lot of speed, where there looks like a lot of speed, and King Moonracer looks like a horse that can pass horses.
Yes, and I think one of the things you want to keep in mind when we're here at Saratoga is the turf sprints take place going 5.5. So everyone that's coming from Belmont has either been running 6 or 7. This race is full of horses that are cutting back. The 9 King Moonracer is one of those horses. I think we'll appreciate that.
Yeah, and listen, Greg, Jonathan and I both like the 5. We think the 5's got the best numbers, could be the speed of the speed. It's really hard to ignore. Bruce Brown, 0 for 19 off the claim.
Claiming off of a very successful trainer in Rob Atras. We'll see if he can move this horse forward. But yeah, Fast and Furious, the 5, one of about 4 blazing speedsters in here.
Right, and one that needs to have the lead to win. And his 3rd race in 30 days, there's some holes you can punch in this one.
Favorite, 8 to 5. There he is stepping in. Just say when. Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz Jr. teaming up with his 3-year-old son of Not This Time. As we're set for the late pick 5, over 1.1 million in this pool. Let's go upstairs to the voice of New York racing to get us started on opening day from Saratoga here on Fox Sports. John Imbrial.
They're all in. And they're off. Just Say When is out for the early lead. And then it is Fast and Furious, and on the inside is Dark Timber, who is racing in 3rd, followed by Stanhope in 4th. On the outside runs Propensity in 5th. And then we come back to Me and Sap, who is running in 6th. On the inside is Winter Sun, next in 7th. And then moving up in between horses is Me and Sap there, followed by Winter Sun. Then comes King Moonracer, followed by U.S. Steel. On the outside is Starry, Starry Night, and farther back is Cold as Hell. Up front it is Stanhope. On the outside it is Propensity, and down towards the rail it is Fast and Furious. Now moving up in between horses is Winter Sun, and on the outside, Just Say When is there, followed by King Moonracer. Winter Sun has now come on through. Just Say When is there, Just Say When. Winter Sun, the 2 of them come on for the finish, and Winter Sun has won it at a price, at a big price, 43 to 1.
43 to 1 to kick off the late pick 5. Here in the 6 at Saratoga, completely dismissed on the board. First win on the turf.
Yeah, prominent early in the race and hung on and fought off Wesley Ward, Just Say When. Big race from our 3-horse here.
Yeah, Winter Sun had never run on the Saratoga turf course. By far the best race that he's ever run before. Well ridden by Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, this race backed up just like we thought it would, Greg. And you see these horses finishing on the end. Very, very lucky trip for Winter Sun to get through down the stretch there.
Favorite winds up 2nd. Guys, what a start to this late pick 5. Biggest price early on in this meet at 43 to 1.
Yeah, tremendous ride here by Junior Alvarado. If you go back to the far turn, there was a lot of horses that were spread out. Watch Junior tucked in with the white face. He's patient as can be, JK. And he splits horses, does not decide to go 5, 6 wide. He's 2 wide, and everything falls into place. This was a horse that could pass horses, but really hard to find on paper, but congratulations to the connections. Marcelo Arenas and Junior Alvarado get the job done at a giant price.
Yeah, huge price. The type of price that makes you start wondering if we can get one more price in here. There could be a carryover in the pick 6. But look, I thought the horse was extremely brave to run up in there in between horses like that. If you're new to this game, not every one of these horses is willing to go into spots like that horse just did. And the connections have to be happy. Only 2 wins this year, but what's wrong with the 3rd one being at Saratoga?
What a start. Very quiet here on the racetrack after that beginning to this late pick 5. A lot of people rethinking now what's the late pick 4 coming up.
I'm reading into JK's comments. They're just like mine. With that big long shot, wouldn't we get another? We might have a carryover. We're rooting for a carryover right now.
Yes,
that would knock a lot of people out.
Wow, this track got very quiet after that. Very few coming up with Winner's Son. Tough one to have. If you did, congratulations. We'll be back with the prices right after this. The good news is we do have a late pick 4 next. So still plenty of chances remain to make some money. It's always a fun battle between 2 of the very best in our sport in upstate New York at Saratoga. 14-time winner of this meet, Todd Pletcher. He was honest about it. He said, absolutely, I'd love to win this meet. And that's the man he's chasing right there, who's probably the odds-on favorite, Chad Brown, who's won 4 of the last 6 meetings here at the Spa.
over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
We are back on a Saratoga Live. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Tremendous opening day crowd as we get set for a fun summer here in upstate New York. Junior Alvarado, 43-1 on Winter Sun, returning $89 for the victory. The favorite for Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz Jr., Just Say When, winds up second. And a 16-1 shot there in third, Starry Night. How about that trifecta for 50 cents, over $460. Let's head to Acacia for more.
To be joined by winning jockey Junior Alvarado. Junior, I know you're mount in the Schuylerville scratch, but this has got to make up for it a bit.
Yeah, for sure. You know, when that filly crashed, you know, I had to make the most of the other 3 horses that I have left. So, you know, it worked out great today with this one.
Tell me about your trip and coming up the rail. The horse was very game today, Winter Sun.
Yeah, you know, he broke good, you know, put himself in a good spot. You know, I was following Ira the whole way. I thought he was the one to beat, and the one that was, like, giving his horse his best trip out there, you know. But right when we turned for home, you know, it was my decision to, you know, to kind of try to see if I could cut the corner a little bit there. And, you know, like I say, he kept responding well for me.
You're headed back down to Florida riding a Gulfstream the next couple of days where you're based now. I'm sure we'll see you up here again, but how special is this Saratoga Winner's Circle?
It never gets old, you know, and in each victory is just an amazing feeling when you get to win a race here. It doesn't matter if it's a Grade 1, if it's the lowest claiming, it's always special to win a race.
All smiles, and rightfully so. Congratulations, Junior.
Thank you, Kasia.
Junior Alvarado with the big price, Greg, and we certainly should see him up here again. He's got his main horse, Olympiad, potentially pointing to the Whitney.
Yeah, that will be August 6th, and that's a showdown a lot of people already are talking about with Life is Good, and Hot Rod Charlie expected to show up there as well. Here we go, our first look at this Wilson chute. 1 mile races return to Saratoga beginning right here for 3-year-old fillies. Todd Pletcher, as mentioned, going to send out 3 in the race.
Yeah, I mean, the big question on this race is who does it give an advantage to, this chute, and who does it play a disadvantage to? You're going to theorize about it. I theorize about it as well, and you're going to play that way. But if you're going to make a theory about it, you better get value in what you're going to back.
I think that these riders can overthink this race. I think it's best that they come out, don't necessarily have a plan, ride the race how it comes up. If you start thinking about it too much, you're going to confuse yourself and just get yourself in trouble.
These 1 mile races are going to be the most critiqued of the entire meet. Again, this will be the first of 11 we see in this first condition book running through July 31st. We're looking forward to it to see how it plays out, and I know all these riders are as well. We talked about going to break. Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher, as usual, going to be dueling for the training title. He's a 4-time meet leading trainer, Chad Brown here, and it's special to him having grown up just down the road in Mechanicville. He's coming off a record-extending 7th consecutive Belmont training title at that spring summer meet where he set a record with 47 wins in 44 days. Just sensational. He won at a 30% clip. We're going to see him in the Grade 1 Diana. Loaded as usual, even more loaded than usual, I guess, in this Diana. He'll send out 4 of the 6. Bleecker Street enters the Grade 1 Diana, a perfect 7 for 7 off a Grade 1 win.
And she just keeps winning. I mean, 7 for 7, like you said, she was kind of overlooked. She was not the favorite. It was another Chad Brown that was favored this day, but she is a Grade 1 winner, and she's done nothing wrong. She just keeps improving with each and every race.
I think the question in that Diana is, with Chad Brown having 4 of the 6, is there room on the podium for anyone else but Chad Brown's 3 horses?
Charlie Appleby, hold on.
Yes.
Charlie Appleby showing up, who kind of stole the spotlight last year.
He did indeed. Those are some very good European athletes, and he is absolutely a top-notch world trainer.
But you talked about Gary, too, beating a stablemate in that race. Bleecker Street did. That was Rougier, who is world-class. She won the Prix de l'Opera, one of the most important races for fillies and mares on the grass over in France. She was a bit of a no-show in that race. We'll see if she can bounce back in the Grade 1 Diana this weekend.
Yeah, and, you know, Bleecker Street, she came from well off of the pace that day. She has an unbelievable turn of foot, and she's got to show that tomorrow, I think, to be able to get the job done again.
Todd Pletcher knows a thing or two about winning at Saratoga. 14-time leading trainer here at the Spun. He comes in, as usual, on the right way off a victory in the Belmont Stakes.
He does indeed. I mean, look, Todd Pletcher, he's always the guy in a race, as far as I'm concerned. When you almost have to use him defensively in a race when you're handicapping because his horses run so well, particularly at Saratoga. In this particular race, Gary, you fancy the one horse here, and I think your theory behind why you like Goddess of Fire is a very good one.
Well, and I think that this filly, I mean, look, she was second in the Gulfstream Oaks, the Kentucky Oaks. She didn't show up that day. She's coming back fresh. She's already showed her quality. I like this style. I like the drop back to a mile distance for this filly. So,
you know, we talked about Mo Donegal winning the Belmont. Unfortunately, we're not going to see him for the rest of the year. But on the very same day that news came out, as you look at all the ammo, Todd Pletcher's going to have a new 3-year-old for Pletcher Steps Up and Charge It, who won the Grade 3 Dwyer by 23 lengths. And that's now a horse he's looking forward to getting into the Travers.
Yeah, and it falls in the hands of an owner that really, really has paid her dues in the business in Mandy Pope and Whisper Hill Farm, and it's really pleasant to see Mandy get rewarded with all the hard work she's done in breeding horses and in purchasing at the sales.
But Todd Pletcher, he was interviewed prior to the start of this meet. He believes Chad Brown and the arsenal that he has probably is the favorite to win the meet.
He's not showing his hand. He's got a ton of 2-year-olds over there, and he's going to win his share of 2-year-old races. He went off favorite earlier today in the second race. We had a 2-year-old filly race. He was heavily favored in there, wound up running second, ran a nice race. We'll look at that race later on this afternoon.
Now these two going head-to-head for the training title. They're going to go head-to-head in this race coming up as well. As you take a look at Chad Brown, he will send out Gina Romantica. Right now a price on the board at 7-1. He'll have Flavian Pratt aboard as we debut this new 1-mile chute for the first time since 1992 mile races at Saratoga.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports. Live opening day coverage of the premier meet in the country. So many stars we're getting set to see coming up. And one of the storylines of this meet, this new Wilson chute being used for 1-mile races. First time since 1992. But Gary, back in 1992, it wasn't really a chute. The gate was just placed at an angle on the clubhouse turn. So this is a lot safer and a lot fairer placement.
Yeah, look, we don't know how this turf court or this chute is going to play. I've got a feeling, and I'm just imagining what it would be like to ride this particular race. The 6.5 furlong race off the hillside turf course at Santa Anita is a very unique race. This is a unique race because that turn is coming up quickly. And I rode that track like it was a mile race, not a sprint race. That's how I approached it. And I think that's probably how I would approach this if I'm the guy that's going out to ride a race right now. I'm going to be a little bit conservative early on and fill it out, see what it's like.
Now let's hear from a man who knows maybe better than anyone about riding this circuit and this new addition here. Let's go to the MIG, Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I actually did get to ride in those mile races back in '92, which, again, wasn't a true chute. It was just the way the placement of the gate was angled away from the rail, from the outside fence. And those races, honestly, were very roughly run. I could tell you, standing here in the Wilson chute, this is a legitimate chute. They have over a 16th of a mile to sort themselves out before they actually got to start making any sort of a turn or bending into the first turn. I like the way it's squared off. It looks very safe. I spoke to 3 of the riders that rode in that trial on Tuesday. Irad and Jose Ortiz both said they really liked the way it felt. They were comfortable with it. And then Johnny Velasquez, who's the senior statesman in the jockey's room, and he said that he felt very, very comfortable. They could easily run 10. And as long as guys are mindful, like if you don't break well, don't rush off because it will get a little bit tight. But as long as everybody's a little bit mindful, take care of each other, we shouldn't have any issues at all. And I'm excited. This is another new layer to Saratoga racing and another distance they can add and something always entertaining for the fans.
Well, we're looking forward to it. They had that trial run on Tuesday, and Manny Franco wanted to point out to everyone, too, that he was actually the winner of that trial run. That's how competitive these guys are. Pick 4 begins here, just over $400,000 in the pool. We got a Paddock report. Let's check in as we welcome back Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg, as we'll take a look at the likeliest speed horse in here, and that's number 4, Angitude, is getting a look at her here under the saddling stalls for Brad Cox. She'll go the 5.5 to this somewhat of a 1-turn mile, kind of 1.5-turn mile that we hear as we debut this Wilton chute for these Wilton Stakes. And looking at Angitude from the physical perspective, I like what I'm seeing for her, trying to stretch out for this Daughter of Violence. Actually, a much longer, rangier filly than I was anticipating. And she has been handled, at least by during saddling here, by her trainer, Brad Cox. I don't know if she can be a little bit of an obstreperous type, but so far so good with her in the paddock prior to this start here. You know, bright, alert filly, what you want for a speed horse, but she's minding her manners. Big old ears on her as well. Always a good sign, I find, in my race mares or fillies. As we'll take a look at number 7, Tarabi, here for Cherie DeVoe. And Cherie citing that she likely needed her last start after having a break after the Breeders' Cup and then hitting some minor issues in the road that got her to a bit of a later start. Well, she looks fit here. She's one I liked as a 2-year-old. She was a bit more physically mature than a lot of her competition, but again, she's taken a step forward. She's a big, strong girl, and a lot of times those bigger types, they need to race into fitness a bit. She certainly has an intense demeanor. She has her game face on as she returns here for Cherie. Moving on to one of 2 Todd Pletcher runners, number 9, Amo Ray. This is the first time I'm seeing her since late in her 2-year-old season. She's grown a touch, but she's filled out. She's gotten much stronger from 2 to 3. Always like to see that. And I like the fact that Todd it seems adamant on keeping her at a mile, because I don't think she wants to go too much further than this. But same kind of disposition that I saw subsequently after her first race, in which she was a bit green that day. Laid back, calm, focused. Like what I see from her. I like the fact that she's filled out considerably and put on a lot of muscle mass here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 9-2 on one of the 3 Pletcher fillies, Amore, daughter of Uncle Mo. We'll have that outside post in this 7 filly field as we begin to pick 4. Closing in on $500,000 in the pool. We're going to be back with our post parade with the debut of this Wilson chute. 1-mile races return here to Saratoga, and this is the debut coming up in this restricted stakes race for 3-year-old fillies. We'll be right back.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live, and a race coming up named after the town of Wilton, just northeast of Saratoga Springs. First settled back in 1764. Town was created back in 1818. So much history here in upstate New York. Former President Ulysses Grant passed away there back in 1885. As we get set for our pick 4 coming up in the Wilton. And there's one of the 3 Todd Pletcher fillies, Amore, who was coming in off a win. That was out in Maryland at Laurel. Irad Ortiz Jr. still looking for that elusive first win here on opening day.
We're not even through the opening day, so I wouldn't sweat it.
I think he's fine. Plenty of wins to come for probably the odds-on favorite to win the writing title.
Oh yeah. I mean, this has been his backyard. He and his brother Jose. So I would say that's exactly right. With maybe a threat from Joel Rosario. And think about that. Those 3 names all in the same riding colony, and a group behind them that are every bit as good as any rider in the United States.
Last
what
year's
a colony.
Leading rider Luis Saez, 64 wins, 4th most in the history of this racetrack. He got started the right way, taking the opener on the card. But no one yet able to mount 2 wins. Spreading the wealth here on opening day. Favorite right now is Tarabi. That's not a surprise at all. That is the 7 filly for Cherie DeVoe, who was Grade 1 placed here at Saratoga when she was a runner-up to the champion Echo Zulu in the Grade 1 spin-away last summer. Here's Goddess of Fire, again one of 3 for Todd Pletcher to begin the post-parade.
This one for Red Oak Stable. Johnny V aboard, a 3-year-old filly by Mindchaz. Haven't been seen since the Kentucky Oaks.
Next door, Chad Brown coming off that record-setting Belmont Spring Summer Meet. 47 wins. We'll get to her in a moment. We start with St. Martin Girl. We pick it up with 24-1, guys.
Yeah, broke her maiden last time out. This great filly by Liam's Map with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Big long shot, Ricardo Santana in the irons.
Speedy filly stretching out for the first time. Here's Angitude for Brad Cox.
Stretch from 5.5 to a mile. Let's see. Her style suggests she might be okay.
Another of the Todd Pletcher fillies. Here is Favor, Tyler Gaffleone, coming off that monster Churchill Downs meet.
Yeah, I like Favor a little bit. This one, 9 furlongs last seen in the Black-Eyed Susan on the eve of the Preakness. She was wide all the way around there.
7-5 favorite. Here she is. Tarabi, again, second of the Grade 1 spin-away last summer.
And she was really good last time against the filly on the 1s and 2s. Unfortunately, is on the shelf for Norm Cassie. But after that race, Norm had told me that was the best filly in his barn. So Tarabi ran into kind of a monster, and she's run into Echo Zulu along with this horse, Greg, who is another horse that has run into Echo Zulu and Gerrymander.
Yeah, she debuted Amore, who we're looking at here at Saratoga. She ran decent in that debut against Gerrymander. She comes in off a win.
Yeah, she does. And you know, she got bet early, at least early in the wagering. Right now, floated up to 5-1.
And we'd skipped over Chad Brown's filly, Gina Romantica. There she is in those Peter Brandt silks. So 8-1 on Gina Romantica. That's our field. 3 minutes to post here in the Wilton. Let's go back to Maggie.
Hold on. Hello? Nope.
All right, we'll try and get back to Maggie in a moment. Some technical difficulties there. So 6-5 favoritism on who many believe, and there she is again, Tarabi, the most talented filly in this group. The only time she went beyond 7 furlongs, she was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and 2 pretty good ones beat her.
No, it did indeed. This is a tough race that she ran in here at Churchill Downs, her last start. That horse in the lead, as Paul talked about, on the 1s and 2s, made an easy lead out of the gate, and Tarabi had to chase the entire time while that speed horse on the 1s and 2s was just sitting. So the race really played against Tarabi's style, and it cost her the win as a heavy favorite that day, but it was a good effort nonetheless.
She is the 7-5 favorite. She is trained by Cherie DeVoe, standing by with Maggie.
Thanks, Greg, and pleased to be joined here by Cherie, bringing Tarabi back. And I read some quotes from you, Cherie, saying that you just thought that last race would be beneficial from a fitness standpoint, considering she'd been gone from the races since the Breeders' Cup.
Correct. You know, the filly that won the race was in good form and had a few races over the track, got an easy lead and had things her own way. We were coming off a layoff, going 7 furlongs, and she needed the race. So I wasn't disappointed at all. I was really pleased to see that she had taken a step forward with the speed figures. Just what we're looking for going from 2 to 3 to make sure that they're still in continuing to improve.
She must have really sparked your interest. Obviously, I'm sure being a part of buying her as a yearling, but 2, showing a lot of promise to you off the back of that maiden win, straight to the Grade 1 spin away, and she didn't disappoint you at a big price that day.
No, not at all. She was really precocious when she was 2 and coming along, and it had been the plan just to start her at Ellis and let her get an easy race. Easier race is what we hoped for, and something we could have improved from, which is exactly what it was. You know, coming up here to Saratoga, there's so many great trainers and great horses, and they have them primed and ready. So if you could take an edge somewhere, especially when you have a filly like that you're hoping to get to the Breeders' Cup, you try to take it where you can.
Well, hopefully she returns to the spot and fine fettle for you today. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tarabi, guys, she is holding strong as your 7-5 favorite, and good to hear from Cherie that she has high hopes from her too. As JK and Paulie, what do you think about Tarabi?
Well, I think she's the horse to beat by far. She really is. I think Tom hit the nail on the head. On the 1s and 2s is a quality filly, but she had everything her own way, and Tarabi had a chaser. New configuration, right, JK? So do you want to take 7-5 on this filly?
Yeah, I think, look, I think people are going to overreact a little bit when it comes to this new configuration, the new chute. It's only going to matter sometimes. There's going to be a lot of these races where it just doesn't make any difference where anyone draws, the best horse is going to win. Now, there is going to be the occasional time where a horse maybe gets into a little bit of trouble, ends up wide. If she can just break away from there clean, I don't have any concern where she's drawn. I think she's going to be tough in here, but I do think the 6 favor is pretty interesting.
Well, you make a good point, because I think the 4 Angitude, the horse on the screen, is the horse to catch in here by far. But of the 2 Todd Pletcher runners, I think the horse that you like, the 6, is more tactical than Goddess of Fire. Do you think that way too?
I think that she can be. I mean, she was a little bit slow last time in the Black Eyed Susan. That pace was honest enough. Look, most of Todd's runners pop away from there and can find their position forward. They're trained that way. I think Favor's interesting, cutting back from that 9 furlongs, and I think she's a little bit more attractive at 6-1 than her stablemate down on the inside, the 1 Goddess of Fire.
Well, we see this race 7, and maybe we'll see what happens. Let's go trackside.
Well, there is you would think a confirmed speed in here. That is the 4 Angitude, who you're looking at, who's going to be stretching out in distance. She's shown sprint speed, Gary.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, Angitude and Joel Rosario, everybody thinks of him as probably one of the strongest finishers in the game as a jockey, but he's great on the lead as well. If they let this filly loose on the lead and he can nurse that speed, slow him down early on, wouldn't surprise me to see her get loose, sneak away from him, and catch him by surprise, guys.
Angitude is the lone speed horse in this race, no question about it. Joel can not only make the lead with this horse, but he can guide this horse anywhere he wants on the racetrack. And when they come to the open area you're looking at right there, before they hit the main track, he can pack that entire field out that wants to be tactically close. I look for Angitude to turn down the backside when they hit the main track here, and we're watching on the pan, to be 4 to 5 lengths in front of the entire field. That's a big advantage.
That's a look again at this new chute making its debut for the first time since 1992. These mile races being run at Saratoga. And with this having a speed horse, does that allow you on this turn to create even more separation than normal?
Well, I'm noticing, look how far they put them towards the outside of the starting gate. They put a temporary rail up there, and I was not aware that they were going to do this. What kind of impact is that going to have when they run past that temporary rail right there? There's a lot of empty space down towards the inside right there.
And they're not going to be able to push this horse around.
No.
I mean, this horse is going to control where the rail is going to, where the fake rail is going to be. They're going to make the rail. Antitude's going to make the rail based on being on the lead, and they're all going to have to be outside of that horse or drop back behind him.
Angitude, the 4, the speed, 6-1 with our reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, Joelle Rosario. She's being a bit uncooperative, getting help from the starting gate crew, trying to load into the gate.
I actually bet on this filly the last time that she ran just because of her name, Angitude.
Good man.
Right.
She won.
Wife must be happy.
Smart.
We'll see if she can take him gate to wire, or will this one, Tarabi, the favorite, pick up her first win of her 3-year-old campaign. We're set for the Wilton and the debut of this Wilson chute. Let's go upstairs to John and Brielle.
And they're off in the Wilton Stakes as they race out of the Wilson chute. And the early leader here is Angitude with Tarabi running in second, and then comes Gina Romantica down on the inside in third. Favor is next in fourth, Amore on the outside in fifth, followed by Goddess of Fire in sixth, and the trailer is St. Martin Girl in seventh. They're on the backstretch now, and it is Angitude who steps away here to lead by almost 3 lengths. Tarabi giving chase in second. Gina Romantica down on the inside in third. The quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. It is Angitude on top here. Angitude now by almost 4 lengths. Then Tarabi and Gina Romantica, followed by Favor, who is running in fourth. Goddess of Fire is next in fifth. Then Amore, and farther back, St. Martin Girl, half mile 48 3/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. It is still Angitude leading Tarabi. Angitude is the leader, with Tarabi on the outside in second. Gina Romantica and Favor right together. Goddess of Fire is next in fifth as they come for the head of the stretch. It is Angitude with a narrow lead. Tarabi's on the outside in second. Gina Romantica is rallying down on the inside now from third as they come down for the 8th pole. And now Goddess of Fire is moving up. On the outside, Tarabi has come away with the lead. Goddess of Fire and Angitude heads apart second and third. They come for the finish, and it is Tarabi who will win it. 3/4 of a length. And it looked like Goddess of Fire got up for second in a photo with Angitude for the place. The mile out of the Wilson chute went in 1 minute, 38 2/5 seconds.
Tarabi picks up just the second win of her career. At her prior 4 starts, 2 of those performances were in Grade 1 company, the Breeders' Cup and the Grade 1 Spinaway last summer.
Yeah, this filly's taken a step forward into from her last race. She's improved with every single one of her races. She just grounded out. Big effort from Angitude, and Goddess of Fire as well under Johnny V. Gets up for second late.
Yeah, I think Tarabi, the secret to her success was where she was placed early in the race. She broke sharp, was able to lay second behind a lone pace setter and Angitude and stalk that horse all the way around there. She was the best horse today, plain and simple. Angitude got everything we thought that she would get in the race, but it just didn't work out. She wasn't good enough to beat a very good Tarabi, the 7 horse.
What about from the beginning of the race here, Gary? What'd you see?
It was very clean, very clean. Look at Johnny V down on the right side of your screen. Headed right for the rail to save ground. Everybody gets away from there good. Nobody messing with anybody. It was very, very clean into that first little bend there and into the backstretch.
Yeah, John Velasquez on the 1 there, who sat around the rail and then tried to make a late run up the inside. Winds up second, getting by that speedster Angitude for second. But it's Tarabi, Paulie, JK, who gets the win at 6-5.
I think Tom made just a great point. Javier Castellano and Gary said the same thing. He did a phenomenal job. You know, she broke a tiny bit slow last time at Churchill. JK a tiny bit flat-footed. She was right on the floor, Angitude. You could tell that Javier kind of always had that Phillies measure, but Angitude fought back a little bit in the lane.
Yeah, and look, I thought she ran really well. She was the best horse in here, and I think that all those people that wanted to jump to conclusions about what this chute was going to do, just relax.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Play who you like. There's nothing to get carried away about.
Right.
You know, and I think actually being drawn towards the outside is going to be kind of an advantage. I think it's an easier adjustment into that first turn, but what do I know? I've never sat on one's back.
No, and to be honest with you, right? The 4 went to the front end. It played out the way it did, Greg, and we saw a horse, Goddess of Fire, come up the rail. The interesting part to me, I'd like to ask you guys, Joel had the horse way out in the middle of the racetrack. I'm wondering why the guys are having some of their horses out in the middle of the racetrack, although Goddess of Fire came up the rail.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that going forward, but we've seen Joel Rosario do that in the past, of course, with Jackie's Warrior quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they make a good point. This was a clean run race. You know, it wasn't a full field. I don't see a problem with it. It's very clean.
And you know, to JK's point, sometimes good to be outside, sometimes good to be on the best horse, too.
There you go. Exactly right. Best horse won.
2 wins today. Javier Castellano Tarabi, the favorite in the Wilton, and a success for the first race out of that Wilson chute. Well, the prices when we come back. JK's got some serious clout now to line up this kind of interview for Cart Talk. The NOLA boys, Tom Amos, Al Stall in the first edition of Cart Talk of the season when we come back.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the page.
Life is good. Next go,
Go to the back. Good luck.
We're back on Saratoga Live, our Winter Circle lead-in. It is brought to you by the 101st Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best of the North American yearling crop on August 8th and 9th. Where will you be? Tarabi, impressive here in the Wilton. $4.40 for the win as the favorite. Daughter of Claiborne Stallion First Samurai with the victory here, trained by Cherie DeVoe, LBD Stable. And Javier Castellano, as mentioned earlier, collecting his second victory on this opening day card. And Tom, as you said to me off air, Tarabi got very good position early in this race.
Oh, absolutely. Got very good position against a pace setter in Angitude, the 4-horse, and was able to go right by her when she wanted. Great effort from Tarabi, and I think better things to come from this filly.
Gets by that lone speed, holds off Goddess of Fire coming up the fence. How about the disparity with these first two races in the late pick 5, 43-1, and then $4.40 with Tarabi at 6-5.
Can you say all first leg favored second leg? Perhaps.
Wish I could have handicapped hindsight that way. 3 legs to go. We still got a long way ahead of us, though. Up next in the 8th. Mile and 1/8 over the inner turf. An allowance optional claiming field. And as the odds reflect, wide open here, customer list for Chad Brown right now is the 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, customer list is an interesting horse. So Chad Brown has 2 in this race. He had 1 draw in off the also eligibles in Santa, and I'm going to butcher the name, Giulia, maybe.
Sounds good
perhaps?
to me.
Yeah, and if you go and look, those 2 horses actually worked against one another on the turf here at Saratoga. Chad Brown does that a lot with his horses. There's no question between the 2 horses in that workout, customer list was much the best. Customer list worked well, in hand, galloped out well. I think one of the horses to beat in this race. Certainly there are others to consider, but I do like customer list as one of the top picks.
All right, Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. You knew you were not going to get 6-1 on that Chad Brown runner coming up in this spot. Right now is the 3-1 favorite again as we are 23 minutes to post our ABR race of the week. Speaking of Chad Brown, the Grade 1 Diane, our first Grade 1 of the meet. Chad Brown will send out 4 of the 6 runners in this race, including Rougier trying to bounce back in the undefeated Bleecker Street. 7 for 7 and coming off a Grade 1 win. Well, they grew up together, they went to school together, and they began their education in the sport together as well. Eventually, both would make their imprint in this game. Both inducted into the Hall of Fame in their local racetrack out in New Orleans at the Fairgrounds, and both Grade 1 winners here at Saratoga. Jonathan Kinchin's first edition of Kart Talk this season is with the NOLA boys, Al Stall and Tom Amos.
So I've heard you guys go way back, but my first question is, who was the biggest partier at LSU?
Tom, you want to take that?
I'll take it. Definitely Al. When we were freshmen in college, living together, Al was partying so much that he got sick, and he was out for a few weeks with mono. I had to strengthen him back up by bringing him his meals.
You guys basically kind of grew up going to the racetrack together. Al's dad was extremely involved in Louisiana racing. How did that all come together?
My father was involved with Governor Edwin Edwards, who was elected in '72, but he was always involved in the horses with his father. The New Orleans Fairgrounds is what really got us going. It's a track in the city that we all went to, and Tom and I were good friends when we were younger, and we just got a very, very early start.
You know, for me, it was Al's family that introduced me to racing and gave me a behind-the-scenes look at the backside of the racetrack. But without his family and without his dad's generosity of basically adopting me and taking me everywhere with them when it came to horse racing, including a Kentucky Derby that Spectacular Bid won, I don't know that I'd be here today, so I'm forever grateful to his family.
It's funny, as 2 Louisiana guys, you guys have some big wins up here at Saratoga. Al, we'll start with you, and you got Blame, won the Whitney up here when he beat Quality Road and then went on to beat Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Tell me a little bit about Blame.
Blame was a perfect horse. He did everything right, showed up every time, wasn't too hard to train. The Whitney day is a day that I'll never forget. It was a dry Saratoga, light humidity day, and he delivered, and Gary Gomez rode him just unbelievably well. And it was such a great day, and then the evening got better as we went along. Mike Marino had won the test stakes with the filly, and we were at a big table at Ciro's, and I was clearly going to get the check, and I was a little nervous about that, and the waiter came up to me and said, Mr. Marino picked up the tab, and like that movie, I looked up and I said, I'm having a very good day.
One of Tom's big horses, When Serengeti Empress won the Kentucky Oaks, I didn't use her that day, so I was a little upset, and I made a wager with a friend. She would never win another Grade 1. Then I met Tom, we became friends, and I silently had to root against her every time she won, or she ran, and then finally, over here at Saratoga, she snapped me off in what I thought was one of her most brilliant races.
For Serengeti Empress, the Kentucky Oaks was just a spectacular experience for me. The story that sticks out in my mind about that win is that for a long, long time, I was looking for a signature win for my career. And I used to say my prayers at night, and I never asked God for anything, but I did ask him, if there's a big win in my future, could you make it when my mom and dad are alive? And she won the Oaks that year, and my mom passed away the following fall, and my dad the following spring. So he gave it to me, and I'm really proud of that race.
And obviously it's a new meet, so we got some new fun things going on. Al, you've got Bleecker, who I think is one of the coolest horses. She's one going 5.5. She's one going 1 3/8. She's going to try the Diana. How's Bleecker doing?
We decided to keep her training just because we wanted to try and get her in a big race, and hopefully there's some room on the podium with Chad Brown for a Grade 1 placing or a win on Saturday in the Diana.
Tom, I was pretty impressed to see that this year with 2-year-olds, you're 9 for 20, 45%. In your career, you're 20%. So you're really up quite a bit this year. And you've got Curly Jack looking to run in the Sanford.
So Curly Jack broke his maiden at Churchill Downs in a really nice effort. This will be his second start here at Saratoga against what's a quality field. Look, I realize it's Saratoga. You got to run hard to be competitive. I really think he'll do that for us on Saturday.
Well, good luck this weekend. See if you can't get a couple of Louisiana boys in the winner's circle.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home to Tappet Sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Tom, how gratifying is it to share in the success that both of you guys have had, somebody that you grew up with?
At times it's hard because, Gary, I'm sure you've had some very good friends that were in the room with you, but you want to beat them. And I want to beat Al. There's no question. I'm sure he wants to beat me. That's the competitive nature of being a trainer. But if I'm not in the race, I'm rooting for him. And I know the world wanted Zenyatta to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, and she almost did. Of course, she got beat by Blame, and that was Al's horse. So I might have been one of the lone few in the grandstand rooting for Blame.
Well, both you and Al, we heard about Dalica, we're going to see in the Grade 1 Diana, but both these two are going to have runners represented in the graded stakes we have on Saturday as well, Tom, with a 2-year-old we're going to see in the Sanford.
Looking forward to that. Curly Jack was a very impressive winner at Churchill Downs in his first start. This will be his second start up here. He's had a breeze over the track. I think that can be important for these young horses, and he showed he liked it.
Tom's too modest to say it, but he is lighting the sport on fire right now. What he's been doing with his 2-year-olds this year, just been incredible. Up next, about a race away, Grade 3 Schuylerville. Mark Casse with 2 fillies. Going to be getting on dirt for the very first time in their career as he tries to win this race again. He won it back in 2018 with Catherine the Great. Schuylerville still ahead.
It was just like a humbling day, you know, like it was just an honor to be nominated, let alone win the newcomer award. It feels so fulfilling, you know. I haven't been here that long, but, you know, I've just been recognized so much.
Well, I couldn't be any more excited to win this award from the thoroughbred industry, to be nominated, make it into the finals, be here with all these amazing people. It's really very, very inspiring.
This is my American dream, and it come true.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live with opening day coverage from the premier meet in the country. Our coverage brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Going to be on the turf at 1 1/8 coming up next in this allowance optional claiming field. 3-year-old fillies as we take a look at this crowd waiting to get in to this historic racetrack and those gates to open and to claim that spot. It's a mad rush as we've seen in the past. Plenty of real estate though to get those picnic tables and that lawn space. But it's good to see everybody back. Let's head over to the paddock to JK and Paulie.
Rush in, Greg. I didn't see anybody take any headers, did you? There were some people elbowing for some position.
No, look, I got to be honest. Some of those fellows got to work on their form, their running form. It was a little rough.
On to race number 8. And we've been talking about this from the beginning. The Chad Brown runner, I think Tom made a good point. Consumerless is the interesting filly in here, but the race goes through the 2 Clement fillies.
Yeah, when I first looked at this race, I thought it was going to be one of those 2, specifically the 3 My Risky Affair, who I thought ran extremely well when she ran into Consumer Spending last time. Consumer Spending was impressive in that race, came back to run well as well. I thought My Risky Affair was the one you wanted. I like Joel, drawn down towards the inside. He'll be patient. He'll stay in there. He'll save ground. And then he's just got to find a way to get out and get lucky.
Well, you know, the pace was slow this day, and you kind of look at it from here and you're thinking, okay, well, she had a great setup with 3 horses in front of her. You know, the pace, like I said, was glacial. They were going 150, 115. And the winner on this day just sort of sat on the outside. I thought she pursued pretty well.
I like how she's finishing right here, right? She wasn't going to beat Consumer Spending, but she was trying hard to get second. I think she got a lot of try in her, and I like to see that with these fillies, especially when she's drawn towards the inside. She's got a little tenacity to her, it feels like, after watching that race. And like I said, if Joelle can find a way to work out a trip from the inside, I think she's going to be tough to beat, despite what the board is telling us with the Chad Brown runner.
And the other one, Canisi, a horse that just closed into a glacial pace last time out, is the other Christophe Clement runner. We'll see in the paddock how they look. Maggie, she's the wonder girl. Maggie, how do the 1 and the 3 look?
Well, Paul, I'm really interested in both of these Christophe Clement horses. Canisi, hopefully saying that correctly, has just blossomed in just 3 starts. I mean, she won her debut. She was impressive that day, but I question whether she was going to be fit enough to get the job done at first asking, but yet she was. And last time she had that trouble, and today she just looks like an utter athlete in the paddock here for Christophe. I really like what I'm seeing from this filly. I think there's a lot of talent there for a horse that they only paid $40,000 for. As we'll move on to number 3, My Risky Affair. Well, she finally gets on firm turf for the first time in her career. And, you know, she's a bit of a bigger filly. Not that she's a heavier filly, but she's a kind of a leggy type, where you would have the inclination to think that she should get over a wetter turf course, but watching her move, she was one that just kept kind of bobbling, especially last time, and just really couldn't accelerate over it. Well, today, hopefully, she's going to get that more firm course under her feet, as she did run second last time out to Consumer Sending, who did not disgrace herself, running 3rd in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. She's very fit in here for Christophe, and I just think she deserves a chance here on a more firmer turf course. And then I want to check in with the French import for trainer Chad Brown. That is Santa Giulia, as she has yet to run on the turf. Well, that's fine. She looks like a turf horse. No need to be concerned there. And she actually beat a filly that went on to win her next two in Hidden Dimples. You know, I was thinking maybe a little less ground would be preferable. I'm still kind of under that notion. But she's been accompanied by the pony here. She obviously has that stamina built into her for that foundation. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong horse. Pony's with number 12 in here, as she should be, because she's a little bit of a streperous one. For number 13, Santa Giulia, I just wish she looked a little stronger behind the saddle. But again, that's typical of these French imports or European imports oftentimes. But considering the layoff, she does look fit in here. So just another interesting layer added to this 8th race, Greg.
A true X factor in here from one of the most powerful barns in the country. Chad Brown, turf debut, drawing in from the also eligible list, this 13 Santa Giulia. Bet Saratoga with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets this Thursday and Friday gets 6 times rewards points on all wagers at Saratoga. Everyone gets the bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Get your account today at nairabets.com. There is Christophe Clement. And there's Javier Castellano looking for number 3 this afternoon. Christophe giving him a leg up on Canisi, who is making career start number 3 this afternoon. And there again, that X-Factor runner for Chad Brown, Santa Giulia.
Yeah, X-Factor's right. Draws in off the also eligibles. Maybe ignored a little bit by the betting public. They don't realize she's in the race. But if you want some information on her, her work is posted on the internet. And you can watch her work against another horse in this race, another Chad Brown horse, in the 6th customer list. Chad Brown likes to work these horses against each other. He likes them to finish up together, and it takes a lot of effort from the 13 Santa Giulia to keep up with the 6-horse customer list in a 5/8 workout over the turf right across the street at Oklahoma. I think that's telling. And as Maggie said in the paddock, this horse has never run on the turf yet. Does she even like it? From the workout, you would say no.
Well, and her stablemate, who you mentioned, was going a little bit easier than her in that work customer list. Now down to 5-2 favoritism with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Let's get back to the Clement fillies in the race. It will be Canisi on the rail, who won first time out at Belmont. And this was start number 2, facing winners for the first time.
And it was a good race from Canisi. This horse gets stuck behind horses, behind that speed group in front of her, and doesn't get clear till almost halfway down the stretch. And when she does get clear, she kicks home very, very strongly.
In the end, she'd only be beat a half length for second, sent off as the favorite in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, she's only had the 3 races. This is her 3rd race of her career today. She won her first out. She's a talented filly. Didn't have the best of trips there that day.
She's
Belmont
stuck right
Park.
now. Look at her trying to swing out.
We'll see if she can find some more running room this afternoon, and showing that certainly she can finish down the stretch there to get second. And maybe her toughest competition could come from her stablemate, who's coming out of a graded stakes race where she hit the board.
I think that's key. My Risky Affair ran second in the graded stakes, the Wonder Again, grade 2 Wonder Again. The horse that finished in front of her and the horse that was behind her in 1st and 3rd, those horses aren't eligible for this race. They've already passed up these kinds of horses.
Now, Canisi just went by. Here is Bravo Kitten. Blinkers coming off. Tyler Gaffleone aboard.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get a little more distance out of this horse, trying to relax her, take the blinkers off. Hopefully she'll relax and get the distance.
Here is the graded stakes place, My Risky Affair, for Clement as well.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Canisi just for a second to point out that Javier Castellano aboard Canisi is going for his 3rd win today. Joel Rosario looking to get on the board as well.
Missy Greer started out on the grass, returns to the turf.
Yeah, I think 1 1/8 is a difficult distance for this horse. That's a lot of ground for a lot of horses, and I think it's a lot of ground for our 4-horse, Missy Greer.
We saw a 43-1 shot in a turf sprint earlier today. Why not a 45-1 shot here going longer?
With this horse, I'd be a huge surprise, but I was surprised earlier.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. Here's the favorite, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. customer list.
I mean, you watch when this horse broke her maiden back at Monmouth Park, and she doesn't break well. She recovers, moves to the rail, goes around horses down the stretch, and is much the best.
Mark Cassie's going to have 2 fillies in the Schuylerville. He sends out Love to Run here.
Yeah, and I can't figure out why she's 25-1. She broke her maiden 2 back at Gulfstream Park, came back at Churchill Downs. She was beaten 2 lengths that day, running 4th. So she's in with a chance, I think, guys.
I'm with you. You're a big figure in that performance as well. Lady Pucci, Kenny McPeek takes over.
Yeah, this will be Kenny McPeek's first start with Lady Pucci, who's had 10 tries so far. A long shot that will look to try to pick up the pieces at the end.
2 lengths behind Pizza Bianca last time out. Candy Light at 25-1. Trevor McCarthy rides.
Yeah, she ran the Black Eyed Susan on the dirt last time out. She has run on the turf twice with 1 second-place finish.
Pizza Bianca, I should mention, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner as well. 43-1. Snow Loves a Fight. Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, the best thing going here for Snow Loves to Fight is that she's coming out of a very difficult race and going into an easier spot, but she's going to need to improve.
Well, Santa Julia, we skip ahead to the 13 here for Chad Brown. Again, turf for the first time.
Yeah, turf for the first time, but the all-weather track at Chantilly in France is very, very similar. It plays very similar to what the turf does. You see a lot of horses shift from either way onto the all-weather there or the turf, and it really doesn't matter. So my feeling is this filly may be all right on the turf, but as Tom said, she didn't want any part of her entry mate. Or stablemate.
Back to the 12. Here's Linda's Gift. Manny Franco will ride here for trainer George Weaver.
Change of riders to Manny Franco. Flavian Pratt was named on Lydia's Gift, but when the 13 drew in, Flavian decided to take that horse, so that's why the rider change. Really no excuse in the last race. Set up perfectly for this horse and just didn't have a lot of finish on the end.
Let's go Paddock side. Guys, it's still Chad Brown and customer list, the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, I think JK and I are tiny bit surprised, but not surprised. You got the colors, obviously, of the Preakness winner, early voting in the Klarovich stables, Chad Brown. And this is a horse first time out that won nicely, and we're going to show you that. Then went to the Penn Oaks, and that was an absolute bog, JK. You could just throw a line through that. That night, that race at Penn National, it was pouring rain. This was her debut, and it was impressive.
Yeah, she was impressive in here, and I think even more impressively, to be honest, is that the way she was bet in that Penn Oak. She was bet into the teeth of Haughty, who is a talented runner for Chad Brown. But customer list and what's happening right now on the tote board, this is that daily reminder, or that early reminder here at Saratoga, that if you think you're going to get a price on a Chad Brown runner on the turf that you thought you were smart by finding, you're wrong. They bet him.
I'm with you, and it's just the bottom line. They're going to get bet. Now, I do think the 1 Canisi is a tiny bit of a better bet of My Risky Affair. Who do you prefer more, the 1 or the 3 of the Clement runners?
I prefer the 3, but like I said, I think the 1 and the 3 are the most likely winners of this race. I do think the 6 is a must-use if you're playing multi-race situations, but let's start with the 1 Canisi. I thought her race on debut was outstanding. And I thought she came back and ran well again. I think she's going to take another step forward, second off of a break. And I don't hate inside draws like this when they're down on the rail with a horse like this that has a little bit of a turn of foot that can sometimes get themselves out of trouble. And then the 3 My Risky Affair, I think she's live as well in here. I think one of those 3 horses has to win this race.
Yeah, you know, the 3, as we go to Maggie, you know, the 3, you got to give the 3 credit. She's won well over a yielding track, a sloppy track, synthetic. Seems like she runs over everything. So 4-1's not a bad price.
Oh, Paul, yeah, the 3, I think she deserves a shot in here. I did go with Canisi in here, but let's check in with the horse who's been holding firm as your favorite, number 3, 6, Customer List, as she's second off of a layoff. And both times that we've seen her at the races, she's had a bit of trouble getting out of the gate. Well, it does look as though that Irad Ortiz took her away from the pony, had given her a big warm-up in here, and, you know, she looks very fit. I can see why she might be appealing. She just didn't overwhelm me. To take a short price on this filly, I thought there were some much other interesting propositions here. Most of you guys liking the other Christoph Mott horse. I went with Canisi. Long shot. A long shot that I really like. If I was braver, I would have picked her, but number 7, Love to Run. She's only been on the turf 3 times. Okay, first time out at Saratoga. She just did not look strong. She was not developed at all. She was not ready to win first time out. And then we see her go to the dirt. Then she gets back to the turf. She wins at Gulfstream. Then she's at Churchill in what has turned out to be a pretty productive race, with Walkathon winning the Grade 3 Regret, earning a 90. And then Schlafmitz, yeah, she came back to run slower, but she still won a stake at Canterbury. And this filly 2 3/4 lengths behind the winner. She was wide into the first turn. She kept coming. Let me tell you, she has done so well from 2 to 3. She's so much bigger. She's so much more developed. She's so much more intense with her racing. I think she could make some noise here underneath at 23 to 1, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, we talked about it. Gary, this one caught your eye as well. And the figure she earned last time out, thoroughgraph-wise, which figures I look at, is better than any race anyone's running here.
Yeah, I mean, she fits. As I said, I couldn't understand. So I'm glad I'm not the only one who couldn't understand why she's the big price she is.
We saw Luis Saez off the 4, Missy Greer, and you see him there walking around, looks like a little gingerly.
Yeah, and this horse is loose down the backside, Greg, going the wrong way around the 5/8 pole.
Yeah, it's going to be a scratch.
They might have to move the gate in case they don't catch up to this horse coming back around. But I'm with Gary. I don't see any way they let this horse run. She's exerting a lot of energy at the moment.
So Missy Greer, we'll see. Hopefully the Outriders can catch up to her momentarily.
So let's talk about why that might be significant. So Missy Greer was one of the lone speed horses in this race, the 4 horse. You take her out, and the horse that Maggie was speaking of, Love to Run, who has been very close in some of her starts, I think she becomes the speed of the race, and maybe dangerous from the standpoint of how much more is there to go with the 7 horse Love to Run. I see a lot of tactical horses. I don't see a lot of horses that want to go to the front in this race.
Guys, what'd you see pace-wise?
Well, I do see the 7. Now, it is a little good job by the Outriders. Looks like they corralled the 4, so great job. As you can hear the crowd cheering them on. That is a tough job to do, so good job by the Outriders here. We got some of the best. Now, the 7, JK Love to Run, I'm with the guys on the other side. Listen, Connect stands for $25,000. That is the sire of the 7. This is a $640,000 filly they paid for. So she has some quality to her. And her last race was good. Now, the thing you have to decipher, what do we do with the Churchill Down turf races?
Yeah, obviously the turf course had some issues, and so I think in those situations you might want to tread lightly, and not tread lightly taking horses out of those races, but tread lightly, I think, in trying to decide whether or not you want to upgrade or downgrade a horse. I would just kind of take the figures maybe a little bit, just question the figures to a certain extent. As far as the pace is concerned, it does feel like the 7 Love to Run has the most likely chance to get to the front end with Johnny, but she's not that fast. This feels like it's going to be a very bunched up group, and whoever has the best turn of foot is going to win. I would imagine they're all going to be bunched together going into that first turn, and whoever can work out the trip and whoever has the turn of foot will get the job done. And for me, that would be the 3 My Risky Affair, the most likely of the horses to take advantage of a paceless race and be able to kind of demonstrate that turn of foot. But you can't really say turn of foot and ignore a Chad Brown runner, because it seems like all of his horses have that turn of foot. So I'll be interested to see. I would imagine Johnny will find the front end, but it's not going to be a open up by 3 situation.
I sort of get what you're getting. And Greg, when you look at the difference of riders, right? 2 back, Luis Saez, aggressive rider. And nothing against Adam Beschizza. He's a good turf rider, but he does not take anything really to the front end. He likes to take everything back, and they took her back last time, and she ran on. So she's got to find her somewhat of her running style, I guess, at 15 to 1 now.
Meanwhile, you bring up Luis Saez, and he is the rider that had his filly run off in his scratch, and Gary Saez is going to be aboard one of the main contenders coming up next in that Grade 3 Schuylerville for Dwayne Lukas and Summer Promise. How do you spend that time now as a rider waiting for the feature on this opening day card when your mount scratches here leading up to it?
Well, it's a long walk back to the jocks room, a long quiet walk. I'm sure that he's already back in there, or getting close to being back in there. He's going to watch this race on, probably, if he's still out front, he's going to watch on the big matrix board just as we are, and then walk back in, put the new silks on, and go out and ride a good filly.
Well, it's been favoritism throughout here for customer lists. Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., Klarovich, all 3 of these connections will be vying to be leading the standings here at the meet in their respective categories. They are ultra dangerous when they team up together. But again, these Clement fillies look like they certainly have the talent in here. We'll see if they can contend. Canisi from the rail. Javier Castellano looking for number 3 in My Risky Affair, the 3, with Joel Rosario coming out of that grade 2 wonder again. Late scratch of the 4, Missy Greer. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call, race 8, Saratoga, here on our opening day coverage on Fox Sports.
And they're all in. We're set for race 8. And they're off. Canisi away well from the inside. Bravo Kitten is there. Lady Poochie now moving up on the outside is a Candy Light, along with Linda's Gift as they come by us for the first time. And it is Canisi challenged here by Lady Poochie, and on the outside Candy Light is a close-up third. Far outside is Linda's Gift, who is now moving up a spot from 4th. In between horses is Love to Run. And down on the inside is Bravo Kitten as the field goes around the clubhouse turn. Santa Julia is on the extreme outside. Down at the rail is My Risky Affair. Then we come back to Big Temptations, followed by Customer List. And at the back of the pack is Snow Loves a Fight in 11th. And the quarter was run in 24 seconds. And then moving up the backstretch, Canisi shows the way by a full length. And then Lady Poochie racing in second. On the inside is a Bravo Kitten, who is next in third. Canisi ran the half mile in 50 seconds and leads. Lady Poochie now. My Risky Affair advances down at the rail. And then comes Bravo Kitten, who is next in 4th, followed by Love to Run in 5th. It is Canisi who is showing the way here, with Lady Poochie remaining in 2nd. And on the outside is Linda's Gift next in 3rd. Down at the rail is a My Risky Affair. And then comes a Bravo Kitten as they come into the stretch. It is Canisi in front. Bravo Kitten's looking for a way through. So is My Risky Affair. Lady Poochie is on the outside. Linda's Gift is running in 5th. And then it is Customer List. It is Canisi who's trying to do it wire to wire here. And Canisi is going to do it. And Javier Castellano has his 3rd win today. Canisi over Lady Poochie and My Risky Affair.
Canisi for Christophe Clement here in the 8th at Saratoga. And how about a man who won an Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider in 4 consecutive years, having a 3-win opening day, Javier Castellano.
And he controlled this race. Nobody wanted to lead. They went extremely slow early on. The first quarter, 24 and change 50. That's walking for these kind of horses. She was in hand. She wasn't ranked. I mean, she wasn't pulling. She was very happy where she was. A little bit unlucky, probably, for the other Christophe Clement, My Risky Affair. I don't think that Javier knew that his barn, well, maybe he did know that his barn partner and Joel Rosario were down inside. He had to bide his time, but a very good ride from Javier.
Yeah, let's pay close attention to what happened out of the gate to the 6 horse, as well as I think the 3 got caught up in this too. But he's going to get sandwiched right here, our favorite Customer List. And he's out the race when that happens. You'll see him as they get ready to break right here. But also, I think they move over on the 3 as well and cost a position for that horse right about here as they're all piling over. You see our 3 horse that ran 2nd there, having to check abruptly to the rail in My Risky Affair. That cost both those horses, and they're both completely out of position now. My Risky Affair was able to come back and still run a good race, but when the pace is a crawl, as it was today, advantage speed. And Canisi, the 1 horse with Javier Castellano, went to the front and never looked back.
Things getting awfully tight and uncomfortable there for the favorite Customer List, who, does come back to run a decent race, but not to be today. 1-8-3 finish, guys. Canisi wins at 7-2.
Yeah, listen, you can talk about all the trouble. Joel Rosario was almost out of the irons there, JK. It looked like Irad clipped heels with the 6, but I looked at you right around the first turn, and when the 1 hit the turn, what did I say?
So the race is over.
I said the race was over. I mean, you give the horse the lead like that. I mean, no one else wanted to take the initiative, like Gary said. And we saw the way this horse finished. They weren't going to out-finish this horse.
Yeah, I mean, you can't I'm fine with it. I liked the one as well. But I'm saying you can't let a horse go 50 to the half with that type of turn of foot on the lead. They're just not going to catch her.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what happened. And Javier is riding outstanding today. Good start to the meet for him. But she popped away from there, made the lead. When I saw 50, like you said, it was a foregone conclusion what was going to happen here. And now look, the two main rivals, the 3 My Risky Affair and the 6 Customer List, did have some trouble. But to be fair, I don't think they were going to pass this horse with that situation if they didn't have the trouble.
No, I'm coming with you. Look like Canisi had a lot left. And let's give a little love to Poochie Girl, Lady Poochie, who ran well. And Greg, Julian Le Peru is riding lights out. And we got an inquiry, guys.
We do. Inquiry objection with your top 2 finishers, Canisi, and your runner-up, that 28-1 shot that Paul was just talking about for Kenny McPeak, Lady Poochie.
I'm not sure what happened.
It's got to be the stretch run.
We haven't
we
seen head-on of the stretch run, so it's the only place that it could have been. Just through the stretch.
So it's an inquiry and an objection, or is that what they're flashing on the board? This is not only the rider making a claim of foul, which is an objection, but the stewards are wanting to look at this too. So they're the inquiry part of this, and the jockey is the objection part of this. When both are going on, seems to me that something must be up. Let's take a look when they come to it.
All right, so we'll get that for you in a moment as we try and keep an eye on things off screen. That's Canisi, circling in the meantime with this victory in question. So here we go down the stretch. Canisi in that pink cap in front at this point.
Canisi.
Orange cap to the outside, Lady Poochie.
I don't know where
this
happened. Nothing happened through that stretch run.
Yeah, if this is something that they're saying happened in the stretch,
by the way,
I am in shock.
The stewards are looking at the same thing that we just looked at on the in-house camera they're showing they had on, and I didn't see anything happen. I saw the 2 horse came out and bumped with Canisi, or with the Lady Poochie, about 100 yards from the finish line.
Yeah, the 2 and the 8, there was a little contact there. Canisi wasn't even close to Lady Poochie. There was no, at least in the stretch.
Well, they're reviewing this, and they keep showing from the top, around the turn, top of the stretch home, which means that's where they think the foul occurred. And there is absolutely nothing that suggests that this winner, Canisi, the 1 horse, should come down. We might have to fine Julian Le Peru for a frivolous claim of foul, and whoever up in the steward stand decided to call the inquiry
so
might have to get fined too.
You see the 2 and the 8 with a little contact, but it certainly was not the 1.
No. No, it was not.
One more look. And we'll hold here. 7-2 on Canisi, 28-1, Lady Poochie.
First time
certainly
for Kenny
not
McPeak.
in the stretch.
First time out for Kenny McPeak. Lady Poochie ran a really, really good race.
Now, McPeak's runners were running big too late in that Churchill meet. And keep in mind, too, this is a barn that last year couldn't have started worse for Kenny McPeak to no fault of his own. Was in a barn area that was under quarantine because another horse not involved with his barn had tested positive for that herpes equine virus, and he was forced to be in a holding pattern, which kind of set his entire meet back. Looking to get off to a much better start this time around.
How is this race not already official?
I have no idea what they were looking at, or
I don't understand. Have they taken it down? I know there was an announcement, but I still see the numbers flashing.
There it is.
Yeah.
No change.
Come on.
So 1836. Asking you shall receive, Tom Amos.
Yeah.
So Canisi's victory will stand. Javier Castellano, number 3 on this opening day card at Saratoga Racecourse. Teaming up with Christophe Clement, Blue Devil Racing Stable. The fist pump as we take a timeout. There is summer promise for the coach. D. Wayne Lukas, grade 3 Schuylerville is next. D. Wayne said he expected the kind of performance she showed in her debut. She'd done everything well in the mornings, and she did in the afternoon, first time out as well.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and we've seen a Hall of Fame display here by rider Javier Castellano, picking up his 3rd win on the card. Javier aboard Canisi. We saw you kind of put on a clinic out there. She got to the front so easily. Talk about your trip from there and kind of how you race rode everybody a little bit.
I really like the way he did it today, you know, especially, you know, unfortunately the 4 horse gets scratched in the race. That's the only spin in the race. After that, he changed all this trially. I like the way she broke out of the gate. She put in the lead nice and easy. Remember, Maya here in the Indy Turf, a really tight corner. I believe first time in the lead, she kind of spook a little bit. He a little light contact with the other horse, but I think it not bother nobody. I think it much the best horse in the race.
And you've been aboard her for all 3 races. She kind of surprised people a little bit with her debut win, but she's come to hand so quickly for Christoph and you.
Absolutely. Like, we try to relax every time going toward to the race. But today, she's so sharp out of the gate, I just had to let it go. And that's the plan, you know, try to go wire to wire today.
Well, we saw you win the inaugural Wilton Stakes aboard Tarabi out of the Wilson chute. Javi, talk about riding that new configuration we have here to success.
Trust me, it's going to be new for everybody. You know, we all this period, I've been riding for many years. I played my game a little bit out of the game. My horse is a very tactical horse. He put a good spot in the first turn. I believe it's a great option for everybody, for the jockey, for the horseman. We can play with my 16 It's a great, we have a lot of choices, and I really like it. We have plenty of room from the gate to all the way to the turn, and very wide, turn. I think I like it to keep it, less horses. It's very fair for everybody. If we get crowd too many horses, I think it's going to be a problem in the future.
Well, you rode it beautifully the first time, and congratulations on a huge day up here at the spa.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Heidi.
All right, Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, putting on a clinic here at the spa. Guys?
It's always fun to win multiple races on a day, but to do it at opening day at this meet, it's got to feel extra special, Gary.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you kick off a meet like this, the way he has today, it feels great. You want to just keep it going, and it carries over. Trust me, when you get on a roll, it's a snowball effect. People are going to be talking about his 3 wins today. His agent's phone is probably going to be ringing even a little more than previously going into today after today's performances so far, and we're not a long ways from finish. 2 races left.
Well, the Grade 3 Schuylerville 2-year-old fillies up next, first graded stake of the meet, and that is Wayne Lucas's filly, Summer Promise, who we said we never had any doubts she was going to run a big race in her debut. Dam also produced this Grade 1 winner, Vexatious, who kept the storybook of this racetrack going as the graveyard of favorites when she beat Midnight Bijou in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign back in 2020. What an upset this was for Jack Sisterson and Calumet Farm. That was a shocker for a lot of people. Many thought Midnight Bijou that year was close to invincible, but at this racetrack we know there's no such thing. Well, Summer Promise, the Dam Dream of Summer, also produced
How about
Creative
Destin?
Cause, runner-up in the Belmont Destin, sure. And now she's 4-5 on the board, many believing she's going to repeat what she did first time out at Churchill Downs, and she did it showing speed. She has the outside post today.
So Lukas has won this race 6 times. He's going for his 7th Schuylerville today. And one of the things that 4 of those winners had in common was that they won first time out for Wayne Lucas. And as a handicapper, a lot of handicappers believe that Lukas likes to use that first race for education and wins with them second time out. So they're doing it on raw talent and just how good they really are. And so if you take a horse like Summer Promise, who wins first time out and did it from the 1 hole to boot for Wayne Lucas, I think you can look for huge improvement in the second start. And huge improvement makes her a dominant force here.
Wayne had came to me prior to this filly, prior to the meet at Churchill Downs even running. He said, Gary, I've got a filly like I haven't had for about 30 years. He said she's very special, and that's her right there, Summer Promise.
We'll see if she can get it done in a graded stake. Her graded stakes debut up next here in start number 2. 6 maiden winners who won at 4 different racetracks lining up in the Schuylerville. Our opening day feature is next.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. Two-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This is where it all starts. This is how it all starts. On opening day, it's ladies first.
Meadow Star leads to the wire.
Canastana gets home to win the Schuylerville by almost 2 lengths.
A Shadow's in front. A Shadow's the winner.
Remember what happened last year? This day, this race? Special, wasn't it? The perfect ending.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney Stables.
With fans back at Saratoga for the first time in nearly 2 years, her colors were in the winner's circle. And in that moment, everything felt right in the sport. So who's ready to seize the moment today?
Just Cindy in front and opening up. Summer Promise broke on top, never looks back.
The 104th running of the Schuylerville is next.
The Schuylerville, it is our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. This race honoring, of course, a town just 12 miles east of Saratoga that was the site of the surrender of the British Army following the battles of Saratoga. Even money on Summer Promise for Dwayne Lukas with a crowd around her. Let's take a look at that brilliant debut.
And she went off 3-1 this day. She was fast out of the starting gate and was in hand coming into the stretch. And like Tom says, Wayne's horses generally really improve second time out. So for this filly to come running out of the box from the 1-hole first time out says a lot for this filly's talent. I mean, I'm not putting her in the winner's circle right now. They've got to run the race. I think this is a very gifted filly.
Yeah, there was a big 1-5 favorite in that maiden race that day. Didn't break well, was never part of the race, and Summer Promise just took over.
Well, as Tom mentioned, Dwayne Lukas, he's tied with a man who came up under him, Todd Pletcher, with 6 wins. Most ever in the Schuylerville. Win today, he would stand alone. He won his first Schuylerville in 1986. 5 others, the last coming in 2004 with Classic Elegance, and now we'll see if he can add number 7 with an even money favorite. Not bad.
I got lucky and won 2 of those for Wayne. Overall and Golden Attraction.
A couple of the many stakes that Gary Stevens has won here at
Saratoga.
Saratoga.
Look him up, or you just remember that?
When they flashed it up there, it came back to me.
That's
Tom.
cool. The memory.
Very
Let's go
cool.
to JK and Paulie.
Nothing like flashbacks at Saratoga. But, I mean, listen, if you ride races here like Gary and you win races like Tom, it's got to be special.
How many races do you have to win to forget you won the Schuylerville? It's a lot of races for old G, huh?
Right. Well, who's going to win this Schuylerville? Listen, I was with Gary. Gary and I were actually at Churchill together, and Gary came up to me and said, listen, Dwayne Lukas just told me I got a filly that could be one of the best I've had in a while. And she showed out that day, JK. She broke okay from the rail. She went right to the front end. And the race was basically over. And, you know, filly by Uncle Mo looks like she'll be able to stretch out a little bit more. Now you're taking a look at the one, Just Cindy, who was very, very impressive. You know, of all the horses at Churchill Downs, obviously Gulfport was an unbelievable 2-year-old winner. Just Cindy was up there for the fillies.
Yeah, look, I mean, her speed figure came back fast enough. She did it the right way. She passed horses. A lot of times with these young horses, you'll see them kind of just make the lead, go out there and run really fast and run the rest of them off their feet. She did this a little bit more professionally, and you like to see that. Now, she's going to have to try to work out a trip from the inside. It's not the easiest place to navigate a trip from. Now, it can work out, but there's more bad things that can happen when you're drawn towards the inside. So Just Cindy, although she's talented enough to win this race, she's going to have to show it today and get out of the gate.
Well, these 2-year-old fillies can grow up overnight. That's why we need Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock.
It's so fascinating, Paulie, to watch these horses and how they develop. But ironically, I have never seen any of these fillies until today, all of which come into the NYRA circuit for the first time, as we'll begin, though, with the legendary Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lucas's horse, number 9, Summer Promise. I can see why Wayne fell in love with her and told his owners, we have to have her. And they went to $500,000 for this regally bred filly by Uncle Mo. She's a half-sister to Vexatious, Creative Cause, as well as Destin. She is so classy. I have never seen a young filly in only her second start act this way. It's not as if she's asleep. She's just so comfortable with her surroundings. It's amazing. She's really well balanced, athletic. She's dappled head to toe. She's making a really, really favorable impression on me here in the paddock. But let's take a look at her main competition. That's number 1, Just Cindy. The second dam was Just Jenda, who won her first 2 starts, including a stake. So there's some precocity if you go back a generation, but she showed it on the racetrack at first asking. She didn't get away that quickly, but then quickly found her stride, almost running up on heels, settled for jockey Rafael Bejarano that day, and then was able to click clear. And looking at her, she's a tall, leggy filly, big overstriding individual as well. So that gives me the impression that 5.5, she was just getting going, and she stretches out the other half furlong. I think the longer, the better eventually for this daughter of Justify. And then let's check in with the 2-4 trainer Mark Cassie. Number 3, Adora. I like what I saw from her despite winning over the Tapeta surface up at Woodbine. The dam, she was better on the turf and synthetic. Now, the half-sister was better on turf, but the second dam was an Ontario-bred stakes winner on the dirt, running some of her faster races on the dirt. And I think this filly, she looks like a dirt sprinter. She was quick away. She looks like she should be quick. You know, a ball of muscle. We'll see how far she eventually wants to go on the dirt, but I like her almost the best, weirdly, of the 3 Cassie runners. As Me and My Shadow, she ran very fast first time out, but to me, she gives the impression of that more synthetic turf physicality. She's a bit lighter framed, a bit more angular, though I will say she is very sharp heading into this one, Greg, as they're making their way to the track for this feature, Grade 3 Schuylerville.
7 minutes to post in our opening day feature, Grade 3 Schuylerville 2-year-old fillies. Let's take a look at Me and My Shadow. And this was on synthetic at Woodbine and just simply dominant against this group.
Yeah, she was asked early for position, and she continues to give to Emma Jean Wilson, who is going to ride her hard to the wire here, but she does draw clear of this group. Her mom tried the dirt a couple of times and did not win. She's a first foal. There's not a lot to go by in family, but the transition from poly to dirt can sometimes be difficult for a horse.
But again, both in Mark Cassie sending out 3 in here, 2 who are trying dirt for the first time, saying they are looking like they're handling the dirt, at least in the morning, very well to this point. It's a very different thing in the afternoon. Again, our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day coming up here in just 6 minutes. We'll have our post-parade in a moment. And what started out as odds on, we saw Summer Promise for D. Wayne Lucas, and there she is. Open up actually at 3-5 on the board. She's even money right now. Just Cindy begins the post parade from that inside post. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides.
Yeah, filly by Justify, that one first time out as the favorite. She was very, very professional. This one for Clarkland Farm and Irad Ortiz Jr.
The first of 3 for Mark Cassie, the trainer here. Adora also won on synthetic in her debut.
Yeah, in Ontario bred, they paid $450,000 for this filly by Into Mischief, and Tracy Farmer, Dylan Davis, who's coming off a monster Belmont meet.
Interesting pedigree here, a half-sister, the champion 2-year-old filly Vequist, who won the Spinaway.
Yeah, Mainstay was good as well. Nice pedigree. Joel Rosario shows up. This horse ran well first time out.
Slow break in her debut for Janice Joplin for trainer Mark Cassie. She wound up 3rd.
Yeah, Gary Barber, one of his main owners. This horse was ridden by Mikel Michel, the new rider from France that came over to Churchill Downs. Flavian Pratt will take the ride.
Me and My Shadow. Mark Cassie has Tyler Gaffleone aboard.
Yeah, Me and My Shadow, the 6, had been working with the 3 Adora on the dirt. From what I understand, the 6, Me and My Shadow, outworked her that day.
Biggest price on the board, Music Man Sandy for trainer Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this horse got bet a little bit first time out at Delaware. Won impressively from a visual standpoint. Speed figure, too slow for me.
And we heard from Gary and Paulie about how high Dwayne Lukas was on his Philly Summer Promise. She delivered first time out.
Yeah, she really did deliver. And when you look at her works, it looks like Dwayne can sort of like turn her on and off. 46-4. Then they give her really 2 slow works. And then last time he tightened the screws. 1 out of 97. She beat 96 other horses in her last work.
Earned that bullet drill quickest of the morning. She's the 6-5 favorite. As we take a look, though, at Adora. Again, 1 of 3 in here for Mark Casse, who won this race back in 2018. And we just don't know. And Tom, with a trainer, oftentimes, do you not know either if these horses are going to be able to translate to a different surface?
Absolutely. You know, with a horse like Adora, who was extremely impressive as any horse in this group in her debut, it's on a different surface and you don't know. So where do you turn for evidence? You turn to the family. And Maggie mentioned in the paddock, her family is, to this point, much better on the grass in the synthetic than on the dirt. So, you know, you're going to rely on that until she proves you otherwise in a race.
By that same token, though, lightly raced runners, worth taking a shot in a spot like this, right?
Oh, absolutely. And as a handicapper, I think if you had to narrow it down to 3 horses, she would be one of the 3. I think the 2 horses from Churchill, Just Cindy, who in my opinion was the most impressive maiden filly winner at Churchill. And in her debut, she beat one of my horses. I ran 4th with a horse named Just Like Magic. Just Like Magic came back 3 weeks later and broke her maiden in Maiden Allowance Company at Churchill Downs. So this was a good group. That Just Like Magic doesn't show up on the PPs because she wasn't in the top 3, but Just Cindy ran a really good race that day. She broke good. She fell back a little bit. The rider asked her to reposition. She had to check down the backside. She finally got outside, and she just took off at the end.
Well, we talked about Flavien Prat coming east, and one of the reasons he did that, Gary, was to win the kinds of races like you can win here at Saratoga to get him an Eclipse Award.
Yeah, and look, he's got the support of all of the big outfits on both coasts, wherever he goes. So he can go back to California whenever he wants to go back to California. But when a guy named Chad Brown is using you on a majority of his runners now, we saw him use him a lot at Belmont Park. He's going to give him plenty of support here as well. And, you know, he's just a very, very good rider. 2-year-olds, older horses, turf, dirt. When he first came to America, everybody thought of him as strictly a turf rider. Well, he happens to excel on the turf, but he excels on the dirt now as well.
Well, we saw him there on the 5. He's going to be in a lot shorter priced favorites later on in the meet as you look at Just Cindy, guys, 2-1. Another one like Summer Promise, who was impressive at Churchill first time out.
Yeah, she really was. And, you know, obviously the rail could be a disadvantage sometimes, JK, but it also could be an advantage if you break well. But like you said, Just Cindy was so professional first time out. Not really worried. If she kind of runs that same race, she's going to be tough to beat, isn't she?
Yeah, really, if you like Just Cindy and you're going to wager on Just Cindy, you're going to know where you're at in the first 4 jumps. She's either going to jump clean and be right where she needs to be, or she's going to be a step slow, and then you can start to kind of panic a little bit.
Yeah.
That's just the honest way I feel about it. I will say this about the 9 real quick. Summer Promise, this horse has broken through one of Dwayne's kind of poor stats. I say poor because it's a low number. In his career, he's 5% with first-time starters, and the way that she won suggests, like everyone's been talking about, she's going to take another step forward.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Maggie?
I think she kind of breathes different air, guys. Just watching them, though I almost, went back on my #1 rule, trust your gut instinct, because I will say that watching Just Cindy warm up on the racetrack, I almost flip-flopped over to her away from number 9, Summer Promise, but I'm going to stick to my guns because Summer Promise she just made such a good impression back in the paddock. But let's take a look at some others in here. Number 4 is Viderio. She won at first asking, precocious like her sister, V-Quest. She looks a lot like her, to be quite honest. Now, I get the impression that looking at her today, that back at Park, she wasn't necessarily cranked up to, I mean, she was probably cranked up to win, but she probably wasn't that fit. She just still has a little bit of a soft type of appearance to her, but she looks ultra healthy. She's handling herself very well. And two, you could see her get a little bit late, whether she just kind of got mentally distracted in the latter stages of that race. You would have to think, too, she's just going to move forward from that. Number 5, Janice Joplin. She is a pretty big price on the board, like the one I was just talking about, but I thought, you know, prices would be opposite, to say the least. Janice Joplin, she's going to get better the longer she gets to go. She's very green first time out, lugging in a lot, and it was pretty difficult for Michelle to ride her that day, to kind of see it through. But she's a big, impressive, physically mature filly. As number 8, Music Man Sandy, watch her at the gate. Rudy Rodriguez, she says she has a switch that she will flip, and last time at Delaware's we heard Mike Dubb earlier today say she flipped that switch, but so far so good. Got a little bit shaky at the paddock, but Greg, so far so good.
She'll load next. Viderio, huge price on the half-sister to the 2-year-old champion Vequist. Butch Reed trains them both. And he said not only does she look a lot like Vequist, tall, rangy, almost all black, she acts a lot like her too. A good sign. They knew she was ready very early on to come around, and she did, winning first time out. She'll need to improve here. Summer Promise for Dwayne Lukas, the favorite in the Grade 3 Schuylerville, our opening day feature here from Saratoga on Fox Sports. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Bit of a bobble at the start for number 4, Viderio. Music Man Sandy is out for the early lead with Summer Promise on the outside, racing in second. And Just Cindy is down at the rail. Viderio now advances in between horses from 4th. Me and My Shadow is next in 5th. It's 3 lengths back to Adora. And trailing the field is the maiden Janice Joplin. The leader here is Music Man Sandy. Music Man Sandy by 3/4 of a length through an opening quarter mile in 22 1/5 seconds. It is Music Man Sandy. And on the outside, it is Summer Promise, who now moves right alongside. Summer Promise now has taken the lead. Summer Promise is in front. Just Cindy is on the move and has moved into second. Music Man Sandy has dropped back down at the rail. Then it's Me and My Shadow, Viderio, and Janice Joplin, the half in 45 4/5 seconds. It is Summer Promise and Just Cindy. They're shoulder to shoulder there with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Just Cindy on the outside and Summer Promise on the inside. Just Cindy is the leader. Summer Promise runs in second. Janice Joplin is next in third. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Just Cindy to win the 104th running of the Schuylerville Stakes.
2 fillies that looked ultra impressive, winning first time out at Churchill Downs in a stretch duel in the Grade 3 Schuylerville, and it goes to Just Cindy.
It does go to Just Cindy, who was sitting on the rail behind the 2 pace setters, in Summer Promise to the outside and Music Man Sandy on the inside. Music Man Sandy was going to back up, but they found a path for Just Cindy to move outside of our Wayne Lukas favorite in Summer Promise, and she got finished from the wire. They're going to bump a little bit right here, turning for home. I don't know if it was much, but I did think they touched a little bit right through this area right here, Gary.
Yeah, I think that Summer Promise actually drifted out and made light contact with Just Cindy, and Just Cindy came back in, evened the score a little bit. No harm, no foul, just a little bit of brush. Great pick, Tom.
I think it's exciting how Just Cindy was so professional today behind horses and ran the way she did.
And to show the kind of tactical speed she showed down inside, getting a little bit of dirt kicked in her face, and looks to me like when she hits the wire, she wants further than the 6 furlongs today.
Daughter of a Triple Crown champion, Justify, now 2 for 2 in her career, guys.
Yeah, and she was professional again. You know, JK, when they hit the turn, looked at me and said, the 1 is loaded. And, you know, she didn't really break that well. She broke okay with the field, but I thought the top 2 finishers, the most professional horses in their debut, and Just Cindy came back and was even more professional in her second start, JK.
Yeah, like you said, she didn't break all that great. You know, if I was if I had a wager on Just Cindy, I'd have been a little bit nervous early. But then she found herself with Irad Ortiz, where that's what happens when you get one of the best riders in the world. You find yourself in the right spot. She sat right in behind those horses, and she took Summer Promise. Summer Promise had a lot of horse that looked like at the top, but Just Cindy was just better today.
Yeah, I thought Summer Promise ran just fine. I mean, she's rated. I think both of these fillies really improved. I think Just Cindy's just a really nice filly. And obviously, Janice Joplin improved a lot. And she ended up running the best of the Cassie runners.
She did indeed, and that was the only one of the three for Cassie who had been on dirt, although me and my shadow able to complete the super. Keep your eyes on the 4 here. That's the half to Vequist. Comes in a little bit, bumps a contender next door.
Yeah, she stumbled a little bit that first jump. Ground broke out from under, she overbroke a little bit, and it caused her to come in on her door a little bit. I also noticed through the stretch, the 5 horse, the 5 filly, Janice Joplin, she had a good race. She was leaning in. Flavian Pratt kind of had her hands full with her, so she's a nice filly to keep an eye out for next time as well.
It's funny you mention that because Janice Joplin in her debut, she lugged in that day too. If they can correct her and get her right, you know, she's competitive with these top 2 finishers.
September 4th, Tom, that's the spin away. You expect to see Just Cindy there?
I do. I mean, you know, Eddie Keneally's is a Midwest guy, but how do you pass up a chance to run a great race like that up here at Saratoga?
She was impressive here in the Grade 3 Schuylerville. Just Cindy, now 2 for 2. Eddie Keneally at Rad Ortiz Jr. at Clarkland Farm. We'll be back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
We're back. You're watching opening day live coverage from Saratoga Racecourse on Fox Sports, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. We just saw our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And Just Cindy. For Eddie Keneally, Irad Ortiz Jr. gets his first winner of the afternoon.
And classy filly here. Big run from her today. Tom had it pegged right. She exposed herself her first race. It was a good race. The form backs it up.
And she looks like she wants to go further.
Yes.
I mean, she's very rateable, very professional race. They took the dirt in her face, angled out down the stretch, ran on.
2-year-old race of the day brought to you again by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm pleased to be here with Eddie Keneally's assistant, Kelly Wheeler. And Kelly, you and Eddie and the whole team, a lot of times we see you guys fire and win these graded stakes with these 2-year-olds. What's kind of the recipe for success here?
No real recipe. We just let them tell us. She's been training really well since she came in the spring, and we really liked her going into her first start, and she's trained well after that and just seemed like a good spot.
Too, watching her first race, watching this race, and as the guys were just saying on set, she gives you the impression that the longer she gets to go, the better she may become.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't really have any hesitations with her with distance. We knew the added distance today would be in her favor, and the race set up well for her.
Now, are you here with her, or are you going to go back to Kentucky? What's the game plan? And I know you have to get with Eddie. I know you have to get with Clark and Farm, but do you eye the spin away?
I'm not sure. We'll see how she comes out of it, but the plan right now is to send her back to Kentucky. We shipped up here earlier in the week, trained her a few days, and the plan's to go back tomorrow, and then we'll see how she comes out of it and go from there.
Well done to you bringing her up here. She was very impressive.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kelly Wheeler, longtime assistant for Eddie Keneally, gets the win here in the Schuylerville with Just Cindy.
And you take a look at the late pick 5 follow along. Pool with over $1.1 million in it. Start with a 43-1 shot. It does not matter if short prices come in the rest of the way. It's going to come back tremendous.
Oh, yeah. Race 6 makes that happen, does it not?
$89 return on Winter Sun. If you have this pick 5, we're rooting you home in this final leg coming up, which will be 5.5 furlongs on the turf to close things out on the Mellon Turf course, rails out 12 feet. Tremendous opening day here. And Just Cindy, I know you were high on, but a great feeling to have a young horse show this kind of ability.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it for an owner, a trainer, a jockey. I mean, when you get to participate in a big win like this, especially a win up here at Saratoga, opening day, you're on cloud 9.
And you're already thinking about that next race. Celebrate tonight and thinking about that next race. Heard them say that they're sending her back to Churchill Downs and mapped out a plan for her.
And if she does come back out of it feeling A-OK, you would think certainly that spinaway is on the goals for later on in the summer. We had 2-year-old fillies early on the card back in race 2 as well. Todd Pletcher with a huge favorite in Chocolate Gelato. She wound up 3rd in here.
Yeah, and the eventual winner, half a chance. Filly for Wesley Ward, it was her second out, but the horse I was more impressed with, I think, in defeat, first-time starter, Spelterini, who had one horse outrun.
Yeah,
she
in the
flew
white
home
saddle towel.
By Bernardini, wants more ground, I would say. Godolphin, Billy Mott, so you can mark that one down. Spelterini finished second. Half a chance as well. The winner flew out of the starting gate, never looked back. What a surprise. Of course, Wesley Ward's on the lead.
Yeah, and Tom, I know you say it a lot, but you see that progression so much, oftentimes first to second start.
I think that's something that probably in the rules of handicapping should be at or near the top. A horse will improve more in his first to second start than probably any time in his career, unless it's a surface change that the horse likes. And the reason for that is sometimes that first start is like a preseason game for the coach or the trainer, and he's able to see what the horse did well, what the horse didn't do well, and he works on all those aspects. And when he does that, you know, he gets a big improvement the next time because the horse is much more professional. We saw it with Just Cindy today. Raw talent out the wazoo, and had some trouble in the first start, ran very professional today, and it looks like she has a great future.
Look, it's hard to duplicate what we have in the afternoon, but versus what we do in the morning. You may have a horse that works in company with another horse consistently, maybe 3 horses out of the starting gate. Very rarely. Usually there's only 2 out of the starting gate. So when you're getting kickback from one horse, not 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other horses. It's different. It's just like we showed that workout out of the Wilson chute. earlier today. Those jocks, they were spaced out. They weren't trying to take anything serious. They weren't making it a race out of it. But man, in the afternoon, it's totally different, and that's why you see a big improvement the second time out from most of these young horses.
I agree with that 100%.
We're going to see some lightly raced 2-year-olds trying to make an impact in a graded stake for the boys on Saturday. Grade 3 Sanford at 6 furlongs, field of 12 lining up, including our colleague Tom Amos, guys, with Curly Jack. And your thoughts on the Sanford this Saturday?
Well, I do think Curly Jack has got a big chance in there, but Adiame Ferenzi, I think I said that right, obviously is the focus in here, JK, and is probably going to be your post-time favorite.
Yeah, ran extremely fast. The only thing that in these situations is that fast performance was earned over a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah.
And it's not that big of a deal, but sometimes it makes you wonder, is that figure as fast as it looks? This is really, really impressive. Young horses don't typically run like this. I was very impressed with this performance. And I'll be shocked if you get 7-2 the morning line on this horse just based on that speed figure.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of a double-edged sword because the horse wins in open lengths on the slop, and you're wondering, okay, but you're right. It's hard to teach horses to get that separation at that young age. Now Forte, the other horse in there, probably going to be your second choice. I thought it was a formidable foe.
Yeah, another one that earned a really fast figure. That was done at Belmont on a dry racetrack. So a figure that I think you could probably trust a little bit better. This was one of those buzz horses that you kind of knew was going to be a good one. Rapoli Stables, St. Elias, they've had a lot of success. Modonegal obviously ran well for Rapoli in the Belmont Stakes. And it's Todd Pletcher. It's a 2-year-old race. You get Irad. It's another horse that I think is also interesting, but is drawn inside of his main competition in Andiamo Afrenze. So that's a little bit of a concern, I think, for them, for their connections with Forte. But two very fast horses, and you just got to see if his those performances were as good as they looked first time out.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you because Forte to me looked like he was kind of green. But I know, Tom, you got an opinion in this race.
Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, look, Curly Jack is a very, very talented horse with a very good mind. You know, as a yearling, when we bought him back in September at Keeneland, he had the right look. He's by Good Magic, who everyone knows very well up here. And Good Magic has been a good sire right off the bat for these young horses. He's a freshman sire. But back to Curly Jack. He's had to work over the track here. I think the one interesting thing about this race in a big field of 12, so trip is going to be very important for whoever wins, is that you don't see what you ordinarily see with these 2-year-olds that have only run once or maybe even twice, and that is a lot of early speed. Fast, horse out of the gate. Most of the horses in this race would rather sit the trip and finish up on the end. I think Curly Jack is amongst those, but it would not surprise me based on what I see as the early pace of this race if Curly Jack was not very close.
He's quick in that debut. Tyler Gaffleone will ride for Tom on the son of Good Magic. The newlywed got married Tuesday.
He's get his mind on his business.
Yeah, no time for a honeymoon. That'll come later. We're going to close out this opening day card with, as you saw those odds there for the 10th, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. You had to sprint, too, to get those choice seats when the gates opened for our first day of this summer season at Saratoga. The race was on. We'll be back with the nightcap when we return.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the World's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher. I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York horse racing.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We're back on Saratoga Live on Run Happy opening weekend. On opening day here at Saratoga, the premier meet in the country. What a day it has been. We have the nightcap coming up. New York Racing Association joined philanthropist John Hendrickson, representatives from the Backstretch Employee Service Team, Saratoga Hospital, and the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association to celebrate a new Backstretch healthcare clinic to be constructed at Saratoga Racecourse. As a tribute to his late wife, Mary Lou Whitney, Hendrickson is funding construction of the new clinic, expected to open in the spring of 2023.
To me, I mean, she was my world. To a lot of other people, she was an icon. But she had a lot of loves, but Saratoga was her first love. It keeps her alive. Her spirit of giving is still alive and well, and this is what she'd want me to do. We started with the Backstretch Appreciation Program. This is the 15th year, and my office puts it together, and BEST and the Racetrack Chaplaincy provide the services, and it's very rewarding. I mean, we've changed a lot of people's lives and very proud.
Well, continuing the legacy of the late Mary Lou Whitney, who has done so much for this racetrack and for this city. And that groundbreaking was the beginning of healthcare services on the Saratoga Backstretch being elevated to the very best in the country, guys.
Yeah, I think if there's been some things that have happened as we turn into 2022, it is not only the health and welfare of the horses, but it's the people that work on the backside and the community that make this scheme go. Because without them, we've got nothing. So, you know, being a good boss and taking care of your employees, as well as things like what they're doing here at Saratoga, are just monumental in giving people a lifestyle and not just a job every day.
Our nightcap 10 minutes away, and that gray abuse of power, the one to beat on the board. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride the 5-2 favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, she gets that big drop in class, Greg. And abuse of power, she looks great here. You know, I thought she even ran well despite having a decent trip last time out, just not as good as those. And she looks to be better than what she faces here. But her main rival is drawn to her inside in number 5, Fast Corey for trainer Brad Cox. She's also showing up for a tag here for the first time. And I like the impression she makes on me. She's the one that immediately grabbed my eye. She looks like your true out-and-out turf sprinter, broad, short coupled, built downhill, and calm, but also keen, if that makes any kind of sense. It's that kind of controlled energy, that controlled forward energy that you just like to see a horse possessing prior to going into the gates. And then we'll check in with number 1, that is Magniloquent for trainer Wesley Ward. Now, last time out, she retreated quite readily down at Gulfstream Park, and she's one that it seems as though stamina is a big issue, as she'll try to go the 5.5 here, but she is quick, and she was pretty sharp. She looks very fit. She's also a filly that doesn't tend to stay on the track for very long, but at least today she does show up looking like at least the fitness is there, but you can't really help stamina if that isn't ever there. As we'll throw it across the paddock to JK and Paulie.
Thanks, Maggie. Well, look, I think the 6 is going to be tough to beat on the drop. The funny thing about the 6 being the horse to beat, I think, in here is that if you look at the will pays for the pick 6, we speculated earlier that there might be a carryover with that big long shot winning. There's 4 horses that are covered, the 4, the 5, the 9, and the 11. Paulie, the 6, is not covered.
Yeah, and Queen's Dancer for Jackie Davis and Linda Dixon, Greg. We got to get a post parade in, but yeah, your favorite right now is not covered for the pick 6.
How about that? So we'll see how this plays out. And if we have a carryover coming into our first Friday of the meet in the pick 6. Plenty of speed, it looks like, signed on in this finale. Wesley Ward on the rail. You have Fast Corey, the 5. And Queen's Dancer, the 9. I don't know if it's good enough to win this race, but certainly should be part of the pace early on.
Oh, yeah, I think the 10 and the 11 come into the pace play as well. So that's a lot of pace in this race. And like we saw in the first leg of the pick 6, also on the turf, the 6th race, when there's a lot of pace in there and they fall apart, which they did in that race, anything can happen with one of the closers.
A big price on a Wesley Ward filly from the rail, Manila Quinn.
Yeah, she really is. Jose Ortiz aboard. This filly does figure to be in front early on.
17-1 next store on Highway Queen.
Yeah, I mean, this is a filly that's tactical, was 3rd at this level last time, and a horse that possibly is one of those ones that can finish up on the end.
A lot of 3rds, 6 times 3rd in 14 career starts for the two. Tweaked 3-year-old daughter are dialed in, been off since April.
Yeah, she broke her maiden 2021 in December. Maiden 40 at Aqueduct. Probably may need to take a little bit of a drop, and she's going to need a race.
Here's Rigby. She just missed at this condition. Now it's going 7 furlongs.
Yeah, came out of the same race as the 2. Highway Queen was 2nd, so finished a little bit in front of her, was the favorite that day. Gets a little turn back in distance, and is a horse that can sit the trip.
Now dropping class for the favorite. Here she is, Abuse of Power, 5-2.
Yeah, she's never run for a price before. She is fast. The question is, can she last that extra half a furlong? She ran 5/8 last time.
It's also a drop in class for the 5. Fast Corey, as the name would suggest, she is quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's who I was just talking about, was Fast Corey. I was a horse ahead of myself. Fast Corey does figure to be on the lead for Brad Cox and Manny Franco.
That's all right. We went out of order here. So 7-2 on Fast Corey. Proper Grammar, I believe, we're going to see next. Huge price at 47-1, and there she is.
Yeah, big price. Didn't show any pace last time out. That was on a good turf at Belmont Park. She was 47-1 that day, and a big price again today.
4 might be a difficult task on opening day for Javier Castellano with half birthday.
Yeah, half birthday, but it is coming out of a stakes race and dropping in class for this spot. This is a barn that does place their horses very well.
Queen's Dancer, she's only been on the turf once. She didn't run bad at all, and she was quick.
No, she should set a good trip. She doesn't have to be on the lead. She would prefer to be on the lead, but took them gate to wire when she broke her maiden 3 back.
More speed, as Tom said, with Dame Time. George Weaver off the claim.
Yeah, claimed this horse and is dropping off the claim and going against winners, as this horse broke maiden last time, and one of those speed horses that's going to try to set the way on the front end.
And sneaky here with Trained Artemis. Debut was on turf, showed good speed. She hasn't been on it since.
Yeah, and that was in Kentucky Downs, a tricky race course there. Came back on off the turf race to break the maiden next time out. Maiden special in for the 35 today. Could be a contender.
So with the favorite, and there she is again, this gray 5-year-old mare. There's the drop in class, and then there's also all that speed we talked about. With her running style, it looks like potentially could set up very nice for her.
Right, those things are going her way. The thing it's not is that she's a 5-year-old mare, and when you're already 5 and it's midsummer and you've only made 9 starts, you tend to believe that there are things that are keeping this horse away from the races. But when she's right and runs her race, she runs very well.
Yeah, I just like her style of running in this spot with all the pace that's in here. If the race falls apart, which it figures that it could with all this speed, she's going to pick up the pieces.
And that's her, the gray, down on the rail. We're watching a replay of her last start. The thing I think is interesting is that race was 7/8, and moving back to less distance, I think will also play to her advantage.
She broke her maiden at 5.5 furlongs, the distance we're running today. Guys, your thoughts?
Well, you know, we look at this race. JK and I were on the same wavelengths. We did like the 6, Abuse of Power. But right now at 5-2, as you see the money line odds, you're getting her plus 250 and Fast Corey at plus 350. Now, Fast Corey is fast, but she has issues at the gate. If she could pop out of the gate, she might open up maybe a little bit of a lead. There's a lot of speed in here. But Abuse of Power, is the one that can maybe pick up the pieces, JK.
Yeah, and it's just a big drop. You know, I think Abusive Power would be a little bit shorter if trained by someone who's had a little bit more success as of late. The trainer, Antonucci's 1 for 31 so far this year. So I think a lot of times people, they look at that and they take that into consideration.
Yeah.
But it might not matter. It might be 2 for 32 because this is a big drop with the 6, and the 6 Abusive Power should get a nice setup. The 5 Fast Corey is the type of horse that feels like the speed of the speed to me, and I think speed of the speed horses can win these races. It doesn't matter, it looks like there's a lot of speed. A lot of times, you still find the horses that made the lead in there getting the job done.
You know, Greg, I'm going to give you a long shot. I like the 2 in here, Highway Queen. I get it. 1 for 14 lifetime. I get a lot of third-place finishes. But if you look at her races, she's actually finished up on the turf course. She's got a couple muddied-up races on the slop that you can throw out. It took her a little time to get back in the Caceres barn. She ran a decent race last time, and she was, what, a length behind Rigby? Why is she 12-1, and Rigby, the 4, is 4-1, and she can pass horses, and Carmouche is looking for a double. That's my long shot of the day. I actually changed my pick and put some money on the 2 in here. So 6-2 down here, guys.
That's a big disparity in the odds on good point. Probably a couple of fillies who were not very far apart from each other at all when they met. Let's go back to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined by somebody that maybe occupies the outskirts of this winner's circle more than I do. Ken Illy. And Ken, how long have you been standing in that? That's like Ken's corner right there.
Pretty much. I've been standing there for a number of years. I like to go, in and out, and it's the best place in the house to watch. Best place in the house to watch the races.
You're local, right?
Yes, I am.
Why is Saratoga the best? I mean, from a local's perspective.
Local's perspective, doesn't get anything better than this for 8 weeks. 8 weeks, you get all the people, all the fun. And I was talking to somebody the other day. You don't, it's like time stands still. You come back, it's like you just re-engage conversations that you had 46 weeks ago. It's great.
I feel like I do that with you every time we come back here.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're also a strong presence on Twitter. I'll give you that as well. And you have some good opinions. So what's your opinion here in this last race? I kind of need help here.
I actually like the 9 Queens Dancer.
Okay.
A little bit of a price. One of my favorite angles is the Finger Lakes angle, especially when they come with a local jockey. Jackie Davis is on the horse. So I figure why not take a chance?
And you're taking a big chance at 30-1. Ken, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your time, and keep Ken's Corner happening.
Thank you. Thanks, Maggie.
Ken Illy, one of the guys I always look forward to seeing, one of the familiar faces up here at the spa, guys.
To be a local here at Saratoga Springs. This is a bucket list destination for so many in this game. And he gets to enjoy it each and every summer.
I like it. I know exactly what he's talking about. Time stood still. We've got the exact same people right here as that we had closing day of last year, and it's fun to come back.
You think they're going to offer you free beer like they did before?
Possibly.
It's so much fun to see all the same faces that you see, every single summer and catch up, and great crowd for this opening day.
Oh, yeah.
Great weather.
It turned out to be a beautiful afternoon. Very comfortable here.
And, of course, the competition.
Like no
other.
other.
As much as the history is what separates this racetrack from all others.
No doubt.
Going to close out this opening day card here on Fox Sports with a 5.5 furlong turf sprint.
This 4-horse, the one getting ready to load next, the 5-horse, is really, really fast. Been favored in all 3 of her starts. We'll see what happens with Fast Corey, but they named this horse right. This horse is a bullet out of the gate. Those are quick early fractions.
Plenty of other speed to contend with. Could she potentially be the speed of the speed? Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the nightcap on opening day from Saratoga.
And they're off. Out for the lead from the inside is a Magniloquent. And then it is a Fast Corey on the outside is a Queen's Dancer, along with Train 2 Artemis. And then we come back to Tweaked, who is racing in 5th, followed by the gray Abusive Power in 6th. To her inside is Rigby racing in 7th. Dame Time is next in 8th, followed by Half Birthday in 9th. At the back of the pack are Highway Queen and Proper Grammar. The quarter went in 21 1/5 seconds. Magniloquent is the leader. And on the far outside, it is Train 2 Artemis. Queen's Dancer is there. In behind is Fast Corey. And then Abuse of Power. Far outside it is Rigby looking for a way through his half birthday as they pass the 8th pole now. And here is Abuse of Power, who has come away with the lead. It's Abuse of Power spurting clear to lead here by 3. A late run here from Tweaked, but Abuse of Power is the winner. Tweaked got second, photo for third between Rigby and Dame Time.
It's the favorite in the nightcap here on opening day for Phil Antonacci, Ricardo Santana Jr. with the dropper in class.
Yeah, broke well, just had a great trip. They went really, really quick up front. You know, that's something that looked on paper that was going to happen. It did, and a very, very easy victory for Abuse of Power. This 5-year-old mare on the outside, you can't miss her. She's the gray with the blinkers on, just rolls home and does it nicely. How about a first time out on the grass for Tweak, the 3 horse, running second?
That's
a horse to keep in mind about.
That's how we started the pick 6 with a big long shot, and Tweak tried hard to pull off another upset. We got a carryover, don't we?
We do. Carryover in the pick 6. As Paulie and JK were mentioning, surprising that the favorite would not result in the pick 6 getting hit.
Yeah, it really is. You get an $80 winner, and basically it's formful the rest of the way, JK, and no one hits the pick 6.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought that we were already lucky just to be having Saratoga today. Like, that was our gift for the day.
Yeah, right.
And they just keep on giving. Now we have a carryover into tomorrow. I'm very excited about that as well.
Actually, a fast time here, Greg. 102 and change. Like they said, Tom hit the nail on the head. This gray finally got out of the gate in good order, and she just absolutely was the best at the end because she just is faster than all these. And like you guys were saying, Tweaked ran really, really well, was trapped behind horses early, but Dylan Davis did a good job to get her up for second.
And Gary, how about this? I mean, Ricardo Santana Jr., we see him a lot at Oaklawn. There's no turf racing. Churchill, of course, hoped to have turf racing, and then they didn't for most of the meet. He was tremendous in these 5.5 furlong sprints on the turf last year, and now he wins here again.
Yeah, I mean, it gets him away good, gets him in a good position. He's patient. He reminds me a lot of Joel Rosario. They ride a similar race on the turf. Richie's always on about Joel, best turf sprinter in America, and I'm not disagreeing with him any whatsoever. I feel he is too, but Ricardo not far away.
Yeah, I mean, Ricardo and Steve Asmussen were synonymous with entries and wins, and that's been spread out now. So Steve is using other riders as well, and Ricardo's had to move his business around a lot. That's not easy when you're riding for one guy, and so everybody knows they can't get you because that guy's got you locked up in all these races, and then all of a sudden you're opening all these races, and you've got to reestablish your business. Gary, you're a jock agent as well right now. You know how hard that can be. And Ricardo and his agent have done a very good job of getting it going again.
In the long run, might be a good thing for him, making all these new connections. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the favorite at 2-1 to close out this opening day card. We're going to look ahead to tomorrow's feature with trainer Brad Cox. Set piece. Comes from way far out of it. Going to try and negotiate those tight turns on the inner turf in the Forbidden Apple.
Valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
We are back on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports with our opening day coverage. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Abuse of power. Ricardo Santana Jr. riding for Phil Antonacci, and his 5-year-old mare picking up the second win of her career in 10 starts. $6.60 for the win.
Good race by Abuse of Power, and Tweaked, first time on the turf. Ran a very good race to finish up on the end, 21:40 in the middle to place on Tweaked. A horse to watch if they go back to the grass with her, and I'm certain they will.
See that carryover? That's the number for tomorrow in the pick six. $120,364 in the pool already. Late pick 5. If you could find that 43-1 shot to begin it, you collected over $7,200 likely. Well done. Nice handicapping to get the tough one to have. Meanwhile, our Saratoga Showdown contest, personal ensign, well named in these parts, creates the best bankroll of the afternoon. That's free to enter, and you're competing for real prizes. Congrats to everybody on that list. Our feature tomorrow, more graded stakes action on the grass. Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. We talked about Brad Cox going to break with set piece. That is a 6-year-old who likes to come from way out of it, and we know speed can do well on the inner turf.
Yeah, look, on the one hand, set piece is going to get great setup. There's a lot of speed in the Forbidden Apple. On the other hand, she is shortening up to a mile in distance. And sometimes when, he's shortening up to a mile in distance. Sometimes when that happens, that you got to have that extra 60 to the mile. We're talking about 110 yards. So if you're going 110 yards shorter than the time before, even with a good setup, it might be a lot to overcome, particularly from the one hole. Set piece is going to have to come around and find a good trip.
And particularly on the inner turf course here, because you heard Javier Castellano talk about it earlier, that first turn comes up in a hurry. It's sharp, super sharp. And look, it's not going to be an ideal place for him to be down in the one hole, but he will get the save ground early on. But he's going to have to deal with that sharp turn and then figure out a way to get out and make that move.
Wolfie's Dynagos become a little interesting with his speed?
Oh, yeah, but I think there's other speed to challenge that, and that makes it difficult. I see as many as 5 speed horses in this race tomorrow.
1 to 10, what do you give opening day?
Oh, I'll give it a 10. You know, it rained a little bit when I walked in the gate, but I was able to save the hair, so I give it a 10.
A 10 anyway, despite that early weather, and it turned out to be a beautiful day. How about Tarabi? Our first look at that Wilson chute, and I would say an A+ for the new look 1 mile race. In the Schuylerville was just Cindy. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Eddie Keneally. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start on FS2.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum.